Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream, day 117. So today, biggest goal and one we should hopefully be able to get done is just do a wide range of skilling and go get level 4,000. We are only 10 levels away. We should easily be able to go and achieve that. So a lot of skills are actually pretty much like halfway there. We'll do probably quite a bit of multi-skilling with quite a few things just to get it done a little bit quicker and efficiently. But that is the game plan. Just go and get a little bit of everything. Probably craft a bunch of stuff for the beta as well. Because someone brought something up off stream that I should probably go and test. I might even test it immediately. Someone was mentioning that if you have... Oh yeah, also by the way, off stream, let me go mention that first. We have finished the first time bonus for every single thing. The only first time bonus that can be done right now that we have not done right now is the lobster, the normal like low tier lobster that you get like 39. That'll be done in 10 hours and 32 minutes. But aside from that, we have officially finished every first time bonus for every single skill. Yesterday's stream ended up cutting off a little bit early. Also, that's post 200, so that doesn't count. But everything pre 200. Those I can go make. I just want to wait till we get our woodcutting level. Once we get it at 208, we get it for free. So I don't want to go out of my way to go make it. And this requires 262 mining. But these are pre or post 200, so those don't count. All the pre 200 first times have been done. But, yeah, we finally got that done. I'm not sure why. I've been having that issue the other week as well, where we just get, like, occasional blackouts in this area. I do not understand why. But, yeah, the internet just goes down. Electricity goes down for a few moments, and the internet stays down for, like, an hour or two. Tried resetting it, like, every 10 minutes and just did not want to go back up. Of course, phone internet was working, but I don't know. Maybe I need to try that someday. Just stream again off the phone. Because I have a different server since I last tried it, so maybe it'll work better. We'll find out. We'll definitely give it a shot sometime, probably on some Monday stream. But anyways, the thing that was brought up was because we have an Enchantress bounty, we might not be able to go and duplicate our account. Because we currently have an Enchantress bounty for Chapter 1. So what we're going to go do is go test that real quick. I want to go and get rid of this Enchantress bounty. That might be preventing us from going into the beta. And see if it actually is, because this might actually allow us to get back into the beta. And this is good, because one thing I do kind of want to do before the beta, which is also our poll question for today, but one thing I want to do for before the beta is try to get to combat level 1000. The current poll question is, are you going out of your way at all to prep for the first combat rework for Brighter Shores? And it's the current poll question. But anyways, let's go and get rid of these potions. Shouldn't need this. Can we do it all in one go? What is our array right here? No, Sentry and Scrap Merchant are not. Everything else we can, though. Alright. I guess we'll grab a 10% then. Just one singular 10%. Where's our meter at? Yeah, just one singular 10. Oh, but we don't get to cash out on it. You know what? I'll just use a 5. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. Just need some amount more XP. You know what? Let's go at 6%. Let's go meet in the middle. Alright, let me go grab whatever junk we need. I should have everything banked except for the leek pie thingy. So let me just grab those. 8 of these, sure. I'll just bank whatever spares we have. 8 of, wait, is that the only thing you need? No, you need a chicken too. But yeah, I don't have any of the spares banked for these. And then the rest will go for something else that can be infinitely piled. Like, how about some lemon? And should be good to go. Put the lemons away, go get our leeks out. Oh wait, I need to go buy the leeks! No! Well, let me go back. I forgot, we haven't gathered them yet. I actually gotta buy them. That's not nice. I keep forgetting. No, not to sell all. Just sell the lemon juice back. I keep forgetting. We haven't done 2-8 Gatherer yet. Anyways, in other news, we're going to be doing some gathering today. How do we still not have 2-8 Gatherer? I remember why I haven't been doing these yet. Because I don't have the level for it yet. Wonderful. We'll get there soon. But I keep forgetting that every single time. Honestly, that's the most important one. If there is, like, any one unlock we need for our current chef, it is definitely getting these leeks. Because that spending 7 silver on something we can get for free is highway robbery. But anyways, hello Isabel, hello Vernas, welcome. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful week so far. Out of leeks, that's perfectly fine. Alright, what else do we have? Let's see. What else do we need that we don't already have that we're specifically doing on this route? which means I need 1 lobster and then 1 for Vincible. That's fine. Grab this. I guess I technically did need the lemon juice after all. That's fine. 2 of those. And then whatever the other one was. Oh gosh, I hate how many things you need for the lobster. But it's still worth it. Especially for only 1. I just hate that you have to go through each menu, like click, 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 click. Which you could just like auto withdraw your thing or something. Let's make it a little quicker. There we go. So you just woke up and you gotta eat before you get to the Palia grind. Nice. Oh yeah, did you do the Pokemon thing yet? I know Tyrion was talking about it some, and in case we didn't get around to it today, I ended up already doing it. But if you guys still need help with it, just let me know later and I'll help you guys. Let's see. I need to go do the other thing over here. And that should be everything. Oh, I forgot to go do the lobster. Keep forgetting, I have to put that in there as well. He never texted you? I texted him last night and he never texted me back, so yeah. I had the same issue. It was relatively easy to do, though. But I already had a competitive Torkoal to do it with. That one, like, fire turtle thing. Whatever it's called. But I already had a competitive one made, so I didn't even need to go out of my way to make anything. Just switched out a couple of its moves and boom, good to go. But it wasn't too bad. Why didn't I DM you? Well, I did it this morning, while you were probably still sleeping. Oh, you did it like an hour or 2 ago. Which I was doing it while I was eating, because I was just doing it in public rooms. So I was just like mash clicking the button. Like I was almost AFKing it. So I wasn't actually like properly doing it. But with that setup, you never die, so as long as your team's doing something, it's fine. Oh yeah, where am I going with this? Oh yeah, I was gonna go do Sneaky Bra. Oh, what order? Wait, I'm doing this in like the weirdest order possible. You know what? Yeah, I'm still doing it in the weirdest order possible. I'm doing it right. Gosh, I haven't done chef runs in a while. I need to get back to them. 500 chef isn't gonna 500 itself. Oh, I forgot to double check what you even ordered. That thing. Alright, another one down. But after this, I want to go test to see if this fixes the beta. Because someone brought this up earlier, and it sounds like it could be correct. Because they mentioned that if you have an Enchantress bounty, it will not let you do it. And if I think back, that's around the time when it stopped working. So what I'm going to go do now is turn in all these bounties. Go back to the AFK that we were just doing, and then check the beta again. And then after that, I think we start to pivot after today, once we get 4,000. I think we start to pivot into everything we kind of need for the rework then, since we'll be able to go and see everything again. Because the main thing I want to have before the update, aside from a bunch of stuff crafted, is I want to have level 1,000. Because once we reach level 1,000, we pretty much don't have to do combat for like 1 to 3 months, whenever they're going to do wave 2 of the combat rework. However long that's going to take. But I want to have that to have like the highest tier armors, weapons, everything like that, at least visually. So I'm going to see how close we are. We should be slightly over 900. So first things first, let's see if this even works. And if it does or doesn't. And if it does, then hey, we got beta access again. But if this works, that's kind of funny. Right, one way to find out. All right, moment of truth. I'm going to go X out of this. I'm going to go to Brighter Shores beta or whatever it is. Where is it? Where can I find it? Where'd it go? Brighter Shores beta, properties. I really hope this works. If so, that's huge. Update. I wish it was quicker to switch between the main game and the beta, though. It doesn't take that long. But it is like a 30-second transition every time you got to re-download back and forth. All right, we're in. All right, moment of truth. Does it work? If I click play, and I click here, and I click in, I understand the beta warnings. It does! That's insane. Oh, that is hilarious. That actually does work. Oh, that's really funny. That is really, really funny. Alright, well, we're level 860. That's good to know. Also, technically we're 22 levels short, but that's fine. We'll reclaim 4,000 twice. And honestly, by the time the beta happens, we'll probably be actual 4,000, even after the combat merge. But it's kind of interesting, because we're only 10 levels away in the main game. But after all the conversions, we're actually 22 levels away, mostly because the early levels are so much quicker for combat. Anyways, there's one thing I want to check before we do go back to the main game. I don't plan to do too much on the beta today. I wanted to see how much some of these are worth. Wow, half a gold. Half a gold. To put it in perspective, most of these are worth like 150-ish, maybe 200 at most right now. But yeah, half a gold. Half a gold. Half. How are some of our percented items? Like, where's our perfect rapier? Do I still have that? Or a perfect mace? Yeah, this was our perfect mace. It was a 754 or 57. Yeah, it's not too bad to go tune up. I actually probably should keep a couple of these perfect ones then. Do I have like a really low perfect one as an example? I think I got rid of a lot of my really low stuff. Yeah, some of them might be worth keeping for that. Keeping Hammer Mage and other Guardian equipment pretty good for that too, to go upgrade stuff. Interesting. Some of these are marked as crafted though. Oh, I guess whenever you are doing it with other things gear, it counts as crafted? Well, why don't those count as crafted then? That's weird. I don't understand why those few do. Yeah, every single one of these 4 stars though. Quite a bit more. Like if we check every single one here, they are all worth like 600, 700 silver. Which is interesting if we compare it to our main account. Let me switch back real quick. Oh yeah, there's 2 things I didn't bother showing yet, by the way. There's actually 2 things in this beta that I never got around to earlier. Let me go to that real quick. If we go over to Mine Deep. But yeah, there's 2 new AFK activities. We were talking about these when we were doing all the AFKs yesterday. But I never actually showed them in the beta when we were last doing the beta. One of them's over here and the other one's in the a little crevice. But yeah, we got this little guy over here. Which I guess we could technically do. Oh yeah, how many more things do we need for the combat AFK? Now that we truly have all of them unlocked. None. We have them all. That's interesting. Oh, no, never mind. That's my thing. I need passive. Oh, no, I still have them all. If anything, we're actually ahead. That's interesting. With our current level distribution, we are actually knowledge higher than we could even be knowledge, which is something normally not possible. Which means anyone who does that has a discontinued account. A discontinued account type, at least in the current state of the game. But yeah, we actually have more knowledge than what we could physically have in our meter. Because right now, I should only be allowed to have, what should that be? Like, at least 4 lower. Like, we should only be at, like, 165-ish. Or at 169, getting all the extras. Or 168, whatever it should be here. But, we have 4 extra activities that should not actually be unlocked already. So we wouldn't even need to dump knowledge into them. Oh yeah, what would our current active foe be too? Windingo. That's kind of funny. That is really funny that this is currently my actual active foe. Because if we were doing this in the main game, this would also be my current active foe. In all fairness, technically it would be this plant still. So yeah, that's interesting. That means we get to double dip it. Unless we do go all the way to 1,000. Let's say hypothetically we do. That's not awful. Because then we'll be killing fire toads. Or the wraiths. Like we would be around this area. Interesting. Some of those other enemies would be kind of annoying though at that level range. But yeah, if we were to get to around 1,000 in the main game, our current enemy to kill would be... Oh! It would be the tentacle for sure. Oh, that is so good. Okay, yeah, we got to get close to 1,000 then. Because our main enemy would be tentacle. And that means we can do all of our mining grind and everything later. Oh, that's huge. Anyways, now we know. I just wanted to check that while we're here. Anyways. Yeah, we have access to the beta again now. Let me go message that on the thread thing as well. Just to confirm that it is indeed working because of that. That's interesting. I did not think that would be the thing that would make it work. But yeah, apparently you just are not allowed to have an enchantress thingy. That is so weird. Alright, so you do have to be really careful with the update. Just in case, whatever you do, do not have a enchantress bounty when they do the update. If you have any enchantress bounties, go do it immediately. I highly doubt that would affect with it once it hits the live game. But at least with the beta, it messes with it so much. So there is a non-zero chance it would when the thing comes in. Let's see, how do you, mark it? Let's see. Alright, there we go. Just replying back to this real quick. Alright, there we go. Alright, perfect. Okay, anyways, back to where we were. I've replied back to everything. Yeah, it's nice to know that we have access to the beta again. Now, one thing I want to go and check, because there's still some things I want to go mess with it later. But for now, we need to go get some levels. But for now, the other thing I want to go check is... I want to go see the price difference real quick for some of our 4-star gear that we're just looking at. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Remember all those 600-somethings we were looking at earlier? Notice how most of these say a number that is way smaller than 600? So we're making like an extra 400 silver each or something. Like every single one of the ones that we're clicking on right now. I was specifically looking at like the 3-star weapons here. I think we're looking at a few, yeah. Oh, that one's actually pretty high, but that's because of where its level range is. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. So post 200, they actually go up a lot. Even here, it's still kind of the same. Okay. So it actually is pretty comparable. It just, if you have any lower level ones, they get scaled really crazy high. So no point in making any post 200 gear right now, or even trying to get any. As everything else just scales better, and is probably better just getting more combat levels than anything. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, we might want to go for like 210 everything then, or 220 everything. Worth considering. Not all right now, obviously. Anyway, speaking of right now, what do we start with first? Obviously we did a little bit of cooking, still need to go back there to get a little bit more in. We got alchemy, we got forger. Honestly, I'm feeling a little bit of combat. I gotta want to go do like the combat forger. We're just talking that we needed the thing. I kind of want to go get some of it. Let me go to get our potions first though, and we'll go from there. Oh, so hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Alright, let's go to chapter 2. So we're currently at the Wendigo. Not sure if I want to do gathering right now off of them or combat. I want to do both. Problem is, I guess I kind of need the fear potion, but do I? I kind of don't. We kind of don't need fear. I can just do combat with them whenever we need to. So I'm gonna just do it that way. Also, how many 7% do we have left? We have... Oh, we have plenty. Well, barely. It depends what you define as plenty. We definitely have some left. Wait, we good to go? Is that everything? Looks like it. Alright, let's go head back. You're rank 95 now? Nice. Overall or in a specific thing? Now, here's the things we need to go fight. Except you may notice that we're walking past them. Because after that gather mishap, it just reminded me, we so need to go get 208 gather already. So what I'm going to do is set us up with a little bit of gear here. And instead of using a fear potion, I am just going to use, I'm just going to attack the Wendigo every time. I'm going to use attacking the Wendigo as our fear potion. But this setup also allows us, for whenever we want to transition to combat, we just go all in on combat. Or if we want to focus on cutting gathering, we can. So we can hop, because they're both exactly what we need to be doing for every skill. This is the best tree we could be cutting. That's the best enemy we could be fighting. This technically isn't the best thing I could be gathering. But it's all 0 tiles, so it's not that bad. I think it's like 3-4 nodes away from our absolute best right now. But the fact that you get them for doing almost nothing on this route is very good EXP. You played 13 hours the past 3 days? Nice. Hey, where are we overall now that we're about to hit 4,000? We gotta double check. Oh, Miles ES just took first place, second place. Wow, past Vorpal. Wow, look at Miles ES go. Look at that. They're now the second highest level in the game. AKA the highest level in the game, because anyone hiding doesn't count. But hopefully we can see Miles yesterday. I gotta go congratulate them. But yeah, they're finally rank 1 of the 9 hiding people. And it looks like we take rank 13 today. But yeah, Shuriken has been going up a lot recently. Might need to go race them. Because they keep moving up to whatever my end goal is. Though in all fairness, I gained like 0 XP yesterday. I don't think I gained a single level all of yesterday. Because all I was doing yesterday was getting all the first time bonus for everything. Which is extremely inefficient from an XP perspective. Well, we have every single album card now. For every single skill, we have every single album card for active, passive, everything. So that was one completionist thing I wanted to get done. Oh, is that Miles? Yes? Hey! Yeah, I can't believe you got rank 1. It's technically rank 1. You say rank 2, it's technically rank 1. I don't count any hider. But yeah, it is technically rank 2. Though I have no clue how rank 1 is like so high right now though. Like actual rank 1. Like 500 leads kind of crazy. Though I'm pretty sure they have at least 200 all though. Whereas my LZS still has a lot of things not at 200 yet. Wait, not a lot. Actually, what is the distribution right now? Yeah, it's quite a lot. Scout hasn't been done at all. Actually, are you even touching Scout or just waiting for all the combat rework? Chef's probably getting done with bounties. Interesting. You're still avoiding all combat. Are you really just holding out for special attacks and everything? Like, completely? At this point? He's based on that distribution. It sure looks like it. Like, literally not touching combat until we have skill tree and special attacks. I was originally going to do that. But I saw how enticing some of this stuff was to get up now. Oh, you're doing Scout right now? Ah, you're just saving it for later, I see. Oh, you're doing Gatherer combat? Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, speaking of which, I need to go grab a kill. I need my tree. I've come for my tree. But I'm just not going to bother using Fear Potion, just kill one every single time I go into this room. Maybe even two when we come the way back. The only problem with this is I can't pick up any gear. This is good. That's the only slight downside of this. That's fine. At most, we're losing like 10 silver every drop. Straight puts you on Chronopolis mob, so doing at least some combat now is probably a good idea. True. Yeah, that's why I want to do mine right now. Oddly enough, one thing that's really ironic is we were just checking it this morning, not sure if you were here for that, but my next mob under the beta is the exact mob I'm killing now. It is Wendigo. So if I was to not do any combat, I would already have to be killing the thing I'm already killing, which I find really hilarious. But yeah, I gotta kill Wendigo now, and if I wait for the beta, I gotta kill Wendigo then, so might as well just do it now. Because then after that, we get to go to Mines of Matubin, and I want that tentacle. I want that tentacle badly. So that we can go do tentacle mining. Yeah, there's still have to tentacle mine to 262. We're almost there, but still got a ways to go. And then hopefully after that, there'll be another monster that comes up that's also in the area. Because I'm hoping after Tentacle we also get, I wasn't checking at the time, but I hope after Tentacle we also get the next level of the other guy. The middle thing? Whatever it's called. Oh no, maybe not, because he actually comes before. Oh no! I was hoping we have the Metalith after as well. Who knows, maybe it's ordered weirdly in the beta. I wasn't actually paying attention to that when I was looking at it earlier. But if we can somehow go from like Tentacle to Metalith would be so good. What's the plan now? Now that we have every single card unlocked for first time bonus and have 200 all, today's goal is to reach level 4,000. And then after that, honestly, just kind of do whatever. Just kind of get just various random goals done. With a main focus on getting to 1,000 combat. Currently we're at 880 under the conversion. So we still have to find and scrap together about 120 combat levels. Or at least some amount of them. Doesn't have to be all of them, but some amount of them I do want to scrap together. And beyond that, just starting to get other things that we need up. Like I really need 208 Woodcutter. I need 208 Gatherer. I need 216 Carpenter, which is pretty much done. I need 226 Fishing so we can do the Venture. Especially if they're adding some more Venture slots down the line. I need 209 Gatherer so I can get some 10% pots made. Because eventually I'm going to run out of them for a Hope Port. I need Alchemy to be higher in general. There's a few other goals like that. Obviously, everything in Mines of Matubin needs to be bigger number. Ideally, 400 all. By the time they do the second combat rework, I want to have 400 all production in Mines of Matubin. As well as bare minimum all tier 5s for Hope Fars. Which I believe is 315 Woodcutting and 310 Carpenter. So I technically need around like 300 something Gatherer, 315 Woodcutter, or 310 whatever it is, 315 Carpentry. And then like 400 all Mines of Matubin. And that would allow us to, from scratch, make level 2000 4-star equipment from scratch. Is what that would ultimately let us do. Also, I finally caved in. I am finally going and playing Old School RuneScape again in the background. They are currently, unfortunately, we don't have membership anymore, so they're not hitting a tree. Instead, they are waiting at Castle Wars to get free tickets and stacking a bunch of tickets. But yeah, that's my maxed Zenite Defense Pure and a max Hardcore Iron Man. One of them has the name of Tacit as well locked in for that game. Not the hardcore, though. The hardcore is Tacit Bird, but the actual other one is actually just Tacit. We're actually able to claim it several years back. It was made like back in 2017 or something. Yeah, currently I'm just AFK in Castle Wars in that game. I believe to unlock everything, you would need over 5,000 tickets. I currently have 600. I'm like 10% of the way there. I think I have to AFK it for like 4 months. Luckily, I'm doing it in free-to-play, so it costs no money at all. Maybe after that, I'll renew membership. Because they're honestly doing a lot of updates very soon. They just had something called RuneFest recently. Which I didn't really keep up with exactly everything that happened with it. But gosh, they dropped a lot of intel on what they're doing in the near future. And some of it actually looks pretty good. But for now, I'm just keeping it free to play and just grinding out the tickets until they add more content. So we're still taking a break from the game. Because if I'm playing it at all, it's literally just AFK in Castle Wars. Until I have my childhood dream of full golden Castle Wars armor. I think it's around a 3-4 month grind. But it's like 19 minutes AFK, so it's pretty nice. Wish you would have could have done the Castle Wars grind free to play in RuneScape 3. But I believe RuneScape 3 has a lot more rewards for Castle Wars. But several years ago, they actually made it available to free to play in old school. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, in old school RuneScape, they made it free to play. Half the rewards are locked behind membership, but you can earn the same rate of tickets in free to play as you can in members. At least currently, they are doing some kind of rework to it. That might make official Castle Wars zones give you like an extra ticket or something. Because they're trying to revitalize Castle Wars sometime this year. They already did a poll for it last year. But even then, it's still better to do it in a free-to-play. Because you can just AFK it for 19 minutes at a time. Where in an official world, they might have some kind of contribution meter or something. Not sure what all the changes they pulled were. Because I was playing Brighter Shores and have no clue. Because they did that poll sometime during Brighter Shores release. So I have no clue at all was on it. But at this point, I think one of our main goals this stream is going to be to target every skill that has like a partial meter. Doing whatever activity we need to be doing most for it. So for example, with cooking, that means do our cooking contracts and not keep ignoring them like we always do. For Forager, that means do some combat in Zone 1 while picking up potatoes or something. For Alchemy, that means go make our fear potions. And or the other one that's more active. For something like Carpenter, that means go do all the logs we're doing right now. For Scout, that means keep killing those Mandingos. And I'm going to go make a bunch of 199 weapons, so we will go get all 3 of those up, hopefully, in the process. As I do want to have every single one of my banks as filled with 199s as we possibly can before the update. Are we going for 300 next? We kind of are. Basically, my goal right now is to just get useful levels. That is our entire goal. I would say our biggest long-term goal right now is... It's just going to be broken down into 1 billion steps. But my main goal right now is to get max combat and prep for Chapter 5. However, this has a lot of minier goals that are way more divided than that. But those are basically everything I'm doing until both of those 2 things come out. Until the final combat rework and Chapter 5 comes out. But those are basically our main 2 underlying goals. And the more macro goals related to that is we need to get 400 all mines in Matubin and then 500 all mines in Matubin. 400 all by the time the second combat rework hits. And then, what would the other one be? But yeah, we have to 400 all, yeah, and then 500 all before Chapter 5. And there's also a few other things I would want to have before Chapter 5, aside from just other stats just being higher in general. But one of those things being at least 250 merchant, if not closer to 322. Like 300-ish leather worker or whatever level worker we could do based on our merchant level. Stuff like that. There's things that would be kind of helpful to have before it ends up happening. Hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the like. Greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. I just did the clicks for Castle Wars. Now they can just sit there. But this is what I mean when I was saying earlier you could just do nothing for like 19 minutes. Like if I go open this up right now, you might see a little bit of number here that says like 20 minutes. That's it right here. It says 20 minutes. It's a little hard to see. It's kind of small. But you can literally AFK for this entire duration. And that's it. That's all you have to do. You have to click a few times, but then once you do, you literally do nothing for 20 minutes. Technically, it's like 19 and a half. It ticks down weirdly. I'll catch you later, Yusuf. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. But yeah, maxing out all productions in this game is something I've been wanting to do for a long while. It's something we tangented on when we're going for 200 all. But it's something I do want to start working towards again. As I really like games where you can make your own gear from scratch. And that's one thing that Brighter Shores feels really rewarding with. Both in the current system and in the new system. Where it actually rewards you for doing production. It's just a lot of games where you just get every best in slot just by like killing things or something. Or doing bossing or doing raids. But I always like the skilling loop to making best in slot gear. At least being an option. Even if it's not like the best in slot, at least like a option to do. And right now it actually is best in slot in the current state of Brighter Shores. Down the line it might not be, but at least as it currently stands. Every best in slot you ever make can be made with production. If anything else, it's actually easier to make with production. Especially if you want like a specific spec weapon after the combat rework and everything. The second wave of it. I miss doing skilling like this. We've been doing combat so much that it feels nice to not have to kill something. Even though I still keep getting a little bit of XP every time we go by there. But that's more so just to make sure we don't need a fear potion. Is it's actually cheaper just, you know, killing them and like drinking a 5% than it is to bother using a fear potion at all. If we need the XP anyways. If you're at a bad level range for it, then it's not as good, but we're at the perfect level range to be doing it. So might as well be doing it that way. I'm not sure if it's worth repotting here or not whenever that potion does go down. Normally I don't bother because I feel like it puts out a weird cycle for when we go back. There's something else that happened too earlier. We actually do have top 100 in every zone now, which is kind of cool. And I guess currently we're kind of in a race against Shuriken. Keeps passing us every day. I feel like he's in a different time zone because we always keep passing each other at completely different times of the day. Now we're in a race for total level though. Like, it's nice to get it up more efficiently. But for example, something like us reaching like 400 all production in Mines of Batubin. You know, it doesn't really matter too much if that's done like 1 week earlier or 2 weeks later or something like that. Like, as long as it gets done like sometime around the second rework, we should be fine. And if we're slightly short by then, it shouldn't matter too much. Ideally, we'd have it by the second rework though. Which means we do have quite a bit to grind. Like, a second rework is probably in like 2 months from now. The second combat rework. That's not gonna be the only thing we do up until that point, obviously. Actually, most of it I've been trying to save for off-stream. It's because a lot of things with these 3 production skills are a bit repetitive. I also kind of want to wait for the first combat rework, because oddly enough, all three of those skills actually make more money after the rework. I'm not sure if they're going to rescale it at all, but in the current scaling of how the beta works, it is better value to do production after the rework. The only exception to this is making 199 weapons right now, or shields, but probably weapons. Making 199 weapons and making them into a 4-star is more money now than after the rework. However, everything else is less money now. So if you're trying to make anything post 200 right now, don't. When it comes to Bone Right, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Unless you just really want the XP. But they are, all three of them are better after the rework. The only thing better before the rework right now is like the 150 to 199 range. It's stronger now compared to after the rework. But everything post 200 for these three, at least if you're making an object related to them, pretty bad value compared to what the value will be after the rework. Like at our exact same smithing level, we're making at default 6 more silver per object after the rework compared to now. With the same rarity curve pretty much, if not the exact same. That would be getting at that level range otherwise. Hello? Did I not click drink? Oh, I clicked like slightly above it, I see. Really? Was this one thing I didn't do this morning? I didn't clean my glasses off. But a misclick like that, that's definitely noticeable. I live near the water, so sometimes if you like leave them out, like the salt water gets in and gets the glasses like all fogged up. Alright, woodcutting level's almost in. Which means, is it time to go do combat only then? Because I might just go through the level roulette. And just try to get one level on every single corresponding skill that we're going to be touching today. Just to keep the variety a little higher. To keep us from camping any one activity for too long. Because I feel like we've been doing a lot of streams lately where the whole stream we just like focus on one singular thing. Well, then yesterday where we did like every single first time bonus. But I almost want to do a level roulette where we gain a level on something and then stop doing it after we get the last inventory like right now. And then maybe I'll go do like the combat level, then the gatherer level. Oh, we got a message from someone. Mouse yes. Let's see. 201 alt and 202 alt. That would be funny. That'd be really inefficient, though. Because there's always level milestones that are different for every single level that you would need to get. And a lot of corresponding skills don't, like, perfectly loop up with each other. Like woodcutting, carpenter, merchant, leatherworker, stuff like that. Where one always needs to be, like, slightly higher than the other. Until all the way at the end. There's something I need to go do at some point, though. I really need to go get 250 merchant. My biggest concern is one of the 2 quests that they're talking about adds more ventures. Because it's a weird predicament, because if they're adding equipable potions, I should not do merchant yet. But if they're adding more venture slots and or unlocking bricks and tiles, I should be doing more merchant. Especially if they unlock brick and tiles venture through a quest or whatever they do. But I believe the more likely thing is hold it off and wait until we have a equipable potion. Because I'm like 90% certain one of the 2 quests they're talking about is a equipable potion. I'd be very, very doubtful if one of them isn't. And the main reason why we would want to have that for a merchant is it's basically a flat 5% XP increase. Technically, you could do it without it, but it is so much more convenient with it. Not need to worry about a potion juggle or anything. And that'll be like buff number 7 to merchant XP going up since launch. Honestly, at this point, I should go make a list of like every buff merchant has ever gotten. Indirectly. Because at this point, we got like a, almost like double-digit long list of ways merchant has been indirectly buffed since launch. It's never once been directly buffed, only indirectly. But I can't just stop indirectly buffing it. It feels like every month there's at least like 2 things that come for it. Alright, let me pivot over to combat now. We're gonna go work on scout level, then we're gonna go work on gather level, then we're gonna go work on carpenter level. And then we'll stop doing chapter 2 and go to like chapter 1 or something. In chapter 1, we'll probably aim for a combat level, a cooking level, a forager level, and an alchemy level. And we'll probably finish by doing whatever we want to go do in Mines of Batubin. Also, by the way, off stream, I finished processing pretty much everything in my banks for Mines of Batubin. The only thing I have not done yet is like about 1,300, 1,500 iron ore, tier 5. But beyond that, I have processed every last bone we had from all of our scout grind. I processed all the deathstone and whatever else I still had left in that bank. So we are officially cleared on all those banks. Also, I also finished out my carpenter bank, minus whatever logs I'm getting now. Because obviously I can't do these because we haven't done them yet, because we're literally grabbing them now. Also, even though we're done with woodcutting, I still got a woodcut here. It's too free to not go for. I see multi-skilling next to me these days, and it's like, oh, I gotta grab it. Honestly, I can't see myself ever doing combat again without multi-skilling if it's worth it. If it's even remotely worth it at our given level range, we will do it. And this is the best tree we could be doing with the best enemy we could be doing, so it's pretty good value right now. Also, one thing that's really crazy, this is actually a perfect fire sword, by the way. We got this on our final day of doing combat. And it came in so clutch for making it go even quicker. It was a 3-star, I made it into a 4-star, but it wasn't that much attunement to go make it into one. That is a perfect max roll 49% fire sword. Now, if only they would fix shield so that it actually does something. Obviously, they are after the update. They're already tanky enough without the bonus, that's fine. But yeah, now that we can get back into the beta again after fixing that bug, or whatever it is, it just doesn't let you get a thing when you have the Enchantress thing. But now that we are able to get back in, we now know we need 120 combat levels. So at some point we need to start working on 120 combat levels, which, you know, we'll be poking at here and there. Not every stream is going to be combat only, but I got to throw it in here and there when we can. Level here, level there, level everywhere. It does not matter if we get all of it in either. We only need to get enough of it in to be able to kill a level 267 tentacle. That is all we need. So technically, having less than 1,000 is fine. As long as we're around like 940-ish, 950-ish, we should be okay. Which means all these numbers need to go up by about 60. The best way to distribute this would be to do around 220, 220, 220. I believe Vorpal did actually something pretty similar to that. And the main reason why is it's currently really good to make up to a 1994 star right now with the current rarity curve. But under the new system, you have that rarity curve that's annoying for a way longer duration. Not sure if they're going to be tweaking that or what. But it's quite a bit of a different duration compared to now. And because of that, you get a lot more value from it now. Doing like 220, 220, 220, since you can make up to a 1994 star pretty conveniently, currently. Compared to after the rework, where you can't really make an 800 or 900 conveniently. It's really rare. It uses that really annoying curve. Not sure if that's a bug or a feature, but it uses the really bad curve by that point. So it's a lot better to do it now than later. If you have the production to be able to make a good weapon. Otherwise, it will take a lot longer to make the gear you need. Which, of course, is something trading would also help fix. Because eventually, if you really don't want to focus on production or anything like that, you can literally just trade for anything you ever need. Assuming you don't go Iron Man mode. I still plan to make most of my stuff even with it trading enabled, though. I keep forgetting to drink the 5%. I do this so often while doing combat. I forget they even exist. Can't wait till we get auto repotting. I know they're not going to, but I really hope the day that they add a global potion is also the day that they add auto repotting for the 2-minute potions. Because I really hate having to drink them like 30 times an hour. Especially with the delay you have to take every time. So one thing that's kind of funny about us doing Gatherer to 204 when we do go get a level for it, the thing I'm gathering I need for alchemy directly. Because we're going to be doing dandelions, and the thing we need is dandelions for the thing. Main reason for... Oh, that's an upgrade. That is an upgrade. What roll did it get? I got a mid-roll. I don't think it matters. I'll probably make that into our... Actually, what would I make that into? If we don't mind being a few levels lower, I guess I could make it into my longsword. As I do need a different weapon for when we go fight the goblins. Oh wait, I wonder if I have a mace I could tune up. Oh no, I can't do that until after the update though, if I do. Because I can't remember if this was the chapter I had the perfect mace for. Because there's one chapter we have a max roll 49% mace. If I haven't sold it yet, I believe I have a perfect rapier for one of the chapters as well. Which we can tune up after the update. Stuff like that I might keep around. Just so we don't have to re-get a perfect roll. The only reason I kind of want to get rid of them and just put some kind of item there that will sell better, though, is, for one, trading is 1 billion miles away from now. Well, back-to-back rare drop. That's an upgrade. Wow, what is our luck all of a sudden? I'll take it, though. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, it's going to be easier after the update to go and make things higher level. Because the 5 times multiplier thing, it goes way further than you currently can. Because it also takes into account Chapter 5 existing. Which it currently doesn't, but you still gain the benefit as if it does. Oh, so is this shield broken? I got a shield upgrade and I'm being obliterated now. I got a faulty shield. They gave me one of their reject shields. It's something I'm looking forward to with the update. One hand's not being useless. Because Cryonite has a lot of priority in the one hand with how a lot of its weapons are. And I'm really curious to see if one hands will actually be good in PvP. PvP and PvM should be the 2 pieces of content where they're really useful. The only problem with PvM is only Hammer Mage is a particularly good one hand for their element. Like, every class is a good one hand. But Hammer Mage is the only class in the game that has a good one hand for their element. For a mid attack speed. Because unless they change how the tick system or movement works, the quickest hitting weapons lose 1 tick every time you move. When you're using a slower weapon like the sword, it's fine. You're never losing a single one of your hits. But in any PvM where you're moving around a lot, high tick weapons are actually going to be kind of bad. It's an issue Guardian will really suffer with. Probably more so than any class. But by then, they'll might make some overall combat changes that would help it a little bit. By the time they actually add PvM to the game. In like 10 years from now. But, I think the earliest boss, based on their current trajectory, is like November this year. Like, I mean, like, repeatable, actual formable boss. Also, they better add leaderboards for them. I will be very disappointed if every boss doesn't have a kill count leaderboard. Because if they don't, after I have every unique, I'd probably never kill it again. This has some kind of absurdly rare cosmetic on it or something. Or if it's just really profitable to kill, since we will be enabling trading. There's one thing I will hate with a main account, though. I hate having to do money making. Unless it's associated with, like, collecting things. Like, I like it for the aspect of being able to skip some grinds if you're going dry. But I hate how much it devalues every grind you ever do. But at this point, it looks like trading might be one of the last few things they add before release. Like a party system and trading seems like some of the last few things. Then probably fixes to the chat system, which we'll probably need around the time of trading coming up. Is this shield specifically bugged compared to our other one? Because I feel like we're taking more damage now. After getting the shield upgrade. Because I know shields aren't working properly right now, but I feel like the shield is working extra, not properly. So why is this room so crowded? Everyone wants to fight today. Every single one dingo is killed in the whole room. Yeah, we're about halfway to our combat level. After we get that, we'll probably pivot to Gatherer. Which I'll probably finish out the Carpenter. But then again, I could just do Carpenter off of knowledge. Worst comes to worst. If we're still in this chapter. Because the only thing worth throwing knowledge on in this entire chapter is Carpenter. Woodcutter you have way too high of a bonus for. Gatherer at most level range, we need the material that we're actually gathering. Which leaves Carpenter as pretty much the only target. Hey, there's something I never tested in the beta. Are you even allowed to use knowledge points on combat anymore after the beta? I guess you can for passive activities, but I didn't actually try just dumping knowledge onto it for XP. I assume you still can. Worst comes to worst, you can still do the passives for it. I don't think they're going to be worth it until the really high level range, though. Like, you'd have to be, like, around, like, 2,000-ish for it to be worth it. Or I guess before Chapter 5 comes out, around, like, 1,800-ish. I just realized he has a 6-tick attack speed. I was just paying attention because we are also using 6-tick. But, yeah, in the past we were attacking at different attack speeds because of, you know, weapon. But, yeah, it's both 6-tick. The enemies that are most beneficial in the current state of the game, and even after the combat rework, oddly enough, are 4-tick enemies. Like, ones that attack really, really quickly. The main reason why they are good is you can use a slower hitting weapon and just walk under them and exchange 1-to-1. As enemies that attack this slow and slower that are annoying. Because the slower they hit, the more sporadic they are. It's one of the reasons why it feels like you can die at so many level ranges. Because it's slow hitting enemies like this and slower that just occasionally just hit you for absurd numbers over and over and over again. Because they have a bigger damage range. But having a bigger damage range means if they get lucky enough, it will eventually kill you. Whereas quicker attack things generally don't get lucky enough. Compared to things that can do a lot of really slow big hits. Hey, there's something else I didn't even think about. You know what else is good about this Wendigo? It's a pre-200 enemy. It's something I should actually consider whenever we do combat in any of the zones. Also, something that I heard a while back. I'm not sure if anyone knows. Because I believe the answer to this is false. But I have heard it a couple times. Does anyone know when you have a penalty on an enemy, do you also get that penalty on your gear? As in like a lower rarity chance of getting good drops? Because I don't believe that is true, but I have heard it a couple times. That having an EXP penalty also makes your drops worse. But from my data I've seen, I don't think that is true, but I haven't done it for like a huge amount. As if that's not true, it is actually better in the current state of the game, pre-rework, to camp the enemy right before the threshold. So for guard, that would be the 194 plants, which is great because they're weak to blue as well, which is great for us cryonites. For scout, that would be what we're killing right now, the Wendigos. For Mines of Matubin, that would end up being the Mine Crawler. Oh, I never did kill the Mine Crawler once, did I? Never mind, I guess we are missing one. That's funny. But that would be the 197 Mine Crawler, same as this chapter. And for Chronopolis, that would be outside of my level range because I'm way too high of a level to bother killing whatever that enemy is. So it's kind of irrelevant what even is. But just for the sake of it, it's the Wolf at only 194 being the lowest level of any of them. Plus it's irrelevant because we're way too high. Because I'm considering just killing a bunch of those 3 enemies. Even if the penalty makes it not as worth it, just because the gear drops from them are better. As far as how they convert over to the new system. Is we're going to be getting like 4 times as many 3 stars and 4 stars. But the level difference on them is only like, what, like 20 after the update? 20, 30? Like barely even that because how the conversion thing works. Not to mention if they're 3-star, you could just tune them up anyways. So honestly, at this rate, we might go for 2 wood kind of levels. I'm not trying to, but we're getting actually quite a bit of XP surprisingly from these trees. Because we're getting like 2 trees every 1 kill. And how much XP are we getting per kill? I think we're still getting a slightly better ratio for combat. Like the kill is taking longer than the 2 trees, but yeah, the kill itself is giving like 4 trees worth of XP, almost 5 trees worth of XP. Though of course it takes way longer than a tree to go get. Oddly enough, they're both a level 197 node. Level 197 tree and a level 197 enemy. It's almost like they knew you would be doing multi-skilling here. The double 197. See, they thought some things through the first time around. There actually is a surprisingly high amount of mechanics like that. Where at first it seems like, no, there's no way to do that deliberately. And then you kind of look into it and it's like, eh, maybe they actually did. It's either really perfect coincidence or they actually intended for it to work that way in some ways. It just definitely feels like one of those. Like the 197 enemy right next to a 197 tree. Yeah, what time is it now? Because I might try setting a timer for our next double cooking bounty. Oh no, I really don't want to be paranoid about cooking again until we get 2-8 gather though. Every single time I pay 7 silver for a leak, my finger hurts. It is painful to click the -7 silver button. When I know for sure we need to go gather thousands for free. Honestly, off stream later today, and maybe even on stream tomorrow if we don't already have it by then, I really need to go power grind 2-8 gather. It's the biggest thing that's stopping me from doing chef. Like, I can live without 226 Fisher to do it, but we can't live without 2-8 gather at our current cooking range. Especially if we want the mass train cooking. Because the best thing to mass train cooking on right now is delicious chicken leek pie. But if you were to do that without gathering them yourself, I think it's like -3 gold an hour, which is insane. That's more burn than saving your potions for alchemy at my current level range. It actually burns more than alchemy per hour. Assuming you don't gather them yourself. Which is why we need to go get them. Be honestly, once we reach level 4,000, that will truly have like every goal we want to get done in like 9 hours and 17 minutes from now. Like the first time bonus on everything. But after that, we're basically playing waiting simulator. Just keep getting everything up while we're waiting for them to do something content-wise. I don't mind that though. I feel like I do that in a lot of games. Because if you ever play one for long enough, you kind of reach the wall where it's like, okay, where's the next update? And I feel like officially after today we would have hit that wall. We'll still enjoy grinding, and there's still a lot of things we need to go do milestone-wise. But I would say after today we are officially at the point of, alright, next update, you can come now. Ooh, a 2-star. Should I pick it up? I guess I'll pick it up. Oh, so I clicked right-click on it as if this is RuneScape. Wrong game. I'm so used to right-clicking on a stack and just go straight to the item we need. Unfortunately, cannot do that on Brighter Shores. I hope after they do get all the combat rework stuff in, before Chapter 5, I hope they do a little bit of quality of life updates still. There's still dozens upon dozens of quality of life that's still needed here and there. They didn't mention that they would, but I hope they do consider it. Like after all combat reworks, but before Chapter 5. Because as we currently know, the full schedule coming up, aside from whatever few updates they do in between, includes Combat Rework 1, which is currently being beta tested. Then 2 new quests. The first one of which supposedly has the best reward of any quest in the entire game. Supposedly. Based on the community manager mentioning it. We don't know if it actually is or not, but that's what he says it is. But we then have those 2 quests after the first Combat Rework. Then we have the second combat rework, which is the real combat rework. That's bringing in special attacks, skill tree, all that kind of stuff. Then we have Chapter 5. Then PvP, then trading. Which means I believe the only thing left from their checklist is potentially more high-level quests. And adding a grouping system and or fixing the chat system within the game in general. Aside from some quality of life, I believe that's everything from their checklist then. As far as all like the core updates. We already know the schedule for like 80-90% of it. Or at least the current order that they're planning on doing it. Which of course is subject to change. Originally trading was supposed to come out at launch. Then it was supposed to come out in December. Then it seemed like it maybe would be in January. And here we are with it potentially being in like April or May. At current rate. I wonder how done Chapter 5 is right now. I wonder if anyone's going to be able to sneak peek it beforehand. Because I haven't been able to get early access to anything, but that is one thing I really want early access on to do a video on. I'm sure if we'll be able to get it or not. Because with the combat beta, some people were able to get it early, but I wasn't one of the people who were able to get it. It seemed like several people weren't. Like, even Shore Central didn't get it early. But there were a few people like Vorpal, Tell, I think Valerie, maybe a few others. Because I definitely want to see Chapter 5 early. There's so many things I want to mention about it. Particularly Chapter 6. Like, Chapter 6 is probably going to be the most definitive chapter in the game, with how it's currently poised to be. But Chapter 5 is still pretty interesting, and that's the first new chapter to ever be introduced to the game since launch. Though Chapter 6 is definitely way bigger than Chapter 5, as far as its effect on the game. Like, Chapter 5 almost looks like nothing, compared to what Chapter 6 will be. Because unless Builder is something like completely out there, Chapter 5 is actually pretty tame. It's basically just Chapter 3, but with all the skills combined into one, and just called Armor Maker, instead of weapons. You got a standard Forager skill that you already have in Chapter 1 and 2, it just works slightly differently. It's the same premise of how you do basically Chapter 2's Gatherer. The gameplay loops will be a little bit different and everything else, but, you know, it's basically the same thing, just with different material being earned. So the only really unique out there one is Builder. I just don't know if it's going to do something huge or just be kind of tame. So once again, I should have used the 7%. No, I did it again. I do this all the time. Accidentally pop blocked myself. Hello, Beast! Welcome, welcome! Yep, we're hitting it today. As long as we don't lose connection like yesterday, the stream does not end until we get 4,000. Unless my electricity wants to black out again randomly. I'm not sure why it's been doing that the last few weeks. Actually, I'm not sure if I mentioned this story yet, but, you know what actually happened at my hotel? I'm not sure what's with the infrastructure in this area. Because the last few weeks, you know, the electricity keeps going off occasionally, here and there. It's always been like a side issue. It's normally not for too long, but it's annoying enough to be still annoying. But the hotel I was staying at for the 4 days I'm away, they actually didn't have running water for one day. It wasn't that long. And I think it was somewhat because of the cold and everything, so some of the pipes were like freezing over or something. But for like half the day, there wasn't running water. I'm not sure what it is with this area's infrastructure, but it definitely gets like a D-. It was like one step away from just crumbling. Dog's going crazy. Gosh, the dog gets too excited for everything. So after we finish out Scout, I think we'll go do Gather then. That should be enough to hopefully get Carpenter without even needing to do any logs. Obviously, we'll still have to process what we have though later. That's definitely going to be an off-stream thing. Soon we don't need to do it again for a while. Because once I hit 224, I do want to utilize the free levels. And go from 224 to 233 using the AFK activity. And always have the knowledge and whatever else until we get to Juniper later down the line. But between all the hickory and pine, that should be enough. Oh, we almost got the mirror number again as well, 3993. Oh, the really clean looking mirror is going to be 404 though. Let's see, what's his name actually doing any leveling right now? He is not. Interesting. It's kind of funny. I'm not sure what time zone he is, but I feel like we're never playing at the same time. He seems to be doing the same grind I am. Notice when I said 224 earlier, he stopped exactly at it. Like, he already did the exact grind I was talking about. Stopping at 224 so you could end AFK'd at that exact level range later down the line. Oh, that's where the rest of his levels are. I was like, wait, where's he getting the rest of the levels since we're so even on everything? He got it from, Merchant. That makes sense. But it's kind of funny. I didn't even realize this till now, but we're actually, like, playing the game exactly the same. I never noticed that with Shuriken. But we basically have had the exact same playstyle this entire time. The only slight difference is, I guess I'm a little bit heavier in Mines of Tubin production. Or he went a little bit heavier in Chronopolis. At least on the Merchant Leatherworker side. Also, he already has the 226 he needs for Fisher. Which is a pretty big milestone number to have. Because that's when you unlock the really good venture. It's actually one of the best ventures in the entire game. From an experience perspective, it is the absolute best. I do want to get it operational at some point. It just sounds insufferable trying to get 226 Fisher. It's basically 2 days or 3 days of doing nothing but Fisher. Especially since I want to bank some of it. The other thing that's keeping me from doing it is I want to have 219 Forager by then. So I can actually do racks. Because I want to end up doing a loop where we do like Mana Ray rack and bank. To get a combination of 10% pots as well as all the Mana Rays we'll ever need banked. I don't know, it's in the weird in-between on if it's worth banking or not. Like, if you want to buy Mana Rays, you gotta walk all the way over here, spend like 9 silver each, and then walk all the way back over there. Compared to getting them over here, spending 0 to bank them over there, and then going back, and going through the rack route, so you can grab 3 racks and then head to Mana Ray again. And then go back the other way, grabbing 3 rack. The only thing I don't know about that is, does the 3 rack respawn by the time you go back? I believe the answer might be no. It's something I need to test later. Because I'm not sure if you can grab 3 rack, bank, and then grab 3 rack again right after having just banked. I don't know if they respawn in time. Ideally, they would. Because that'd be 6 rack every inventory. It'd be 3 sets of mana ray and 2 sets of rack. One thing I do need to keep in mind, though, is once we reach 217 Chef, we basically have all the cooking XP we ever need. For a while, at least. As you can do that pretty comfortably to, like, 251. Before it really starts to fall off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you would still need mana rays down there as well. Which is also interesting. It's only the thing after that, would you not need mana ray anymore? At 234. I mean, yeah, mana ray anymore. Oh, that's the one we finally have to say goodbye to our lobsters as well. Poor things. I actually enjoy those. I actually like the chef things that have a lot of steps that give a lot of EXP. I just wish the bounty board would never ask you to go make 9 or 10 of them. And make a more realistic number, like 1 to 5. But I actually enjoy the ones that have a lot of steps to them. Like, as convenient as it is just to go up to something and, like, auto-cook something. Because it's like a one-step thing that just automatically does it. I actually kind of prefer the ones that have, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. But reward you appropriately accordingly. Did we just hit a 0? When those minimum hits numbers coming in? Skill tree, where are you? Where's our minimum hit? I really hope after skill tree comes into game, 0 to 9 is never a number you could ever hit again. Also, how are we losing? Are we losing so hard I need a heal? Are we losing so hard I almost need a double heal? What's going on? The shield's made of paper until the update. I still can't believe Miles ES is taking second. Technically first. Honestly, at current rate, they could take first. It's not impossible. The power of doing 500 merchant. Richard, where's KC at? Because he's the other person who did the same distribution as Miles ES. aka going like rushing 500 all Chronopolis. But what's weird is I don't see him up over here. I thought it was pretty high total level. Oh, is he doing 500 all Hopeport? That might be the problem. He might be doing 500 all Hopeport, or she. Oh no, I think they just stopped playing. I know, has KC stopped playing? Because these levels are barely any higher than last I checked. Like a month ago. Or at least a couple weeks ago, whatever it was. Is at one point they were like top 10 total level. But then they slowed down a bit when they were doing 500 all Chronopolis. She got fishing venture and decided to just leather work for money. Really? Oh, that's funny. I was gonna say, because that level distribution looks like she hasn't gained levels in like weeks. Interesting. Well, it is the best moneymaker in the game. I guess she wants to do it in case it gets nerfed into the ground. But even then, combat's gonna be really good for money later down the line. Like, if you're doing level 1,800 to 2,000 combat, you're gonna make so much money within that time frame. Like, I'm not sure if it's like current leatherworker levels amount of money, but it's still a lot of money. And even more so when Chronopolis comes out. I mean, not Chronopolis, I mean, Stonewall Hill. Oh yeah, Miles, yes. Didn't you say we were going to be doing Xenoblade Chronicles X? I finally pre-ordered it today. I still needed to do the poll on stream if we were going to be streaming it or not, though. But I'm definitely playing it. I already pre-ordered it today, this morning. For 50 bucks. Technically 47.50 bucks. Or 47.50. He's always used those voucher thingies, and I still had one left. I can't remember what I used on last year. What game came out around this year, last year? I don't remember. But, yeah, it was only like 47.50. Which is not too bad. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing it. I just haven't decided yet if we're streaming it or not. Because if we do, it's going to be like 80 to 100 hours. And even if I do stream it, I'm not sure how I'm dividing it. Because I kind of want to do it full screen. I told your friend to get it for you for Christmas. Lol. Nice. Is the only thing I'm simply against when streaming an RPG, like even though it's a standalone game, it's one of those games where if you miss even a single stream, like so much storyline has probably occurred within that time. Because I know with Xenoblade Chronicles 3, like if you missed like chapter 5, you missed like 80% of the entire game storyline, or whatever one was like the chapter. If you played the game, you know what chapter I'm talking about. But like if you miss the chapter, you miss like 80% of the plotline in the entire game. there's something else that happened the other day. Because normally, whenever I get drinks, just because they're heavier and I tend to just bring stuff from the grocery stores by hand, a lot of the heavier drinks I tend to just order online. And I end up getting like 2 packs of Liquid Death, and they only brought in 1. Like, they only shipped 1. I double-checked everything. Not sure if it's going to get appealed or anything, because I have no proof that, you know, I only have 1. Like, anyone could just say, oh, I only have 1, and they already got all of them. But, like, there's no proof to it. But yeah, it said 2. I ordered 2, but only 1 arrived. So now whenever I open get something from Amazon, I'm only going to ever get 1 at a time. Just so that it doesn't happen again. I'm not sure if they're even going to appeal that or anything. Probably not even worth it for how cheap it is. It's got funny light MMO mechanics, so it might be fun to team up on those. Wait, what does? It got funny light MMO mechanics. To pick up group tasks, to pick up blue pickups and stuff. What, is Xenoblade Chronicles X? Does it actually have co-op features? Wait, it has co-op? I know nothing about the game. I haven't been looking at most of the trailers or anything. Like the initial trailer I did and stuff like that, but I haven't been looking at the feature list. Really? Interesting. Are you getting it at launch, or are you waiting till Christmas? Because I wouldn't mind doing co-op with that with you if you want. Because, yeah, when I went into Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I went in, like, as blind as you possibly could. When it came to that game, I didn't even look at any trailer aside from the launch trailer. Like, all, like, the biggest features that was going to be there, I was like, nope, not looking at any of them. I don't mind knowing about Xenoblade Chronicles X, though. Because this game that's existed for a while. But because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 was new when it came out, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to avoid anything at all about any info whatsoever. You told your friend not to get you anything on Christmas and just to get Xenoblade X when it comes out. Oh, that's what you meant. I see what you mean. Actually, it's kind of funny because one of my friends who showed me the Xenoblade Chronicles series actually gave it to me for free for one of my birthdays. I think it was back in like 2017, 2018? I can't remember. Somewhere around there. It was around I ended up getting the Switch because Smash ended up coming out. Because I waited like a year or two until Smash came out, whenever that was. And then when Smash came out, I finally got a Switch. So my friend ended up giving me Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for free to get me addicted to the series, and it worked. And here I am, like 3 games in now. Hector, we put Xenoblade Chronicles 1 on in high school. Nice. That's how your addiction started. Nice. Yeah, generally I'm against hacking and ROM hacks and stuff like that when it comes to a lot of games, especially after streaming them. Though one of my friends did give me a hack Switch that I used to play all the HD, or not a hack Switch, a hacked, what was it? A hacked 3DS, because I never actually owned a 3DS. But I used it to play, like, the remakes of a lot of the games I already played on N64. Like the HD remake they did for Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. And a few others like that. Because I've actually never owned a 3DS. Until he ended up giving me one. I was like, well, I guess I do now. Because by that point, it was way past the 3DS's lifespan. Like, the 3DS was already basically dead by that point. Actually, I don't even think the eShop works anymore for the 3DS. But yeah, the only DS I ever owned prior to that was like the OG DS, the first year it came out. And I used it all through high school and even early college as an alarm clock. Like, my alarm clock was literally the 3DS's alarm clock. It eventually died in like 2014 though. So it lasted for almost a decade. When did DS originally come out? I want to say like 2006, 2007? But it finally died on me in like 2014. After using it like every day. Either directly or as an alarm clock. But yeah, I basically really didn't do anything Nintendo from like 2013 to about 2017. Well, it's because I was doing college and other stuff at the time. It was also the time that I've made the most money ever. It's amazing how much money you can make when you don't do gaming every single day. It was probably the busiest I've ever been in my entire life. Because I was doing full-time college, and a full-time job, and a full-time side job. Oh, hopefully this is enough knowledge. I just realized we gotta kill him quicker. Go, 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 go! I'm using a 7% right now. I haven't utilized any of it yet. It looks like we might gain a carpenter level without doing any carpentry. Which is the way I like it. The best way to do carpentry. Not doing it at all. Such a wonderful skill to not do. Honestly, these days, I would sooner use knowledge on carpentry than bone rate. Because the activities for bone rate actually go pretty hard. This AFK is good. This AFK is good. This AFK is good. There's the one bad one. This AFK is really good. It gets this banked AFK for builder. This AFK is good. 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 Another bad one, unfortunately. This AFK is good. This AFK is good. More free builder XP. Good. Good. Bad. Good. 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 He has like 3 bad ones all the way to max at this point. And those bad ones aren't even that bad. They're just not as good as the other ones. Yeah, stonemason needs a lot of various rods. I finally did the first time bonus on all of them, so I'm a little bit more acquainted with what everything needs now. But gosh, do you use a bunch of hickory poles. It's one of the reasons I'm even getting this level. Is in case I ever need a stonemason upgrade. I need those hickory poles. There's so many things under stonemason that need them. And you get them at 208 woodcutting for tier 5. As well as 216 carpenter, which we're actually about to get right now. Or soon. For the hickory pole. I also need it for my yellow mace for smithing. So if our best in slot yellow weapon is ever relevant, we need it for that. Also, one thing I always keep forgetting that I know, but always keep thinking it's not the case. You do not need any carpentry to make a metal javelin. I always think in the past, like I know you don't. Like I know in the back of my head, like yes, you don't need any pole for this. But I can't think of a pole-shaped object not needing it. Like I know it doesn't, but intuitively it feels like it needs a pole. Like a Suave pole or something. I'm just really surprised it doesn't require Suave or something else. But like, look at that. It literally has a pole, but does not require any carpentry supply. But I finally finished all the first-time bonuses yesterday. Feels nice to have done. And now I almost have all the things memorized that you need to do for Bone Rate and Stonemason now. I pretty much already knew them for smithing, obviously, since we're Cryonite. But now I somewhat know it for all of them now. That we had to do all of them like 5 times over for tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and partially 5. Also, luckily I did have everything banked. That was one nice thing about overbanking everything, is I did not need to go buy a single supply the entire time when I did all the first-time bonuses for them. I just simply crafted all in a row. Also, thank you, Darwood! Yep, we're finally 200 all as of a few days ago. Level 4,000 as of today. As well as first-time bonus for everything pre-200 completed on every skill. So we officially have true 200 completion at this point. I think the only thing missing is the venture in like 8 hours, 38 minutes, and then we're good. And obviously we're missing the ventures for merchant, but they're currently impossible to do in the current state of game. All the brick and tile ventures. It doesn't count because it's impossible to do them. They're likely locked behind some kind of future quest. I'm not sure if it's going to be any of the 2 that are coming. But I assume it'll be some quest that comes out right before Chapter 5. Or potentially even just unlocking them once Chapter 5 comes out. We don't really know yet. I think the only reason they didn't want them to be there at launch is so people wouldn't stockpile as hard. I'm not chancing it. I'm not liking the way this fight's going. Of course, then we just one-shot him. I feel like that happens every time I do a panic heal. I just end up one-shotting even though it seems like we are even close. Making the potion irrelevant. Oh, by the way, we got our combat level. What am I doing? We're still doing combat. I'm like so in the zone of doing combat, I didn't even realize. Alright, after these 2 trees, I guess we should pivot over to Gatherer. I'm not sure if I want to do it on a Dandelion only, though. Or go back to the woodcutting Gatherer thing. Probably do it off a Dandelion only. I might even get rid of the 5% pot we have. I know, there is some downtime where you can drink it for free. It's just kind of awkward on the final cycle. That I'd rather just have one potion on this. So let me get rid of our 5% real quick. Still keep the 7% though. Yeah, they're 3.3 each. That's not horrible. It's a bit worse than the trees where we're getting like 5k each though. The main benefit of these is they are really close to a bank. These are not the best thing we could be doing for Gather right now, but they are the best thing relative to bank time. They also give us our current best potion we need for alchemy right now, the 209 Fear. Which is pretty much the main reason why we'd even want to do this at all. Oh no, the pathing for them is just so annoying though. I'm not a big fan of doing Dandelion only. But we're too far away to be able to combine it with combat again. And from an EP's perspective, it's not worth doing Dandelion Glop. Or Globe, I mean. Also, here's where you can throw the potion for free. You can drink it for 0 time if you really want to. It's one of those skilling methods that definitely benefits greatly from having, from having, equipable potion whenever they do end up coming in. I just realized we have to do that tile anyway, so going to this is actually fine. Alright, so it's only this one we have to manual click on. Because we need to make sure we don't get sent to east tile, we need to go to south tile on that one. But everything else in this room we could just grab. Yeah, we're already halfway there. But in all fairness, we already started pretty close. How much XP do we need? Can we break down the exact number we need? We are currently 1.1 million away. Divided by whatever that is. Oh, I don't have a calculator open. Where's my calculator? 110000 divided by, what's my XP drop? My XP drop is currently 3237. Divided by 3237. We'd have to collect 339 more of these things. Roughly. Which is why I said earlier we'd have way more dandelions than globes. Because that alone already makes us have more dandelions than globes. And that's only one level. That's not even counting anything else we might need later down the line. Because we still need level 208. But just the half a level we need will already make us have more dandelion. I just realized it's actually tile neutral to go up to, isn't it? Because the other one doesn't get to double diagonal. So never mind, that one actually doesn't matter, does it? Whoops. Up, Castle Wars is ready. In you go. But yeah, slowly but surely we'll keep poking at that. Now that we're starting that back up again, I guess, technically. We got up to 16 tickets this stream. I think it's like 6 an hour, roughly. It's like slightly less than 6 an hour. And I need, a small number of like 5,000. You know, almost like 1,000 hours of doing that. Nothing too much. Just doing in the background for like next 3 to 4 months. Just a small short grind. Of like a quarter of a year. It's one of the things I still can't get over from people who did play old school RuneScape, or RuneScape in general, and then come over to Brighter Shores mentioning that the grind is too long. Have you played the game that you came from? Where an average grind is measured in how many months it takes, rather than how many days, hours, or weeks. He's even at 500 in this game. It's actually measured in weeks, not months. Unless you're playing over a long period of time. But if you're really power grinding at 500, it's measured from around like 3 to 6-ish weeks. But a few exceptions, like some of the production skills, like, you know, smithing and such. So hello again, you football has been well. Welcome again. That is still something I really find surprising with Brighter Shores, though. Like, the amount of people that quit after getting to, like, level 20, 21, when they see the new XP curve at that rate. Not sure if they're ever going to make any kind of adjustment to that in the future. Like, to some degree, it doesn't need to change. But I think the main thing that's jarring with it is just how early the XP curve completely changes compared to early game. Or, you know, compared to, like, the tutorial levels. Like, I think the game needs to better establish that the first 20 levels are literally just a tutorial of the game. Because the way it's currently established, it kind of establishes itself as this is the game. And then it just, like, skyrockets out of nowhere. Instead of it being like, hey, these are, like, just the fake levels. Just to get you oriented into the game and learn all, like, the core mechanics of each skill. This is not the actual XP curve. And I think they also need to do a little bit better job in-game establishing that 200 is max level. Because they basically mentioned that the other week, like literally a day or two ago, that they basically consider 200 max level and everything beyond that being quote-unquote cosmetic. Obviously, it's not purely cosmetic, but they did use that term for it. Which means most quests, most content, most everything will be scaled below 200. Like, they even mentioned during that same time that they're likely never going to release a quest requiring a 200 or higher. But it's two things the game really needs to establish a bit better. That 0 to 20 is the tutorial, and that 200 is technically max level. Even though you can still keep going higher. And in time it probably will. But for the new player experience, it definitely needs to establish that a bit better down the line. So one nice thing about all the dandelions we're getting right now, at least for the short term, is after we get 204 gather, our glow plant and dandelion should be relatively even. I think we're going to have like slightly more dandelion by like under 100. But it should be pretty much even by this point. We could buy the glow plants later. I believe we do lose money, but it's barely any. I believe the potion sells for 6 silver, like slightly under. And the glow plant costs slightly over 6 silver. But we're losing less than 1 silver a potion. Because I do plan to sell back to 12 these current pots, I think. I'm not sure, we'll see. Still haven't determined if we're selling or keeping the 12-minute fears. Currently I have been keeping them all. It really comes down to what they're ultimately doing with alchemy changes with the next update, with the combat rework. Like, if they make the 15-minute fear potion, like, free, then, yeah, you're never going to need a 12-minute ever again. But then you could also make the opposite point, though, that we already have the 12 minutes, and the other things are worth so much more. Because it's better value to sell a 15-minute one than to bother selling a 12-minute one. The ratio of money you make from it is better. It's something we'll know after the combat rework 1 on what we're doing with alchemy. Because my initial plan... Actually, I'm not even sure. I hope they give like a definitive statement on what they're doing to alchemy soon. Before the update actually happens. Because some of the changes for alchemy in the beta is concerning. It's fine if they do go through with it necessarily. It's just they are drastically changing some core mechanics of the game if they go through with how it currently is. Which is fine. It's easy to adapt to it, but it is making alchemy way cheaper than it is now, that's for sure. It kind of changes some of the methods that you would do beyond that point. Pre-200, I don't think it changes much, though. Other than the best healing pot in the game. But aside from that, it doesn't change too much. But post-200, it changes a lot. Most notably, 238 potion and the 2 mining potions that you could actually use all the way to the end. Like, under the new system, you could legitimately do 412 to 500 alchemy doing nothing but this potion. And it wouldn't be horrible to do. And you would actually profit under the current pricing. I assume they're going to adjust it some. It really just comes down to what they're adjusting it to. But we gotta wait and see. I just hope we definitively know before the patch actually hits, though. Rather than just finding out one day. It's like, the patch is here, and these are finalized now. But hopefully we'll know a little bit in advance. Hey, how are we doing on levels so far? So far we've gained a level an hour. It feels like it's going to be a recurring thing this stream. We're going to gain about 1 level an hour. We still got some pretty easy levels, though. Like, Chef, if I go do some cooking bounties, good to go. Forager shouldn't be that too bad. I might even do a little bit of fishing with it. Might even get both a level. Alchemy shouldn't take more than an hour at our current level rate. What other ones? Carpenter's going to be free, honestly, probably while doing this. And if not, it's not that hard to go do some logs. Which, if I don't have that max by then, I am going to go do some carpentry. The only problem with that is I do want to go grab the 5% pot if we do that. Because we got to maximize every log we have in the bank. And I'm not going to waste the 7% every time we go there. They're too precious. I'm running low, actually. With all the combat that we were doing for 200 Hope Forest and everything else, they're going to have 150 of these left. And I got to make these last all the way until we have 344 alchemy. Plus, I'm not even sure if this potion is worth making. That's another issue, too. Like, even once we get to 344 alchemy, I'm not even sure if it's worth making the 8% at that level range. From an EXP perspective, it is. From a burning your entire cash stack, I don't believe it is, though. We wouldn't have to gather to be able to gather whatever the supply is for that. I don't remember what it is, but whatever it is, we do not have the gather level for it. What item do you think is going to skyrocket when trading comes out? Max percent 4-star gear. So anything that has a max roll that is a 4-star on almost any level range, particularly the higher ones, going to be really good. Particularly around the 2,000 to 2,500 range. Like a 2,000 perfect roll percent and a 2,500 perfect roll percent. To some degree, even exactly at 1,000 because free-to-play players could get it and then just keep it in free-to-play the entire time. So 1,000 perfect roll, a 2,000 perfect roll prior to Chapter 5. And, oh no, never mind. Chapter 5 would be out by the time trading comes out. So yeah, never mind. Mostly a 2,500 perfect roll then. So 2,500 with a perfect percent for elemental damage. Most potions in the entire game that can't be bought from the shop. As well as, that's probably it. Like, those are the biggest two. There are some raw materials that might go for a bit. Particularly speculation on building materials and stuff like that. But the biggest two is definitely going to be level 2,500 4-star gear with perfect elemental rolls. And almost every potion that is not buyable from a shop. Particularly the best in slot of them. But those are going to be the biggest two when trading comes out, probably. Because you have to keep in mind, trading is coming out pretty late. We're going to have Chapter 5 already. We're going to have all the combat rework already. We're going to have PvP already, oddly enough. Like, the whole game's almost going to be implemented by the time trading comes out. At least every core mechanic. But yeah, I'm not sure how much a 2,500 perfect roll elemental weapon would be. But if I had to guess, it is a double-digit or triple-digit gold number. Potentially a low triple-digit number. If we were to sell it to the shop, it would already sell for like 5 to 10. But obviously it would sell to way more to a player. It really just comes down to how much do people value like a slightly better roll. Like, how much do people value, like, a 89% compared to an 85%? Well, you have to keep in mind, the non-perfect rolls would be way cheaper. Like, a 2,500 with a mid-roll. Like, let's say, like, an 80% instead of a better one. Like, something like that probably goes for, like, what, 20 to 50 gold? It's hard to tell exactly where it'd fall, though. It'd still be pretty pricey. But it'd be way, way, way less than a perfect roll. Like, I'm pretty sure if you just wanted a full set of 4-star armor and a mid-roll elemental weapon, or even just one that doesn't have a roll at all, like a longsword for Cryonite or something, I'm pretty sure the full set would be around 200 to 300 gold. In, like, full best in slot at the moment. Like, it's definitely under a platinum. Even with a perfect, it would still be under a platinum. It could even be lower than 100 gold, potentially. It's just a lot we don't know about the market. Especially early on, when it's going to be very volatile. Especially with a smaller player base. Because a lot of weird things can happen to the player market when there's not as many people. Because some material could be worth very... Like, basically the range on anything is going to be a lot higher because there's a lot less people. So if you want to just get rid of something quickly, you're going to be selling it for almost nothing. But if you want to buy something that's like really sought after, there might be very few of it in the game to be able to buy. So they're going to go for a lot. So getting rid of things quickly is going to be very bad value. And depending on the concentration of really good stuff, it'd be really expensive to get. Though I do feel like a lot of people would have max production by then. Like, maybe a lot is not the right term. But there will be a double-digit number of people who can craft, like, best-in-slot weapon and armor by then. As well as people who might have 2,500 combat by then and might be able to get it as drops from combat. Like, there's going to be multiple different avenues where all of it's coming into the game. It's not like there's going to be only, like, 1 or 2 people who can craft perfect gear. Like, there's going to be dozens between combat and people who can actually craft it directly. Because the main 2 crowds that are going to be able to do that are the 500 All Mines and Matubin crowd, who then also pivot into 500 Armor Maker, as well as the do combat only crowd, who won't be able to craft stuff directly, but they're going to have a lot of really high tier gear once they reach level 2,500. Or it might not be like the most perfect drop, but they'll have a lot of more accessible, really good drops at the high level range. But giving it for free is going to cost the crafter player anything. If not, we have a problem. No, player-to-player trading shouldn't have any tax on it, to what we understand. An auction house system likely will whenever it gets implemented, though it's not being implemented currently with the first wave of trading. Similar to combat, it seems like they're doing trading in 2 waves. At least based on what we've known from the past. The first wave being player-to-player trading and bank-to-bank trading in Chronopolis Square. And then the update that happens later down the line, which might not even be immediately, but update that will happen later down the line, we'll be adding an auction house-like system. Where the auction house is probably going to get taxed some amount, but player-to-player will not get taxed. So yes, you can just trade with people and not need to worry about it. Obviously, people will have a fee, like a crafting fee or something. Though if we get really high, I wouldn't mind doing it on for free sometimes on stream. Just craft a bunch of stuff for people. Especially for like near max, but still need the XP. It would just be free XP at that point. Especially if they fix how 500s work later down the line. Like, that's still the main thing I'm worried about when it comes to 500s. I hate the fact that you don't gain XP anymore. Like, the number stops moving. It also comes down to, will we even need 2,500 gear initially? Because after you have max combat, what would you really be using max gear on? Because the answer is only to grab more gold. Like, to generate more gold. Because you're not getting any XP or anything. Like, the only thing you could be using it for is for more gold generation. Hey, Tara's here. Because based on what we currently know, there's not a single repeatable boss being added prior to 1.0. Based on all Q&As, AMAs, and everything else, it seems like it's happening after launch, not before. It might be a high priority after launch, but it's not happening until later. Which means we'll have PvP, trading, all the combat rework, Chapter 5, grouping systems, and everything else like that before we have a single boss to go kill. I don't really mind that though, because I'm not too PVM oriented in that regard. Like, I'll definitely like grind everything PVM related that ever comes to this game into the ground. But if PVM never came to this game, it wouldn't actually even bother me. I definitely want it to come, obviously, eventually. But it not being in the game doesn't hinder my experience overall. It is generally a good way to fill out late and in-game content, though. But I don't know, I played the original RuneScape on and off for like 20 years, while barely initiating with combat. So it's definitely not needed to make the game. It's definitely nice to have, but it's definitely not like a hard requirement. At least based on my interests. I feel like a lot of people expect a lot more out of it, though. Many of which likely aren't even playing at the moment. Because all that content is currently missing from the game. Alright, 1/4 a level to go. We're almost there. So what are we taking on next after this? I guess, probably Carpenter. Just because it's so close already. Can't just leave it there. It's pretty much already there. And then we probably go to Hopeport. We definitely got to do at least cooking and alchemy. But I'm considering doing a Fisher Forager level as well. If we do Forager, I might just even do a combat level because I get to kill the big plant there. I can't remember what our current weapon is. I think we got a Necromay weapon. Unfortunately, we didn't get a big blue weapon. We should probably go make a 199 blue weapon. There's one of the filler items we make for later. I might even do that now and try to get all of our levels we need. Because I need the EXP anyways. So we're not really going out of our way. Plus, excuse me, plus it's better DPS than what we have now. Yeah, honestly, I don't mind games having like a cozier side to skilling and everything else. Like, I feel like Stardew Valley was a pretty good example of that. Where, like, it had the concept of combat, but you could basically almost completely ignore combat and still, like, fully enjoy the game. But it was still there if you wanted to do it. Like, that kind of balance I tend to like the most. Where you're not forced to do combat, but if you do, there's definitely rewards associated to that you probably want to get eventually. They could easily play the whole game without it, pretty much. Because I generally view combat in most games like this just as a longer resource node. It's just a resource node that attacks you back. Hey, Mousy S is here. Joining us on the Dandelion grind. Ooh, they're using that 5% extra boost. I wish I had the inventory for it. You want the same? I know, doing cooking contracts without 208. Leaks seem unethical. Oh no, doing cooking contracts at this level range without having access to those leaks feels so bad. Like, you could, but it just pains me so much to click on click -7 silver button multiple times. When I know for sure we're going to have to get like thousands of leaks down the line for free. It's just so painful to click the -7 button. What do I think of the Pantheon game? I haven't heard of it, so I'm not sure. Honestly, that is a game I almost do want to try. Not that one, but Path of Exile 2. So many people were talking about it a couple months ago. That we should go try it, and I never did. I still kind of want to try it to see what its gameplay loop is like and everything. Because I haven't played a game like that since the OG Diablo 2. So it's been a good 20 years. I'm just generally not big on action RPGs. If I'm playing an RPG, I'm playing it to grind or to have a good storyline. I generally don't like action-related ones. Too much stuff going on. Like, I feel like a lot of action RPGs have a lot of things going on while simultaneously doing nothing. Or it looks nice and flashy, but so little is actually happening when you really break down what's going on. I feel like it has a lot of visual fluff. Or like 90% of its visuals could be removed and it's still the same game mechanically. The only downside is they keep nerfing builds. Well, if anything, that'd be a good thing for newer players, because then you'll have a more balanced experience. I see that being an issue with like a player trading market and everything. That's actually was my biggest concern with Brighter Shores. We went over a video where we kind of covered some things related to that before the game came out. And my biggest concern with Brighter Shores was the balance between the three classes. And them constantly like rebalancing them. Making some better than others, weaker than others, so on and so forth. I'm curious after how the second combat rework works, how that's going to be. Because as it currently stands, all the three classes are relatively balanced compared to each other. Mostly because they're all so samey. Like, there's some discrepancies between weapons and stuff, but for the most part, it kind of balances out by the end. But that could be extremely unbalanced by whatever on-earth special attacks end up doing. Like, at a certain point, you will be able to just point at a class and be like, this one is probably definitively better. In which case, we have a balance issue on our hand. Because they basically have to make them all unique without making any of them stronger than the others. Where they're stronger in some aspects, but still balanced overall. Like, they all have to be different, but also balanced. Which is going to be ridiculously hard to balance. Because how do you balance something like Cryo Knight being slightly tankier probably than the other two classes ultimately? With whatever perks and everything they have down the line. Without also making it not having like the lowest DPS. Though there are some things in the game that are kind of already like that. Like the fact it has the only physical two-hand in the entire game. Whereas the physical one-hand on the other two classes are on their one hand with a shield. Which means if Cryo Knight armor is ever slightly better, tankier-wise, like, you know, if it ever has, like, damage mitigation or whatever else they end up doing to it, it would actually be somewhat balanced, in the sense that the other two classes have a shield physical weapon, whereas Cryo Knight does not. But then you have the inverse of that, where Cryo Knight, you know, still has one-handed weapons with a shield. A lot of them. But no, it'd be interesting to see how they balance it all by the end. If I had to guess, though, by the end, Cryo Knight armor will be the tankiest. As far as just, like, flat mitigation and everything. Hammer Mage specs will probably be the best for burst damage and everything, particularly in PvP. More so than anything. PvM might be a little bit more balanced, but for PvP, every single Hammer Mage weapon is probably going to be almost best in slot. And then, I don't know, what's Guardian going to get? Guardian seems to be in, like, a weird in-between compared to the other two classes. Unless they do go over the damage over time kind of stuff. Because right now it kind of makes sense, like, the direction that Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight's probably going to go in. Guardian's in a weird in-between, just because of how the triangle is going to work. We're not really sure what they're going to do to make Guardians good. Because they also have probably the worst weapon distribution at the moment as well. It really comes down to heavily what on earth their special attacks are going to do. Also, what kind of effects armor gets in Chapter 6 once they get enchanted. Assuming that mechanic comes in Chapter 6. Guardian's already best at doing their damage type. That is true. Because they do have the only quick two-hand in the game. The two-hand for the other two classes are both slow hitting. But due to how slower weapons work, I don't feel like that's that big of a disadvantage. Like, 4 tick is definitely better than 5 or 6 tick in most situations. But there's still some downsides to it. In the current state of the game, you lose ticks if you move when using a 4 tick weapon. Which means any boss ever that you ever need to move for, aka all of them, you can't really use Guardian's two-hand as effectively. Compared to the other two classes' two-hand. Like, you know, main color two-hand. But yes, they do have the better overall DPS right now. Especially with the really cheap boost potion when you account for both those two factors. Where they have the quickest hitting two-hand of any of the 3 classes, as well as the cheapest boost potion. Which from a get combat up in current state of game perspective is probably one of the strongest. But there's a lot of things down the line that's not as good for. Mostly any piece of content where you ever have to move. Though they do have one really interesting thing the other way around. I believe they have the slowest attacking two-hand range of any class. I forget what Hammer Mage is. But I'm pretty sure Hammer Mage's is 5 tick. I could be wrong though, because I don't Hammer Mage. But they do have 6 tick two-hand bow. Which with infinite ammo, or effectively infinite ammo after combat rework. I can see that being pretty good. Excuse me, gosh, big sneeze. Because that fixes their quick attack speed weapon issue when you don't need a quick attack speed. Because that thing is very, very slow but hard hitting. I wouldn't even be surprised if they give it a longer attack range in the future. I think it's literally called a longbow. Which in his last game, he did give a 1 extra range or 2, whatever it was in this previous game. Currently has the same range of any other weapon, but that's just because every ranged weapon has the same range right now. If they ever adjust that in the future, I could definitely see that one having a longer range. Potentially even the longest out of any two-hand of any of the 3 classes. But right now they're all just 5 range. I don't think there's a single one that isn't. Even though they're all marked with what their range is. But they're all 5 currently. I don't think that's going to stay like that, though. The main thing we really need to know, that we probably won't know for about a month or 2 from now, is what is the maximum number that we can ever get for all faction proficiency. I can't say that word. Off faction proficiency. There we go. Yeah, proficiency is the one. But anyways, yeah, we don't know what that percent is. Like, let's say you literally level 2,500, completely max combat tree. What is your percent of using all faction gear? Are we talking 70%, 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%? Like, we don't currently know what that number is, and that number is very important to determine what on earth is going to happen with gear in the future. Who knows? Could you imagine if it's 100%? Because that's a number I haven't actually mentioned yet. Because I just assumed they would make it slightly worse, at least. But I wonder if you actually could at max combat. Like after skill tree and everything, after like level 2,450, maybe you can start using 100% all faction gear. That does some interesting things to the balance, in the sense that every class is every class. You feel like all faction will be a noob trap? It depends what the special attacks do. But yes, any number less than 90% is nearly useless. Any armor lower than 98%, you're never going to use, all faction-wise. Like, it basically has to be 100% for all faction armor. But the lowest you could ever get away with a weapon is around 90-ish%. And it's only if your class doesn't have it. So for something like, for Cryo Knight, that'd be something like a green weapon. For something like Hammer Mage, that'd be something like a blue weapon, so on and so forth. Or it'd only be worth it if you were using the, like a Cryo Knight weapon on Hammer Mage. Or a, Guardian weapon on, Cryo Knight. Like, you know, a green one specifically. Like the color that you're missing, basically. Like at that range, a 90% could be good. But anything much lower than that is going to be useless in almost every circumstance. Because I believe the default that they've thrown in the past, I'm not sure if they're going to be going with that number. Obviously, it'll go higher with the skill tree, but I believe the default is 30%. So the skill tree would have to add bare minimum an extra 60% on top of that. If not more. But no, we'll have to wait and see. It really comes down to how the skill tree even works as well. Like how many useless things you have to pick up to get to actual good things. Does it feel like another one that's going to be really bad to do unless you go all in on that build? Is extra ammo. It makes combat a lot less AFK if you go extra ammo. Like, even just one extra ammo. Which can ruin most AFK methods currently for combat. Though, of course, there's also the reverse side of that. Where if they add movement speed and extra ammo, you can go all in on range build. And literally just infinite hit an enemy before they even hit you once. If they even hit you once. Come on, Carpenter, you're almost there. So close, yet so far. I was gonna have to manually train it for the last little bit, that's fine. I'm not sure if it's even worth dragging out my 5% pot just to go get that real quick. I'm pretty sure that's like 1 or 2 inventories. I'll probably do it without a boost potion. It's not that big a deal. We're only gonna be there for like 5 minutes. The bar is already so close. Like the amount of time it'll take to even grab the 5% pots would ruin any amount of benefit we would get from them. Oh, I found a new player over here. Taking in the scenery by coming to this nice dead end. And he's gone. I hope they expand this area out a little bit more later down the line. There's a couple areas in Hope Forest where I really wish they would extend it a bit. Oh, nice. Someone actually scored a point for me. Yeah, that tends to happen. I'm doing it in a total level world, but someone actually scored a point for me. It's a game of capture the flag, but I just AFK it. But sometimes people are doing it to gain points, because you can actually go manually do it to get 1 extra point. I'm just not bothering because it takes like 2 minutes each time and it's way too long and way too non-AFK. But every time they do that, we get 1 extra ticket, assuming they do it to the team that has my hardcore on it, which is the one I actually want more tickets on. So hopefully they keep doing that. Because that actually increases the rate of tickets by 50%. Because if they do that for an entire hour, we're getting about 9 per hour instead of 6. The only reason I don't do that is it makes it so much more non-AFK. Is you actually have to do something for like 2 minutes straight. But hey, if someone else does it for you, free value. The only problem is he could do it the other way around and make us get half as many points. He's either going to give us 50% extra or 50% less, depending on what team he does it on. But yeah, honestly, Castle Wars is one of those mini-games I actually hope doesn't come to Brighter Shores. I'm really hoping for more of like a Stealing Creations Part 2 kind of angle. Because while Castle Wars was great in the day, if it's anything like modern Castle Wars in old school RuneScape, it's literally just a minigame you AFK. Like, yeah, it's fun a little bit here and there, but no one's like really actually playing the minigame. I guess the reward space also has a little bit to do with that, though. Is the reward space for Castle Wars is so bad, and at least old school RuneScape. I'm not sure what it's like in RuneScape 3. But it is abysmal in old school. Like, you get the equivalence of, like, adamant armor from it. Which, if you put that into Brighter Shores perspective, is like the equivalent of getting, like, level 80 armor. When your combat level goes to the 2,500. Like, it's almost about that bad. Yeah, Castle Wars in its prime was so much fun. No one plays the game like that anymore, though. Playing a game for fun? What is this? But yeah, no one does that in old school RuneScape anymore. No one has fun. Only efficiency. No fun allowed. It's something I hope he does balance well. Like, fun mini-games that are actually worth doing. I feel like the only one that is new that old school RuneScape has done in that regard is Last Man Standing. It is the only new minigame that they've added that is both fun and rewarding enough to keep doing at the same time. Which is basically their version of a battle royale, PvP style. You basically get spawned in with a set of gear, and then every kill you get a loot chest of some random drops, as well as every single drop that the enemy had. And you keep doing that until you're the last person standing, or until you die. Efficiency with chat off. Honestly, that's how I play my hardcore normally. I mentioned it earlier, even though we have a max friends list in Brighter Shores, end up hitting it within like the first like few weeks. My hardcore that's been going for 2 years now has like 10 people added. Despite it allowing like 400 people, I've added like 10. Hey, we got 204. I think I'll still finish this run, though. And then we'll go head over to, I guess, Carpentry real quick. Just grab that level. But you know what? We'll grab it now. It's fine if we go bank only 8. It's not that big a deal. Let's go get our Carpentry level. And then we'll go to Hopeport for a little bit. Main goals I want from Hopeport. Definitely a Chef level. Definitely an Alchemy level. Using the things we just gathered. What else do we want to do while we're there? We can go for a combat and fishing level 2. I'm just not sure if I want to. Fishing will take slightly more than an hour. Especially if we're banking it. So I might just focus on only cooking alchemy then. Because both of those are quite a bit quicker, comparatively. Obviously, levels will get down the line, but main goal of today is just to get to 4,000. While doing a variety of stuff. I do want to slightly prioritize the quicker stuff. Quicker stuff as I do carpentry, one of the slowest skills in the game. This one's only quicker because we're so close already. At this rate, I think we only need one more inventory. We're actually so close that actually this inventory might be enough. You know, carpentry honestly isn't that bad. I feel like I give carpentry a lot of hate. It is both simultaneously better and worse leatherworker. I think my biggest concern with carpentry is that this shop is way too close. I feel like the balance between selling and banking is really, really bad. Whereas for something like leatherworker, it's actually pretty balanced between selling and buying. I mean, selling and banking. You lose so much value for banking when it comes to carpentry. There we go. Wow, one inventory, we're already done. Well, that was quick. It is actually a really good milestone one as well. Because once we get 208 woodcutting, we have hickory poles now. This is tier 5 hickory. And this allows you to go pretty deep. Like, to put in perspective how deep it is, if we were to use this for our mace, we can already go to level 374. Unfortunately, under the new system, that is not level 4,000. It's slightly below. Or I believe it's slightly below. I need to double check the numbers later. But if it's simply just 5 times what this number is unfortunately not a max mace. The first resource would be naturally max, would be javelin. And by max, I mean, you know, level 2,000 before Chapter 5 comes out. But given that I'm not doing a lot of combat within that range, it shouldn't be that big a deal. Since we're waiting until after the combat rework anyways. Alright, anyways, let's go back to Hopeport. To the Hopeport. Alright, 2 things we 100% have to do while in Hopeport. One is get a chef level. The other being get an alchemy level with the supplies we literally just gathered. That or then again, since they're all the way at the top, maybe I would actually use the 197 potion first. We'll see. First, let's go get our cooking contracts, which actually... Oh no, they just reset! No! I'm a few minutes late. No! That's unfortunate. I just realized I'm not going to be able to do what I'm trying to do right now. Because I got a bunch of this potion in my bank, or in my inventory. Let me get rid of it real quick. This is going to bother me too much if they're not evened. Honestly, I should just bank a bunch of these real quick. I just try to keep track which one I currently have more of. So I don't have to keep doing these. Alright, what's on our contract? We got a really good sentry build setting up here. Wow, these are all horrible. Why? Why you gotta be like this? Like, maybe I'll do Vincible for 6, I guess. I need to be able to gather them first, otherwise I'm getting rid of a... Wow, those are horrible. Oh, I'm not doing a cooking run yet. Time to go do alchemy, I guess. Alright, so we have two different routes. We could either do it actively or passively. Not sure which one I want to go for right now. Yep, our dandelions are officially above our thing. And I said about just slightly under 100. Look at that. It is exactly 2 under 100. It's 98. That's funny. Yeah, I'll just run some of these, I guess. Which probably should be 5% boosted. Let me go grab them real quick. I'm going to make this instead of the other potion. Oh yeah, I haven't gotten rid of any of my fears yet. I'm still not sure what we're ultimately doing with them. But as it currently stands, I am holding them. There's a chance I sell them back, but that's still to be determined. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's start making. Oh yeah, I should probably drink this beforehand. That's kind of the whole reason for having an inventory. Should probably use the thing that I got. There we go. Oh, wrong room. Oh, yeah, I'm not wearing my cool armor. Should probably go switch back to cool armor. Oh, yeah, that's another thing, too. I wonder how many of the high-level players have been doing a alt. Like, Miles, yes, are you still here? Do you run any of your other 2 accounts by any chance? Or do you just play the one? Because I know that you're staying Iron Man, so you have even less incentive to bother playing on them. Have not started them? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like a lot of people who are planning to stay Iron Man haven't been. Because there's no benefit to doing so. Whereas anyone who is enabling trading, there's a lot of reasons why you might want to. Is there basically just free gold generation? Or potion generation, or whatever you want to use them for. Is one thing that's going to be really funny down the line is when version 1.0 comes out, I think both my 2 alts are going to be slightly over level 1000. Which is going to be kind of funny. Because the 2 alts might actually be above the average player by then. Right now I feel like they're pretty much right where the average player is. Like they're around like low 600 with all quests completed. Or, you know, the main storyline with like half the side quests completed. Like all the easier ones. Though I did do Lost and Found, but not counting Lost and Found, all the easier ones. But by the time 1.0 comes out, people who return, the 2 alts might actually be higher than the average level player, which would be kind of funny. Because originally they were kind of going to be like a little bit of like a, well, for one, to try the other 2 classes in case they ever had enough disparity between them. But also just to kind of see where like the average player is, simply by using them almost only just for passive activities and nothing else. But one byproduct of doing that the entire time non-stop every single day is that, yeah, they might eventually get a lead on where everyone is. Like the people who quit the game for a couple months. Because they should be level 1000 by the time 1.0 releases. Like after Chapter 5. Especially with all the free levels we get from Chapter 5. They're just doing 20 all. There's already 60 levels for free. In like only like 2 hours. Yeah, multi-boxing is not allowed in this game. And I basically just play the other two like an idle game. Where I just maintain them occasionally to maintain their AFK activity, and that's about it. Then to farm all the hats for holiday events. We did get them every single one, the Christmas hats. Which reminds me, I haven't seen Mad Hatter in a while. He actually helped me get all the hats for Christmas. Not sure if he's still around, just been lurking. I'm not sure if he's been playing recently. Because he's the guy who I traded all my hats with. I'll need someone new to do it with for Easter. Assuming they do an Easter event in like a month from now. Right, when does Easter take place? Does anyone know? Is it late March or early April this year? I'm pretty sure it's April this year. Alright, that reminds me. We need to try to finish the Gameplay Chronicles X before the Easter event, ideally. Almost forgot about that. Because it does fall somewhat around when Easter comes out. Oh, so this is bothering me too much. I gotta change my armor. That's one thing that's gonna be nice after the rework. Is we will always be in our best in slot gear. Oh, I just realized my feet aren't blue. Oh no. I never recolored the feet. They're just normal default colored. Oh, I got rid of my feet. That's why. Wait, what happened? What? I'm so confused. Did I accidentally sell my only pair of feet that I had in Chapter 4? In all fairness, honestly, I should consolidate all my gear I have there to sell it out. In favor of putting 4-star gear there instead. So how much more XP do we need? We need 800k. And how much is this per hour? Let me go double check real quick. Alchemy. I'm looking for a number. And that number is right there. It is wait, wrong one. It is 1.5k per hour. Not accounting for the 5% potion, doing a little bit here and there. Which means it's only about a half an hour of this then. Alright, that's not too bad. Alright, what am I dumping my knowledge onto? Honestly, I almost want to put it into alchemy. Mostly just so I can get to the AFK activity at 229, so I can get set up for the update at 238. Because there is one thing we do need to have before the combat update, is 238 combat. Either because I have to process everything we have, or because when the update happens, it becomes free. We don't know which is happening, but we gotta do something with this. As this potion is changing drastically as of next patch. I'm not sure in what direction it's changing in yet. I'm not even sure if they know what direction it's changing in. But based on the current beta, this is changing in a very, very free way. Like, this potion makes like 4 times its value. Like, I think this makes as much as the Leatherworker at my level range is making so much money in the current balance of the beta. Like, it's almost making as much as 210 Leatherworker if you were to buy and sell every potion. Which, how much is it making each? Let me double check. It's actually a bit less than that. As I forgot, you can't make as many of them per hour. It sells for 12.9, but it costs like 2.5 to make, so you're only doubling. So you're only making... Okay, it's not that much, actually. You're making about 600 or 700 silver profit per hour. Whereas right now, you half your money. After the update, you double your money. Assuming they don't change it at all compared to where the update currently is. But yeah, right now it halves your money. After the update, it doubles. So basically the inverse of what it does now. Gosh, this place is so chill. So used to having to run the machine too. That's the only bad thing about running the machine. Even though it's more engaging, you're kind of like locked into being staring at it rather than like the rest of the whole atmosphere of the room. And everyone walking by, everything else. Because you can't even see other people when you're doing it either. Like everyone else just despawns. You can still see when they chat, but you can't see like themselves. Which makes sense, otherwise it would get in the way of the minigame. If you have like 5 people all like going back and forth on the same machine. So it feels nice gathering something and then immediately using it for something. I'm trying to think, what can we use a 12-minute fear potion for? I don't think there's any grind I need to do that needs one at the moment. There's actually very few things you need it for. Especially without the ability to equip them automatically. Because they're not worth the 1 space that it takes to hold them. Also, I find it funny, whenever we do a poll, I always feel like the numbers get so close together. And on the are you going out of your way at all to prep for the first combat rework for Brighter Shores poll, after 15 votes, we're at 40% yes preparing and 60% no. Still pretty close. To some degree we aren't, but also are. I'm more so prepping for the patches that are after that patch. The only thing I'm really going to do deliberately for that patch specifically is probably get combat a little bit higher, so we're a bit closer to 1,000. We don't have to be all the way there, but a little bit closer is nice. But the other thing I'm doing that's like really out of our way for it is I want to bank a lot of 4-star 199s while also training these 3 skills up. As not only are they at a level range where it's actually worthwhile to make them, particularly for Bone Rate and Stonemason more so, but on top of that, it's really good money. Right now, a 199 4-star sells for about like 120 to 150 or silver, somewhere around there. After the rework and the current balance, it's worth at my current level range of about 700, which is an extra profit of bare minimum like 550 silver. Like we're bare minimum making half a gold profit per each compared to now if you were to sell it in the current state of the game, which is a lot of money. Half a gold is not a small amount. Especially the fact that you can make about 2 or 3 of them per hour. Plus, that's not even all the profit you're making on that time. That's just the profit from the 4 stars you make. That's not even counting everything else that's getting crafted. You're just the 4 stars alone, you're making extra gold per hour. But it's also on top of whatever you're making from everything else you're crafting that isn't them. Like every 1 star, every 2 star. And the main reason for the disparity, well, there's 2 reasons. One is the new rarity curve after the update. But the other is they count as, they no longer count as crafted items. As long as you tune them to a chapter before the update happens, they count as a chapter item, which gets converted into a normal, like, weapon drop item. Like, you know, as if you got it from a monster. But after the update, they count as crafted items, which changes how they work a bit. So it's really good value to make a crafted item and then have it be converted into a real item after. As using the drop rate of the really good, easy to craft one, but getting the value as if you got it from a really rare monster drop. Which is why they're worth so much more money. But it only works once. Like, you know, when the beta gets converted, or not the beta, but you know, when the update hits. You won't be able to do it afterwards. Like, you can still make 4-star stuff, obviously, afterwards, but, it's kind of weird, because you make more from your 1 and 2 stars after the update, but you make less from doing 4 stars. At least compared to this exact moment in time where it's actually the inverse. Where right now it's really good value to make 4-star stuff, but you get way less for 1 and 2-star stuff. So basically after the update, they equalize it a bunch. Or you make a lot more when you miss, but you don't necessarily make as much when you do end up getting the drop. Like, the item itself is worth a lot more, but the rarity curve is abysmal. This is like 4 times rarer than it is now. I'm not sure exactly when that rarity curve hits, though. Not sure if they're ever going to say it publicly or mention it, maybe during the Q&A. The second part of the question that I asked when we ended up sending questions for it was on it. They're going to be answering them sometime next week. So hopefully if they don't answer my version of it, they'll answer someone's version of it. Like, what exactly are all of the new rarity curves for, you know, getting drops, making weapons, everything. Because it's definitely changed from what it is now. But I haven't tested the beta enough to even know after doing the beta. Because you would have to test it for hours upon hours to really know. I've seen All Chunk quite a few times. I wonder if they have a series going on or not. Because the only Chunk accounts I know have like a YouTube series right now, I think, are Missing Pier and Golden Rocket. I'm not sure if they have a video series or not, if they've just been recording to get a bunch of footage or something. Because I see this guy around a lot. He just all the way to Hope Forest as well. So he must have a pretty late locked account then. I think Pierre's the only extreme locked one. But right now he's trying to get like almost max level fishing off of just eel and manta ray. I mean eel and flounder, I mean. He has to catch the highest tier flounder with only eel flounder. Which is level 472. Up, someone's having a cooking party? Oh, do we have to go do chef now? We might have to go do chef. The room might already be max capacity, though. The only problem is I don't have anything good to cook. Like, what would I even cook? I'm gonna take a peek at it, though. Not before I get some supplies to go bank. Let's see. What do I need again? Probably grab this stuff. I'm pretty sure if we try going in there, we're not going to get the same server as wherever the party is. No, this is a normal room. Pretty sure the party room is already max capacity. Alright, back to potions. That's the problem with having a party in this game in a room that's already populated. Does not work over well. We're gonna over encumber here, aren't we? Let me go get a better potion real quick. Yeah, what am I boosting this on? Honestly, I'm so tempted to click the alchemy button. I'm gonna do it. I'm really considering it. Dumping that double thing on alchemy. It's because out of any of these skills is the most immediately useful. And the current potion we're making right now is not particularly relevant. Like, it's not irrelevant, but compared to other potions, it's not particularly good. Yeah, this is generally a potion that isn't kept. Like, I am keeping them, but you only need, like, X amount. Because you bank way more than you would ever realistically need. You know what I should have done instead? Because we're on a bit of a timer. I should have just moved exactly to over there with what I already had. Because now I might not make it in time. What I actually should have done is instead of getting the double, I should have just processed what I already had over there. Because now we might not make it in time. Oh no, I might have wasted a 10%. That's fine. We'll be able to double dip it when we go to Mines of Batubin. Or to go to good calls into like Stonemason or something. Because I do want to get a level on every single one of those there. The only one I might not do is mining, but I don't know, I might just do mining as well. The struggle of not doing the mining venture the last like 2 days when we were waiting on the oysters. No, we're not gonna make it in time. We got gypped. That's fine though. It's just gonna go into Stonemason. Still going into something good. Yeah, they haven't done a single update to the beta branch yet, have they? Hey, that reminds me, have they ever replied to the email yet? I don't think they have. Let me go check real quick. Where even is the email? Looking for the email. There it is. That's my outbox. Where's my inbox? Nope, I still... Have any of you guys gotten an, Have any of you guys who sent beta feedback, have you gotten an email back yet? I would want to assume that the answer is no, just because they've gotten so many messages. But mine was, like, extra long. Compared to the average one, probably. Not, like, absurdly slow, but long enough that if they're actually going to reply to it, it will definitely take longer. But if anyone who's actually sent info, have you guys gotten a reply back yet? I'm not even sure if they do normally reply or just kind of take the feedback. It's the first time I ever bothered emailing them. But I have not received any yet. Yeah, one more inventory, we should be good. Although we needed a double. Just one single set and we should be fine. Also, look at all those completed potions. That looks so clean. Just going through the potion list and being like, done, 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 done. Also, one thing I noticed with the AFK potion, one of them is a pine cone. Which I guess makes sense because we're going to be going to a mountainy area. But that means there should be somewhat more of a slightly naturey area. Because you can't have a pine tree in a cave. So there will be at least some amount of outside area in Chapter 5. As that tree would not be able to survive without it. I feel like it's going to be kind of like how Chronopolis is. Where it's like 90% city. 8% nature and like 2% beach. Except without the beach part, of course. Because next chapter is likely going to be like 90% underground. Or probably like 80% underground. 15% mountainy area. And like 5% something else. With that mountainy area, of course, being outside of the cave. Which I'm curious how they're going to be handling that. Because Mind of Batubin was completely inside only. There was no outside area to Mines of Batubin. But next chapter is a bit of a mix between like Hope Forest and Mines of Batubin. Where it's like 80% Mines of Batubin and like some percent Hope Forest like. Except probably a little bit more dreary than that. I feel like orange color scheme is going to be heavy. Well, for one, it has an orange symbol, but you know, like those darker tones. Like the darker earthy tones. Seems like a color scheme would probably have based on the gathering material. You think it'll all be outside in you think it'll all be outside in the open and that will be a minigame? I don't think they're gonna go down that route, but that would be cool though. If Delver actually was more minigame like. I'm still hoping for what I mentioned that one day. Where they basically make Builder have a raid den like mechanic. That is basically just Shades of Morton. Where you have to defend a structure from a bunch of enemies and gain combat XP while gaining Builder XP. And maybe some other reward. Or maybe just for XP, like how you do raid dens for only XP only. Because a Protect the Fort kind of minigame would be pretty fun. Alright, there we go. Alchemy completed. Alright, do I bother target chefing? I feel like the answer to that should be no. So I'm just gonna have to wait then. Forager means we would have to go do combat. So I might go do a whole combat level real quick. Wrong bank. Where am I putting knowledge into though? So I actually do need a 10% pot for this if I'm going to be doing this. Maybe we'll just dump it into chef. It feels so not worth it though compared to alchemy. Just gonna dump it into alchemy. It's fine. You keep going to stealing creation for a builder where you made walls for his skilling spots? Yeah. I'm still holding out for stealing creations equivalents in this game. I want it so badly. It has everything it needs for it. We just need a minigame now. What am I looking for? What am I even buying these days when it comes to fish? Oh, those are 7 each. I thought they were a bit more than that. That's fine. I don't know. What do I even need? Honestly, it's probably oyster. What do we need the longest these days? Not counting manta ray. Actually, no, manta ray is not even the highest. Because we're almost at the point where we don't need the bass. Soon not going to need the lobster. Manta rays are too expensive to bother with. I don't know, we're just going to get so many oysters down the line, though. Fine, I'll do some oyster. I'm getting to the point where I almost have too much of all that banked. Relative to how much non-cooking I'm doing. I'm not checking my dailies enough for it, or my hourlies, I should say. The main thing that's keeping me from spamming them is 2-8 Gatherer, though. If something off stream today, I'm probably going to grind a bit. Because around 80% of the reason I'm not doing Gatherer is because of our lack of... I mean, sorry, the main reason we're not doing Chef is our lack of Gatherer level. Alright, let's go do some combat. Oh, the room is empty. You're trying to tell me it's peak hours and we got like an exclusive room for combat because he's doing the good corner. You know, the thing that everyone should be doing. But I feel like no one does. But he's doing the really good corner while we have the potato triangle. Alright, auto-equip, chapter 1. Oh, my bank is running out of bank. That's a problem. Oh, I never sold all my junk from earlier, that's why. Ah, I forgot about that. That's a problem. I completely forgot about that when we were doing some combat earlier. How much are these things? Yeah, I'm just gonna drop 60 silver on the ground. Goodbye, 60 silver. You served us well. Oh yeah, I do need to go upgrade my weapon. Luckily, I do think I have some material from this chapter that we could do it with later. Because I should be using a frost sword right now. Like, ideally a 199 frost sword. Maybe we should go make one right now, actually. I'm tempted. I think we do. It's gonna be way better just to make it now. We don't need a weapon upgrade, but I do need to go make a better frost sword. Or a frost sword to begin with. Alright, change of plan, change of plan. Well, the plan's still the same, but I gotta make the weapon first. As I forgot, this is my current gear in chapter 1. Haven't actually made the weapon upgrade yet. Because the last thing we were doing, we're allowed to hear beast, but we're at the point where I have to take the plant now. Well, we're gonna have to do these 3 skills anyways. Let's go get to it. I think I do have some amount of upgrade material, but I'm probably gonna do them all from scratch. Alright, deposit you, deposit you. That was short-lived. Deposit you, sell all you. Grab our new potion. Yeah, we should be good to go. Alright, grab our new potion. And let's go make some gear. And let me double check. Do we have any upgrade at all that we can work with? Like, at all? No. That's fine. We'll do it from scratch. I was going to anyways for the pure 199 anyways. That's not what I wanted. What am I looking for? XP pot for, Chapter 3. Alright, let's go make them all. Let's go make herself a shiny 199 broadsword. Claiming all the XP along the way. This isn't going to be particularly good smithing XP, but it should be really good bone right and stonemason XP. As for both of those, we're basically making the best we can. Whereas these are pretty much a whole tier below. I can do tier 5 flat name. I'm currently doing tier 4. First try. No! Anyways, ignore that. A second try. Oh, that hurts. If any of you are not watching visually, it's a the lowest possible roll you can get. It can roll anywhere from 70% to 89%. And we got 70%. Oh no. Like, I'll take a low number, but not that low, gosh. Hopefully the next roll is something better. In all fairness, it can't be worse. It can only be the same. The worst it could do is the same horrifically bad RNG. It's impossible to be 69% or something. So I really hope at some point you could just put a custom number in there. Especially under the new system where it goes to like 2,500. They're just trying to make exactly a level 967 and then have to make like a 1267 and then like a 438 or whatever. Like they're gonna be so hard to hit those exact numbers. Gonna have to click like 20 times. I already have to click like 7. And that's only with a 3-digit number. So I'm starting to run out low on these bars. I had like 1,000 earlier before we did any combat grind. Now we're down to like 500. Luckily, this is why we're going to have a ton of tier 5 when we get it. At level 262 mining. Like honestly, I'm just going to bank every single one from whatever that level range is. Not a single knowledge point, nothing. From 262 all the way till... maybe 294? We'll see what happens with Granite. Oh no, Granite's in a weird position where I kind of have to do it. Not only are the things that you make for it out of stonemason really good value, but it is, I believe, the closest material to a bank out of any of them when accounting for the full cycle. Like when accounting for any ore or stone in the game, I believe it's the closest one to a bank. Even closer than flint, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not closer than flint, but it's a pretty comparable number to flint. I don't know, maybe it is. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I think it actually is closer than flint. I never actually did an exact tile calculation. But I'm pretty sure it's slightly closer than flint. There we go, 85%, that's fine. 4% off max, but better than literally lowest roll possible. Alright, now let's go to the other 2 components. That's just step 1. Now let's go do step 2. Maybe gain a stonemason level along the way if we go dry enough. The one upside to going dry, we get more EXP. Well, not more EXP, but we stay here for more EXP. I'll just do it out of andesite, that's fine. I think you make like a thingy over here, I don't remember. Yep, perfect. Still gotta click like 6 times though. Well, that'd be easier to do once we get closer to 209. Because exactly at 209, we can just minus it by 10 levels and we're good to go. And at 208, we can minus it by 10 and then plus 1 or whatever. Right now, we're at a really annoying spot. Because either direction, we gotta click like 6 times? Let's see. If I do up... No, I can't do up because you can't go higher than where you're already at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, it is 1 less click if I do minus 10. But the problem is you have to click 2 different locations. It's 1 less click, but you have to change location, so it's better just to minus 6 than to plus 10, then plus 5. Or 4, I mean. Even though the other way is 1 less click, you have to move. Whereas the other one is 6 clicks, but you don't have to move. And 1 extra click for not moving is better. They really gotta change how that works, though. Where's our make all button? Or at least make last, if nothing else. Ideally, make all, though. But bare minimum, make last item. Because the amount of AFK you can have if you ever get to make all is actually pretty nice. These only require 3. And without potions in your inventory, you can make 8 of them. Which is 4 minutes AFK. If they ever add a make all to what we're doing right now. Are they ever going to do that? Who knows? But if they ever do. That would actually be the most AFK activity in the entire game, actually. Now that I think about it. Even more than Raid Den. As you'd be able to 4-minute AFK any stone item that requires 3. Technically any item that requires 3, but stone is the most convenient. Because it's the only one that uses 3 material while also only using 3. Or sorry, only uses 1 material while also using 3. Because there are other things that only use 3 material, but they use a combination of carpentry supply and something else. But the few objects in stonemason are the only ones that both use 3 material, but also use all of the same material. Making them the most AFK of any of them. Under the assumption we eventually get a make all button. Right now it doesn't do anything. So we'll be double dumping this knowledge into stonemason, I think. We are the furthest away on smithing, though. But I have enough banked for smithing that we're pretty much already going to get there. The other problem with smithing right now is I don't have access to my really good ore. Which is, tier 5 Platinum. Mostly because we're 7 mine levels short. More so 6.5. Hey, Terra's here. Oh, I'm already over encumbered? Well, that's a problem. Oh yeah, I had a bunch of gear. Remember when I said I was making all the first time bonus stuff? I never got rid of all of it. I forgot this has been here. I did all that off stream, by the way. Remember when I said I made one of literally everything? And we're finishing that up? Let's see. I'll throw it in the stonemason. There we go. Hope if I can get there. Oh, I can't see that. There we go. You can't see on YouTube. That's funny. I wonder if on Twitch is banned as well. I never actually tried typing that in game. Hello, Amber. Welcome, welcome. But right now we're trying to make a frost sword for chapter 1 so we can go back to getting our level that we need. There's something we're going to need anyways, and it's pretty good EXP for stonemason and bone right now. You finally got 200, 100, 100, 100 combats? Nice. Huge congrats. Oh, is that guy trying to add me right now? I think he is. Alright, let's play who's currently the lowest on leaderboard right now. Just to get someone kicked off quickly, I guess. How do I check the friends list? Young bruh. We gotta go kick Young bruh. Oh yeah, I forgot. It interrupts your action. Let me go do that real quick. Where's Young bruh? Young bruh. There he is. There he is. It has been added. Alright, anyways. Let's go back to where we were. It's kind of weird that you can't add someone while doing that. But yeah, Ambert, are you going for all 200s or what number are you going for? He's had some pretty good progress. I know, I can just talk on stream, but still. You're going to work on all 100 in skills? Nice, 100 all. Very nice. You got muted for trash talking Patricio? Oh gosh. Didn't Patricio end up quit as well? Pretty sure he did. Oh yeah, I need to go bank. I'll be back in a second. I forgot to clear up my bank earlier too. I will probably keep all those scrap 3 stars though. The only problem is at this point, anything less than a 199 I kind of don't need. And all of it's less than a 199. I don't know, if we're going to be doing a lot of production, I might just get rid of them all. It's just I kind of want to keep them for just random 4-star stuff, because 4 stars is worth so much after the update. Alright, at least compared to now, because of how it scales. I don't know, for now I'll keep it. It's not that big a deal having it bank slightly more often. Oh, not what I wanted. I hate that you can misclick that. Something else that definitely needs some quality of life later. This is not intuitive. Alright, just so I don't forget, I gotta sell the horrible sword. Are you the horrible sword? Yes. I got a literally lowest possible roll sword earlier. I gotta trash it just to make sure I don't accidentally craft it. Actually, what am I missing? Okay, I just need the other 2 components. Worst comes to worst, I could use the 187 bow. The problem is it comes in at a few lower levels. Oh yeah, wasn't this a perfect ratio? No, it was only 46. Oh yeah, I ended up crafting that while we are doing the other thing too. That's why it's there. I was like, wait, why is that here? That was because it was during the one-time crafts the other day. Anyways, let's go back. Oh, that's kind of funny. Yeah, honestly, I've not been talking to anyone in the high-level community other than Miles ES and Chino, I feel. And I guess technically Mightiest. Like, I've chatted with those 3 before. But everyone else, honestly, I just stay away from the drama. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the Brighter Shores community don't even know us, since we're always only on YouTube. Oh no, we've been pretty chill about stuff. We haven't really been going for ranks, necessarily. I'm just playing the number go up simulator, and number just keeps going up over time. And if that gets us ranks or not, it does or doesn't sometimes. But yeah, the only people in the super high level community I've been talking to is Mightiest, Miles ES, and Chino. Everyone else I've never talked to. Like Patricio or Zan or most of the other ones. Like Unbi. Really? Trash talked every top player? Oh gosh. Yeah, we try not to get into any drama or anything. We just kind of just keep to ourselves and just do our thing. What's my money count? Good question. 26 gold. Let's see. Not just Zerk, but every other top player, he pops into Zan stream and calls him a dumb rat. Really? Gosh, what are people doing over at Twitch? I have not actually watched a single Twitch stream for Brighter Shores yet. I've seen some of Telltale's podcasts, though, that he's been doing on YouTube and stuff like that. And other Brighter Shores videos. But I don't know, I personally just don't really use Twitch. So I haven't actually known like anything that goes on over there. Like, I know there's quite a few streamers there these days. I'm pretty sure Vorpal's probably one of the bigger ones. Jimmy's a bot's probably still going. A few others. Thank you, finally. Not sure why I'm checking the roll. For one, this roll doesn't even matter, but also, it doesn't even have a roll. Alright, let's go do the bone rate item. So we can actually go do what we actually want to go do. All your skills are above 50 right now, Amber? Nice, huge congrats. Just how we ended up doing it too. We ended up going for like 50 all and then setting like a higher milestone and go from there. Like doing 50 all, 100 all, then 200 all is pretty nice to spread it out. Because it feels a lot less intimidating that way. What on earth am I making for bone rate these days with my current spread? I think it's 3-1. What is that divided into 22? That is 5 all. So I'll do a 5 all spread then. 5 of these into all bone. I think I counted correctly. We'll find out when's wrong. I'm pretty sure I just counted correctly though. About to find out in a moment. But I'm pretty sure that is the correct count. He quit to focus on IRL, so he's been in a tannery all day. I was always wondering why Patricio ended up quitting. But yeah, I haven't done a single 24-hour session other than on day 1. We were doing a lot of 12-hour days, though. I haven't been recently. Mostly just to focus on other things, like, you know, IRL and everything. But we've still been streaming every day. It's just streams have been a lot closer to like 4, 6-ish hours. I've still been playing for about 12 hours every day, just not all of it streamed. The problem is a lot of the grinds that we're getting to are just so long that we kind of have to grind some of it off stream. Otherwise, some streams might literally be the same activity for like 10 hours straight. You're playing the long, slow game? Honestly, that's how we've pretty much been doing it too. We've been taking it at our own pace. It's one of the reasons I haven't been worrying too much about leaderboard. Like, I do peek at it here and there because it's fun to see number go up, or in this case, number go down. Like, it'd be cool when we finally take 13th and maybe even pass Shuriken to try to get to 12th. Though he's playing slightly quicker than we are right now. So he's probably going to keep his 12th place, but, you know, we'll keep 13th or something. And then drop down when someone else below us just starts power grinding. But, oops, that's not what I wanted. Where'd it go? What did I just do? Oops. I just ruined something. Wait, my interface is all over the place now. I just ended up ruining something. Wait, 1 second. What on earth did I just do? 1 second. How did I move? I have no clue what I just did, but it seems fine now. Anyways. Now I'm distracted. What's going on? Got a billion messages from, Tryhard. Let's see. You send them Jeff flexing gym selfies? Oh, gosh. Honestly, I've been walking so much less recently because it's been so cold. Like, we actually got snow in my area for the first time ever in, like, several years. Like a few weeks ago. It's been so cold lately. It's been warming up a little bit now, though. I don't tend to ever do weights or anything. More of a cardio person. They were outdated from college. Nice. Honestly, I gained a lot of weight during college. I was really busy during college, so I was never doing anything like exercise related. My eating habits were also so horrible. Actually, I don't need to go do that. I'm not sure why I just did what I just did. I just need to grab 5 of these and then just grab all bone. I don't need to put the bone spikes away every time. You hate Twitch? Honestly, I've never been that big of a fan of Twitch. We mentioned it quite a few times over the few months we've been streaming. It used to be because of their policy. Like, just the general policies that are on the channel. Or, you know, on the website. They have fixed a lot of them, though, over recent years. But ever since I left Twitch, like, 8 years ago, I never came back. They have fixed a lot of the issues there, though. At least as far as, like, the technical issues, as far as policies and everything. Or at least they've gotten slightly better compared to how they were. For sure they're not all fully fixed. But no, I just always found it more convenient streaming on Twitch, on YouTube personally. Especially if you're already covering videos on YouTube. With that being said, I've only actually covered one YouTube video on Brighter Shore since launch. Mostly because I've been so addicted to actually playing the game, I haven't had time to. I really need to, though. But it's so inefficient to go make a video on something. It's one of those ironic things that if you want to make an efficiency video on something, it's actually really inefficient to make an efficiency video. Which is one thing that's always ironic. Is I see so many people doing so many inefficient things. In all fairness, I do too. Like, if I go check this bank right now, look at all these, like, unneeded carpentry supplies at, like, a low-level range. As well as, like, low-level bones and stuff like this. There's some that I just banked way too many on. But, there's just, like, some core loop things I feel like a lot of people don't end up utilizing as much. In all fairness, I don't sometimes either. Just out of, like, convenience. Especially if I'm on Steam Deck. Because it doesn't really matter if you're getting, like, a 5% more efficiency if it's, like, more convenient to not bother. Between 5% pots and correct pathing and everything. Oh, wait, why'd I come here? Oh, yeah, duh, because I already have my weapon. I'm only, like, half thinking right now. My brain's already ahead of my actions. Or my actions ahead of my brain, I mean. Alright, oh, grab some of you, grab some of you. Okay, so we're going back to the big plant thingy now. I just need to make our weapon real quick, and now we got it. I just gotta go check our cooking contracts while we're here. Because I do want that chef level before we end the stream. It wants to be one of the ones we get on our way. What am I even buying here? Let's go do a half and half. It's so much slower doing a half and half, but it's gonna bother me to no end if they're not the same number. If these two numbers say anything different in the bank, it'll drive me insane. Even though it's way more efficient to just buy all of one than all of the other. Alright. Do we have anything good? Also, because of that one bug, I'm going to not take any Enchantress one. Oh, yes, we do. Nice. Is it worth taking in Cohen? I might. It's only 3. It's not that far out of our way. I really wish Cohen gave more. He's in such an annoying dead end for how little he gives. Alright, what do I need here? I need you, you, and you. It's not a perfect roll, but 85% is pretty solid. Also, I'm not going to bother using cryopots. I mostly just wanted it for the base upgrade. So we're going from 266 to 282, but the real upgrade is from 272 to 282 while also doing the correct elemental damage that this thing is weak to. So it's 10 more damage, plus it's weak to blue. Also, at some point, I need to go fill that entire bank up with 4-star weapons anyway, so it works out. I want to do that before the conversion to the beta, or, you know, to the new combat system. The problem with Steam Link is my phone is pretty small, so it doesn't really work out that well. Like, Steam Deck definitely has a bigger screen than my phone. They also changed all the hotkeys and everything to work really well for the game. Because the defaults were pretty bad. Because it's not really optimized for Steam Deck. Oh no, why is this room crowded? There's only one person here earlier. Why? No! No, why? It must have been so crowded that, I went into the overfill room. Why is there 1,000 people here now? Also, why is Shrimp still here? Shrimp has been here for, like, forever. Shrimp was here when we were getting 200 guard, and they are still here now. That was, like, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And they're still farming gold. Off the 490 here. I assume they're just getting alchemy money. Anytime I ever see someone at max combat here, I just always assume they're trying to get 500 all hope port and they're doing money farming. Because I can't think of any other reason why you would ever bother compared to training a different skill. I'm pretty sure it's exclusively just people trying to 500 all hope port. And they need alchemy money. Because I sure hope that's what he's doing. I don't see any reason why you would otherwise. Let's see. Shrimp pasta. If they are, they're not all the way up there. Where are they? Let me just type their name in directly. How do you even search? Compare. Shrimp pasta. Honestly, that sounds really good. I'd go for some shrimp pasta with like Alfredo sauce. Ooh. They might be. They're 204. It seems like they're kind of a combat-only account. And they're just trying to farm money. Like, I think I see what they're doing. They're trying to farm money before their moneymaker goes away. Because after the combat rework, they don't have a good moneymaker anymore. So they're trying to prioritize on making money before it goes away. Because the money that they're going to make at level, like, whatever they will be, like 600-700 is way less than what they're making now. Because they're going to be downgraded to like 700 after the update. And we checked earlier, we're going to be at level 880 based on what we currently have. So they might actually be a lower combat level than us after the update. Even though they're making like more than twice as we are right now. From doing combat. Yeah, a lot of people do leatherworker for money. There's a lot of other ways to do it while still gaining XP. I just really hate that you stop getting XP at level 500. It's the main thing that's going to keep me from ever doing any skill post 500 that much. The only exception is going to be like weapon crafting and such. But I don't think what he's doing right now is necessarily bad. I just hate not getting XP, so I would personally never do this. It would drive me crazy that I'm getting no XP this entire time. Thank you, Shrimp Pasta. Hope all has been well. But there's nothing wrong with going about it this way. It is less than 500 Leatherworker, but 500 Leatherworker or 500 Merchant takes forever. Like, Merchant alone is like 300-400 hour. And Leatherworker's almost double that. Not counting Knowledge Point being dumped into it. You generally want to knowledge it to the higher levels. Something I'll probably do a lot. The main thing that I've been waiting on a merchant leatherworker is equivalent potions. I'm waiting until we can get the 5% for it and start working it up that way. So I'm pretty sure this is so inefficient to bank this just for like 15 silver, but I want it. Get that little bit of value. Do I think passive forge or gather alts could be any good? My current alts, I have them doing max production right now. I have one doing 500 bone rate and the other one doing 500 stonemason. Personally, if I was to do any one for profit, it would be 500 alchemy. Post 200 AFK alchemy is so good money when trading comes out. But I'm doing 1 to 500 bone rate and 1 to 500 stonemason. But after they finish that, they're probably both going to alchemy unless there's a better skill to do it on by then. These both are two alts that are around level 600 right now, total. And they're, I think, around like 80-ish for their production. And they also have Lost and Found complete and a few other things like that. But I was mostly trying to get them geared up for alternative combat in the future. Like if I ever want to try out a Cryo Knight, I mean not Cryo Knight. If I ever want to try out Hammer Mage or Guardian. That's the main reason I want to have them. So getting them 500 in their main production skill will be nice for that. So they don't have to rely on trading as much. Also in case my main account doesn't have it by then. Which my main account might, but just in case. I want to have it just in case. Even though I am currently pivoting into like 400 all, 500 all Mines of Matubin at some point. I'm just not sure how much we're going to be consistently keep doing that. Because I tend to pivot a lot with our grinds. Like the wind will blow slightly in one direction and we'll completely 180. Whatever our current grind is. So just in case that keeps happening, I'm getting them for 500 in case my main account doesn't. I don't know, Hammer Mage has quite a few good things going for it. I definitely prefer Cryo Knight the most. Like, Cryo Knight's my favorite, Guardian's my second favorite, and Hammer Mage probably my least favorite. Not that I hate Cryo Knight. I mean, not that I hate Hammer Mage, but it is personally my least favorite of the three. I do like its armor, though. Like its endgame armor. I just hate the concept of just whacking stuff with hammers only, pretty much. I know it has a few weapons that aren't hammers. Cryo Knights for the win, I know, right? But no, I definitely prefer Cryo Knights the most. That's why we won it. That and because I like mining smithing. And obviously Cryo Knight does the most mining smithing. No, Hammer Mage does do a lot of mining. It's just mining stonemason. Miles, yes. How all the best players are Hammer Mages, so that's how you started with the whole obsession with Cryo Knight. Yeah, I do believe before the game came out, Hammer Mages were poised to be the most popular. I do believe over time more people have become Cryo Knight though. And Guardian's definitely the lowest. That's without dispute. Which actually a big benefit to any Guardians out there. Because whenever group content might actually require every class, Guardians have the most accessible, the highest accessibility to it. Because let's say there's a piece of content where you want to have like one of every class for it. Guardian should be able to group up very easily. Just because the lower concentration of Guardian. Whereas it could be slightly more problematic for Cryo Knight and Hammer Mage. Though with all faction equipment, you should be able to cover everything pretty nicely. Also, any two classes technically cover every color. Like Guardian or Cryo Knights, for example, can't do green currently, at least weapon-wise. But you know, if you're doing it with like two Hammer Mages and a Cryo Knight, you can still have one of your Hammer Mages go with like a green weapon. The Cryo Knight might not be able to, but the Hammer Mage still can. Since no one wants to be an guardian, they're gonna make the whole thing weak to Arborate. That'd be funny. One thing that Cryonite does have, even though it doesn't have a melee green weapon, it does have the quickest hitting green range weapon of any class in the game. Which, if running range only down the line after skill tree is actually good, it's actually not gonna be that bad. Like right now, it matters because you can only attack 4 times with range. But Cryonite, despite having no melee green weapon, does have a pretty decent range one. It's just in the current state of the game that means almost nothing. But after the second combat rework, that might actually be relevant. But honestly, out of any special attacks in the game, I'm most curious to see what Hammer Mage ends up getting. I'm really curious if they are going to make it really bursty. There's a good chance all of its weapons are going to be the best for PvP. At least from a spec perspective. Though I will be really disappointed if this sword doesn't freeze something in place. And if Cryonite's Fire Sword doesn't ignite with fire when you use the special attack. I want that so badly. I want like Zamorak Godsword spec for this and big fiery sword for our fire sword when you use spec. Still curious what they're going to do with it ultimately. The beta for that's going to be interesting because they really got to make sure they balance that correctly. It's the main thing I've been concerned about since day one. Is like the balance between the 3 classes since you can't switch between them. In the current state of the game, it's pretty fine at the moment, but special attacks will obviously disrupt that pretty heavily. Well, it's gonna be a long while before we get any raid content. I don't even think we're getting our first boss until like 6 to 8 months from now. If it even makes it this year. Because as I recall, it's after 1.0. And we don't even know how high of a priority that would be after 1.0. And 1.0 is like late summer at this point, at current rate. You thought Stonewall Hill would be out by now? They mentioned quite a few times that it wouldn't be for a while. Like a month or two ago, the estimate was like 3 to 6 months. During the last Q&A. Or technically the AMA. Which was the first time they ever answered questions. But during the December AMA, I think it was like 3 to 6 months? Somewhere around there. Which means our earliest it would have been like late March. But that was before they were considering like completely overhauling combat, which is obviously making it go quite a bit further down the line. Because that was prior to them considering like completely nuking combat. Yeah, Stonewall Hill is likely pretty close to done. At this point, I'm pretty sure they're mostly just waiting until the full combat rework is in. Like, if it wasn't for the combat rework, they could probably release it, like, in a week or 2. But they need the full combat rework in place before they can. Because based on what we currently know, they're doing combat rework 1, then 2 quests, then combat rework 2, then Stonewall Hill. Obviously, probably some quality of life and stuff in between. But they mentioned that in some other Q&A like a few days ago. Like some kind of Discord one that I didn't pay any attention to, but it was posted somewheres. So I read it all off one day, a couple days ago. But, yeah, it's their current plan. And then after Chapter 5, they're doing PvP and then trading. And then, while they didn't mention anything beyond that, I then assumed they're going to be doing grouping. And then probably 1.0, pretty close. Because there isn't too much left on that list unless they're doing some other priorities before then. But I'm personally fine if the game doesn't get a raid in, like, years. Because I'm perfectly fine just doing all the skilling loops and any minigames they add or anything like that. Like, if they don't add a single boss or raid in, like, 3 years, I'd actually be fine with that. Pretty sure they will be probably sometime late this year or early next year, though. Oh no, I played RuneScape for like 20 years before I really did any bossing. The only reason I ever even started doing bossing in old school RuneScape was because we made a hardcore. And you have to get all your own gear, so you basically have to kill bosses. Oh, so we have, as of today, started playing that in the background again. Alright, let me go put this in the alchemy. Let's see. Oh, I need to kill this. But yeah, currently we're doing the Castle Wars grind because I don't have membership on it anymore. Because I'm waiting until they figure out how they want to monetize. But this is a max hardcore. It is currently free to play locked at the moment. I think we need like 400 more or 200 more Castle Wars tickets to have this place green logged. But I'm probably going until we have like 5,000. Currently we have 400 more than that number, which is like 628, and I need about 5,000 of them. You only ever need 800, but I want to get like literally a physical version of everything. So it's going to take a little bit longer. But that's why the account is free to play. At least at the moment. Let's see. What am I doing? Putting this into alchemy. You started when Raids came out? I tried it a little bit around that time. Like back in 2017 when Raids 1 came out. I didn't really get into PvM until the hardcore though. Where the game basically forces you to have to do it. But yeah, we got maxed and got multiple boss kill counts without ever dying, luckily. I haven't done any like the super absurdly hard bosses. Like Colosseum. Or a few others like that. But I do plan to eventually. Even in leagues, I end up dying to it at least once, though. The biggest issue with that piece of content, though, is sometimes you just get really bad spawns, and there's almost nothing you can do about it but teleport out. I really hope this game gets an equivalent of fight caves, though. If we get, like, any kind of initial bosses after, like, the first few, I would almost want that over a raid. Like, whatever Brighter Shores equivalents of fight cave will be. And eventually down the line, like Inferno and stuff like that. Obviously structured a lot differently. But that kind of content where it's really challenging wave-based content, I do enjoy a lot. Ideally more quick-paced rather than, like, hours long, though. Because having to do it for like hours on end is a little long. But something like that that takes like 30 minutes to an hour. How would I even work with full restore? Oh no, you would still be limited on 20 heal and 20 equip. Because they probably wouldn't let you equip any more from your inventory during it. So you'd still have a pretty high, low limit of what you can use. Even with a full heal every time. Because let's say it's like 20 waves. You would only have 20 heals the entire time. I said hello again, Tate. Welcome, welcome. Not sure if I said hello earlier, but welcome, welcome again. I'm so bad at keeping up with multiple chats. There's also one of the reasons we don't multi-stream, by the way. I would be so bad at keeping up with 2 to 3 different chats at once. I could already barely do 2. Healing specs? I assume Necromay will have some amount of lifesteal. I don't see why they wouldn't add lifesteal to Necromay. At least like every class getting at least 1 spec for lifesteal. Oh, so when's that right-click deposit all button coming? Because we need that so badly, especially if one of those 2 quests they're adding is equipable potion. Because then that's going to be even better value. Because you don't need to worry about accidentally depositing your potion if you do deposit all. Oh good, I got the less crowded room. Nice, we got the nice empty room now. Honestly, I almost don't even want to leave this room now. Just stay in the nice empty room. Because the second we leave, it's going to be like 5 people in here. And I assume every class would have at least 1 lifesteal. Like, it would make the most sense for Cryonite to have it on the Javelin. Because it's a one-handed Necromay weapon, so you can actually tank with it. Because I'm pretty sure the other one is being used for damage. Like the big battle axe thing. I don't think this will have lifesteal on it. I would love if it did, but I'm pretty sure it's a damage spec. Like, it seems like every class has a damage spec on there. Hammer Mage has its best damage spec that it'll ever have, which is its yellow 2-hand. Like, it's its core weapon. It's the only one that has it as a core weapon of the 3 classes. Cryonite has it for Necromay. And then Guardian has it for Fire. Pyromay. But they all seem to have a big spec weapon for their second to last in their crafting line. But Hammer Mage are the only ones that got it for their main color. Now, we're gaining a lot more guard XP than we are Forager. I was hoping to be a little bit more even. Ooh, upgrade. Nice. I'll take it. I haven't seen one of those in a while. Actually, I think that's the first one we've actually gotten from this thing. In all fairness, it's kind of impossible to give us a weapon upgrade, though. Actually, that's not true. It can give us a 4-star 194 blue weapon or something. Or a better axe than what we have now. Because honestly, I think the axe actually out DPSs it, because it's not only 2-hand, but also slower hitting. Even though this thing is weak to blue. The fact that it's one-handed makes it quite a bit worse. Which I just realized, do any of the classes have a 2-hand blue range? What does Hammer Mage have for that? Because I'm pretty sure Guardians is one-handed. Cryo Knights is one-handed. I forgot what Hammer Mage gets for it. Oh yeah, it gets those blue rings. Was that one-handed or two-handed? Does it double throw a ring, or is it a one-handed ring? Because if that is one-handed, for whatever reason, every class only has range blue. I mean, one-hand blue, I mean, for range. Unless Hammer Mage does have two-hand for it. I can't remember what the rings are. I know that Cryo Knight's rings are one-handed. I can't remember what it is for Hammer Mage, though. Because that's another thing, too. Like, when you take into account yellow range weapon, every class has two-hand yellow range. There's actually no such thing as one-hand yellow range. Blowpipe on Guardian is two-handed. The double hammer on Hammer Mage is two-handed. And of course our double axe is two-handed. Cryo and Hammer have the exact same blue range. Okay, so it is one-handed ring, okay. But yeah, I knew they both had the ring thing, I just wasn't sure if it was one or two-handed. It's kind of funny because the ring shows two rings in the thumbnail. Yeah, in both situations, I guess it's one-handed. The icon is very misleading. Yeah, there are quite a few examples of that. All yellow range is two-handed. All blue range is one-handed. Like across all three classes. And I believe all green range is two-handed as well. There's Cryo Knight is, Guardian is, I'm pretty sure Hammer Mage is. I always keep forgetting what Hammer Mage's ranges are. Some of them are different though. Like when it comes to Necromay, I believe Guardian is the only one with a two-handed Necromay range. Whereas every other class I believe is one-handed. Oh, look at how nice this empty room is. Should I just stay here? I'm about to start just dropping these potatoes. Because if I leave this room, we gotta come back to a room with like 6 people in it. And I kinda wanna just stay here. With no one. This is nice. Got the whole room to ourselves. Just keep dropping the potatoes on the ground. I think for the sake of XP, I'm actually going to do it. As we pretty much got our own little private server here. But yeah, Tryhard, if you're still here, is that what all the drama was about with the leaderboard when it first came out? Because I remember Andrew Gower making a post, 2 posts that he has since deleted about like the discourse about it. But is that where everyone was complaining? Because I know when we were streaming at the time, like no one was complaining about it at all. At least on YouTube side. Because I never really understood what happened with that. Well, I know people wanted it, but there was like some things where some people were like, oh no, there's some kind of drama that happened with it. I just never really kept up with it, so I have no clue what it even was. But he made 2 posts about it a long while back. You're AFKing right now? All good. Speaking of which, we're almost at our 4,000 goal. Because after Guard and Forger, I think I'm just going to pivot to the 3 productions then. And just start making a bunch of 199s for everything I need. Because I still need one for Mines and Matubin. And I think that's the whole list. I was about to... Oh, no. Actually, there's one other one. I still need one for the Goblins as well. Because I can't use a Fire Sword on them. So yeah, I still need that bare minimum. Make 2 more 199 4-star swords. Long swords. One of them so we could take out the one that's immune to blue in Mines and Matubin. And the other one because I'm using a fire weapon in Hope Forest right now. But the next enemy who I have to fight is immune to fire. Even though our current enemy is weak to fire. First time not crowded. Oh yeah, I'm deliberately not leaving this room. The other room got so crowded that we got our own private server. And I'm literally not leaving here until we have 201 guard. I will drop every potato to maintain this private server. We gotta pay the potato tax to have our private server. But I think it's worth it. Because there's too much competition in the main room. But as long as we drop every potato, we can stay here for as long as we want. But I'm only staying here for 1 guard level. You think Patisio just immediately started complaining about not being able to see Anonymous's stat spreads? Like immediately when the updated drop? Oh, okay. I just saw something I never checked. How popular were Patisio streams when he used to stream? Because I never actually bothered checking. Was it like the biggest stream that was ever going? Because I know Vorpal gets a lot of that now. Because I know back then we were getting pretty comparable numbers to that. We get quite a bit less now these days, though. Just because YouTube's really good when there's like a lot of random people searching something. But almost no one's searching for Brighter Shores these days. And generally, this is not a location where people look for streams. Like, you know, YouTube in general. Like, people watch streams on YouTube, but they generally don't look for streams on YouTube. And I'm pretty sure my normal subscriber base is getting tired of seeing Brighter Shores by now. Oh no, I kind of just stream whatever I'm interested in at a given time, though. Yeah, Urk started moving up really quick. I still find it really surprising how much of a lead he has right now. In all fairness, my LCS is catching up quite a bit. Because I know for sure Urk is definitely 200 all. Not sure his exact numbers, but he's definitely 200 all. Whereas my LCS still has, what, 3, 4 skills that aren't 200 yet? 5? What cutting is there? There's a lot of pretty free levels still. Obviously, still takes time to cash in those free levels, but they're like 4 times quicker. Yeah, we started getting a lot more into efficiency after the first month. We definitely don't do things max efficiency like Miles ES normally. But I would say we're like 90% efficient. Miles ES is like 110% efficient if there was ever like efficient hours played. I'm generally not like macro efficient, but I like doing various methods as efficiently as possible, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm really bad when it comes to like dropping stuff on the ground when it's like good or bad to not do that. As well as when incorporating like a 5-way multi-skill or something. But I really like gameplay loops where you could be like tile perfect or something. Like tick perfect and tile perfect. I like stuff like that. You get lazy a lot. I don't know, based on what I've seen, you play pretty efficient. At least when you're around me, it seems like you do. He's trying to show off. It's all good, though. Yeah, I think you were really good at Merchant. That's for sure. I feel like I'm really average at Merchant. Like, I wouldn't say the word bad, but I definitely feel like my something in my brain in the back just feels like whatever I'm doing at any given time is not max efficiency. Like, even when I'm doing it decently, I feel like I'm doing it horribly. It is just so hard min-maxing Merchant. Because if you even delay for like half a second, you're already inefficient. And there's so many times where you're going to delay for something. Yeah, Merchant's one of those things you do get better over time. Like, your skill level at like level 100 compared to 200 compared to like 400 compared to 500 are all like 5 different things. The biggest issue with me going back to Merchant is I haven't basically touched it in a good like 2 months almost. Like, pretty much this entire year almost. Merchant's particularly all you do. Nice. Yeah, Merchant's a lot of knowledge points. I feel like combat after everything is implemented will be as well, though. Like, after we have skill tree and special attacks, I can't see combat being anything less than like 5 knowledge an hour, if not 5.5, if not 6. If not even higher than that. Yeah, there's a website that helps with routes. You shouldn't be using that, though, for the most part. Like, it's good to figure out how to do Merchant. I only used it one time on stream just to kind of test it when some people recommended it. But it's really slow to use if you're going to use it for every route. But it's good for learning the routes, if nothing else. It's just really slow if you're going to implement it for, like, every single thing you ever do. Yeah, I completely self-learned when we did Merchant. I actually still haven't looked up a single Merchant guide yet. It's one of those skills that you definitely should just self-learn on. Honestly, guides in general for this game I haven't really been looking up much. Like, actual content on the game I have. But when it comes to guides, I honestly haven't seen like almost any guide anyone's covered. Just because it's generally better to figure out what's efficient on your own. Especially since a lot of skills you have to adapt what you need to do anyways. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm putting this into alchemy. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting ins and outs in the game that were definitely deliberately put there. I think one funny one that we had earlier to stream is the 197 woodcutting trees are right next to the 197 enemy in Hope Forest. Obviously that won't be the case after the combat rework, but I found that really funny. That the 197 Wendigo is right next to the 197 pine tree in the same room. It's stuff like that. It's like, oh yeah, they actually intended you to do this. Like, it's one of those efficiency things where it's like, okay, I'm going to do this anyways. But then you realize, oh, they actually intended you to do it this way. Same as like this potato triangle. This is a 191 potato with a 194 enemy. Like, they specifically intended for you to do this method. Like, it's efficient, but it's also efficient because they literally intended you to do it. Yes, as Bo mentioned, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream, helps out and greatly appreciated. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to subscribe. We, of course, have been streaming Brighter Shores every single day, except for a few days the other week where we had to fix some hurricane damage from the floor, but beyond that, every single day. And I still plan to. We mentioned it pretty early on that even if we went down to like single-digit viewers, even though we had like 100, 200 at launch and stuff, that we'd still be around. And we still are. At some point, we might slow down, though. Because after today, I feel like we truly have completed the game as far as what's currently here. We've done the first time activity for absolutely every skill up to level 200. We've gotten level 200 all. Gonna have 4,000 total. Still gonna keep playing, though. Still a lot we need to grind for the future. And now we just gotta be patient for when more content comes. It's one of the other reasons why I started this side grind on old school again. Because we're going to need stuff like this to keep our brain a little bit busier. I won't be showing it much on stream though, because nothing interesting can ever happen from it. I guess until we get another gold piece. But it's going to be like weeks at a time before we get a gold piece. We're earning on average like 6 tickets an hour. And each gold piece is like 400 to 800. So it's like 100 hours between every drop. You know, just a small 100-hour grind between every single one. But hey, it's not like the beaver that we were trying for that we still never got, by the way. We spent 4 months, the entirety of Brighter Shores, like the first 3 months, trying to get that beaver pet. Over 1,000 hours. Actually, probably almost over 1,500 because I did it a month beforehand as well when I was sick back in October. And we still do not have it. It's kind of crazy. But luckily our current grind has no RNG in it. It just takes time. I guess the only RNG is that someone could come into my world and give a point to the wrong team. Which would slow us down by 50%. But it could also give it to the right team and speed us up by 50%. You're trying to get 5k total by Stonewall release? Nice. My main goal before Stonewall Hill is 322 Merchant. Whatever Leatherworker 322 Merchant does. And like 500 all mines of Batubin so we can go max combat. Those are the main things I want to have done. Ideally also the woodcutting carpenter level to go with it. Though probably not because that means basically 500, 500. I might just do all but U-Pole or something. Because when it comes to Cryonite gear, you only really need up to Hickory. And Hickory's at 396, so you don't actually have to max it. The only thing you get beyond Hickory when it comes to Cryonite is Perfect U, But you can just buy Perfect You and just burn your cash stack whenever you want something like that. Because there's only one item Cryo Knight even needs for that, and it's the Battle Axe. So if we need the Battle Axe, we'll just burn our cash stack to go get it. But otherwise, we can craft everything with only 396. As well as whatever the Carpenter level is. Somewhere's in here. Yeah, we need 396 woodcutting and 407 Carpenter. Doing so would allow us to make literally every Cryo Knight item in the entire game the max level. With the only exception being the Battle Axe. The Necromay Battle Axe. Which I'm pretty sure we can live without unless it has an absurdly good spec. Yeah, all best in slot cryo gear does not require any. But I'm putting into account the fact that specs are going to exist by then. And a good chance that a good handful of them will be pretty good. Also, we also don't technically need to use because of how high of a level we can make otherwise. Because unless we're absolute max, we can still make a really high battle axe. Under the new system, we can make a level, roughly a level math. We can make somewhere, let me just calculate it out. Calculator, go. What is 483 times 5 minus 1? We can make roughly a level 2,414 battle axe with only tier 5. That is only 86 levels lower than max level. And it saves us having to get like 100 carpentry levels and 100 woodcutting levels. So even if it is really good spec weapon, it's not that bad. It's only gonna be like 80 levels lower. Which gets us most of the grind done. That would only be an issue once we reach actual 2,500. But on the way to 2,500, it shouldn't really be an issue at all. It would only really be an issue for like PvP and such where you would have to make the better one. Yeah, DPS is really hard to figure out right now. One thing I've been wanting so badly, which I've never actually sent into them, but I really hope they do it at some point. Also, I have no clue why I healed. I should have just whacked it. But I really hope they make Detect. Like basically like Monster Examine, like it used to be back in old school RuneScape. I hope they basically turn that spell into Monster Examine, where it uses your detective level to give you stats on the enemy. Like it'll tell you what your current DPS is on it. It could tell you what their max hit is. Like stuff like that. Like what your max hit on it is, what its max hit on you is. Maybe like average DPS or something. And you get more details based on what your detective level is. Which would also give you some incentive to actually get detective. Because currently detective has no use outside of its chapter. Fishing, cooking, and detective are the main ones that have no purpose outside their chapter. To some degree, merchant. We can make the argument that merchant helps both alchemy and leatherworker, which does help other chapters, because leatherworker then helps armor, and obviously alchemy helps with a bunch of potions. But fishing, cooking, and detective are the only three that definitively do not help you outside their chapter. And I was really hoping they would buff detect for higher level range, to give more statistics beyond what it does currently. Or it maxes out at like 400-ish or something. Raids when? I do hope whenever they do make raids that you could do it with Iron Man player. Because I do plan to make trading enabled on this account when it does come out. Just because by that point we're already going to have like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 hours on Iron Man. So at that point might as well just do a main account. Because what are we at right now? We are currently at... Also, I just opened like all the menus. Wait. Go back. What's our time at right now? We're at almost 1,500. We're getting there. But yeah, by the time Iron Man mode or de-ironing comes out, we're already going to have like 3,000 hours in Iron Man mode. Which I think is a fair, good shot at it. Go train leatherworker? Nah, I need all the levels first. The main reason I plan to never train leatherworker anytime soon is I'm waiting for a quick level potion for merchant. But even when I do leatherworker, I plan to bank most of the hides for 500 armor maker. I don't plan to sell almost anything on my grind. I plan to only sell enough so we don't go in the red. So that we're still profiting while we're doing leatherworker. Which is like 10, 15% or so. Somewhere around there. Maybe 20% being sold. Somewhere around there. Like 10 to 20%. But beyond that, I do plan to bank it all. Because it's going to be way more expensive to buy it back down the line when you need it for armor maker. Yeah, I've been going pretty heavy on weapon enchants as well, or tool enchants, I mean. I have pretty much every relevant tool to 25. And that's actually where the rest of my money was going. When someone was asking me in the stonemason room what my money was, one thing I forgot to reply back earlier is I plan to dump all this gold that we have into my pickaxe to get to level 35 before we go back to the mining grind. I'm probably not getting it beyond 35 though. But I do plan to dump most rest of our gold stack into it. The only reason I haven't yet is in case I want to pivot into something else first. But that is likely where the gold is going. I think it's only like 17 more gold. I might even do it this stream. Because I'm considering getting one more mining level when we go to 4,000 right now. And that one level that we might do it on is going to be mining potentially. Because at this point, I think I'm going to do combat. Maybe Forger, since we're already going to pretty much be there. And then go do 3 of these. I might just do the 3 weapon making skills, though. The only thing that's going to be a little slow is the smithing. But I believe I have enough iron ore bank to go do it this stream. Combined with whatever we do to go make like 2 more 199 weapons. Hey, how's the Mines of Matubin grind people going? Because I haven't seen Chino in a little while. I hope he's been doing good. Oh no, I just got double logged out while in the minigame. No, 6 hour logged. Rip. I know we haven't been streaming for 6 hours, but I started a little before the stream just to make sure it was working correctly. Oh, wait, it doesn't log you out the minigame? Wait, that's huge intel. Oh, that is cool. It didn't log me out. Or it did, but it didn't kick me out the minigame. I never realized Castle Wars works like that. But that's cool. Interesting, I never knew that. The more you know. I wonder how that even works server end. Because that means there was no people in the minigame, yet it still held the minigame server. Despite no one being logged into it. That's kind of funny. Because I thought it would definitely kick me out, but no it didn't. That's good too, because it only has like 3 minutes left. I would have lost like 2 tickets for 20 minutes of work. My 20 minutes of AFK time would have been lost. Whatever shall I do? My 20 minutes of not clicking was almost deleted. Oh, that's something that's really nice in Old School RuneScape that I wish Brighter Shores would get at some point. A 25-minute AFK logout timer. I'm pretty sure in Brighter Shores, if you're away for like 5 minutes, it kicks you out of the game. But in Old School RuneScape with RuneLite, you can AFK for 25 minutes straight. And the minigame's only 20 minutes straight, so you can do it for the full duration. What's the point in that, though? There's a lot of things you can AFK that long in that game. In British Shores, not as many. But I'm hoping they eventually add aggro potions to the game. Like Inverse Fear Potion. And if they ever do, that would matter a little bit more. If you ever get like a 15-minute aggro potion. Like if they make a 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15-minute aggro potion. AKA, basically, you go to an area and every enemy around you just keeps fighting you for the full duration. Kind of like what a raid den is, but for the full duration of the potion. Like, imagine going to that square right over there, where 2 enemies can hit you, and just standing there for, like, 15 minutes straight, doing nothing. And then you get 15 minutes worth of loot on the ground. The only problem with that is stuff despawns after 10 minutes on the ground. So a 9-minute aggro potion would probably be the best one. Even though it's less AFK time, it would let you know when you're done. Whereas a 15-minute one wouldn't let you know unless you set a timer yourself. But yeah, currently there isn't anything that you can AFK for that long. But there might be features in the future that you could. But yeah, nothing is currently higher than Raid Den AFK. But of course that's currently. If they ever add a make all option for production, then Stonemason becomes the highest AFK. At around 4 minutes or so. And if they ever had the aggro potions, it'd be 15-minute then. I'm not sure what we could ever get that'd be more than that, though. Also, I'm so tempted to put this next double knowledge into cooking. I really shouldn't, though, because it's such a waste. Honestly, at this point, putting it into anything but alchemy in Chapter 1 feels like a waste. Like, pretty much at this point, post 200. I don't think I should ever put a knowledge into anything that isn't alchemy for Chapter 1, Carpenter for Chapter 2, Stonemason for Chapter 3, until it gets caught up. In which case, I guess any of the 3. And Leatherworker for Chapter 4. Anything else feels like a complete waste in the current state that we're in. Oh, so we're almost there. 4th level to go. The final level, because I look at every 1/4 basically as a level. Since that's how they work pre-200. But 1 level to go. Same as for Forger. The Forger XP is coming in a little slower. But if we target Forger, it shouldn't take that long at all. If we do like potato nettle runs or something. But I'm hoping after the combat Q&A next week, we actually know a date of the patch. I highly doubt we will, though. Just to know how much time we have to farm combat if we do want to farm some combat. Because in an ideal scenario, I want 220, 220, 220 before then. Practically, that's not going to happen based on the fact I'm not going to be doing only combat within that time. And the main reason I would want to do that is because our 199 weapons are really good around that range before they start falling off a cliff. And they are really accessible to make in the current state of the game compared to later. Yeah, that's one thing that's going to be a little annoying with the new system. Even though you make more money from Bone-Right, Stonemason, and Blacksmith, all production around the level range we're already at and beyond is way slower. It's like post 200 rate. Which is not ideal. Oh, an upgrade. We're almost in full 3-star as well. That's not too bad. No 4-star armor, though, oddly enough. Actually, the only one of these that is even a drop is the 4-star mace. This was actually a 3-star hammer that was like a 188, or axe, I mean, that I combined with 2 other items to make it into a 179. It got like 5 to 10 extra power. There's just 2 items laying around, so it's like, nothing else to use it on, might as well use it on there. I think they're going to tune up raid dens from what is in the beta. Yes. I do believe they're going to make raid dens better. To my understanding, they're currently not working correctly. Because I tested 2 things that seem to be wrong. Quests were not skilled at all. I fought them at level 118 and 120. And my enemy was still level 30. So unless it's scaling on some kind of weirder system, then I thought it was supposed to be the lowest thing in the current region you're in. Like the lowest one in your current stripe, whatever it's called. But that's not what it was doing. They were simply just level 30 like they already are. And raid dens are doing something pretty similar. They're currently doing it based on the lowest thing at Chronopolis, rather than the lowest thing in your current Chronopolis stripe. So from where I can tell, it's currently not working correctly. Like, based on what I saw earlier, our raid den should have been around level 800 something. But it was only level, like, 257. Because what it should be is the 219 from the detective level. But then you also add the lowest thing from your current stripe for Chronopolis. But what it seems to be doing is it's taking your lowest stripe in general, like the very first stripe of Chronopolis, rather than the lowest stripe that you're currently at. Which, based on my number, should have been like high 700 something, low 800 something. But in actuality, they were only like 279 or something. Yeah, it could just been that the language in the blog post was a bit off. But if it's based on the blog post, then the way that the raid dens are working and quests are working is currently incorrect. As they should be going based on your current stripe, not the first stripe. But they're both working currently on first stripe. Rather than current stripe. Because the way raid dens, I believe, are worded is it's your weakest enemy in your current stripe of Chronopolis. So if you're currently in, let's say, Hope Forest at level 900, which I believe is correct, and your highest Chronopolis at that range is like 700, let's say, or sorry, your lowest one for Chronopolis is 700, then your raid den should be 919 then. But instead it's like 270 something. But it should be in that hypothetical around 900. But it's not what it's currently doing. I don't know, hopefully during the Q&A they'll specify it. Because otherwise raid dens are like dead. Like unless you're doing them at a super low level range, like my two old accounts, they are basically dead content later in the game. Like at our current level range. But I assume that will be fixed. Otherwise, raid dens are pretty much pointless to ever do, ever. And the only reason I don't want to do some more raid dens now is, I don't want to de-level my gear at the moment. If I'm going to be doing combat, it's going to be one of the other three. Like Guard, Hope Forest, or Scout, or Minefighter. As I want to try to maintain as many levels on our gear as we can. It's not too big a deal if we do, but it takes the same amount of time anyways. I don't mind having to do the adventure a little bit more. My adventures are currently a little bit weird because I'm doing the one-time bonuses at the moment. We'll finally have our final one in 5 hours and 25 minutes. We'll officially be truly completed with all a pre-200 first-time bonus. With the only exception beyond that being the ones that are literally impossible. Like all the ventures for Merchant. And the only reason we can't do that is they currently aren't doable until later. I wonder if that will be 1 to 2 quests. I highly doubt it. I feel like if they're going to release that, they're going to release it a lot closer to Stonewall Hill. That'd be a bit early because it's a few months before Stonewall Hill. I'm pretty sure they'll do it a few weeks rather than a few months before. We'll have to wait and see. That's not what I want to do. I'm trying to deposit it. I wish there was a quick deposit button. I know that's probably something in the quality of life department that they're almost never going to add. But I wish there was a right-click, store drift all, or right-click, store drift on an item. Like on a weapon or a shield or anything else. Where you can right-click it and it will either store all of them that you have in your inventory or that specific item. Depending on which one you click. So you don't have to bring up this menu every time. They can still have the same delay as if you're opening it and everything. To keep it to the same amount of time. But just so you don't have to menu a billion times. Oh, our Forager's still going to be a whole level away. Oh no, it's so little though. We only need like 300k XP. A little bit less by the time I get there. We're just going to target it then after we finish a combat level. We won't have our private server anymore, but while doing Forge, it doesn't matter. So any combat where people can block us. That's also why I've been dropping all these potatoes on the ground, by the way. We've been doing this for like half an hour now, or however long it's been. But we eventually got a private server because the other room is so crowded. And the second we got it, I've just been dropping all the potatoes to the ground. As it's more valuable having the whole place to ourselves than to bother banking the potatoes. In all fairness, we have like 2,000 of these banked. I don't even think I'm going to need that many. The only time we ever need this potato for the rest of our grind is for cod and chips at, I believe, 259. It's for one of these two cod and chips. I believe it's the 259 one and not the 208. I'm actually not sure. But one of these two. Actually, we could check. Yeah, 259. But that's the only thing we need it for. Oh no! We're being crashed already. We've been infiltrated! No! Someone else has joined our private server. Oh, so still fight is so surprising how many people don't wear their armor. We've done a poll on that in the past, and I believe most people said that they do wear their armor in the game. But whenever I look at anyone actually in the game, they all look like this or something. Where they're basically naked. Though he is wearing gloves and boots, I guess. But I feel like 80% of the people I see in game are just naked these days. Trying to see what level his plan is. Level 90. I don't have them all memorized based on level. Though in all fairness, it wouldn't even matter because they're all changing after the combat rework. Which I didn't even think about that. I guess everyone's enemy technically changes over time, doesn't it? Based on how many chapters you have unlocked and everything. Because I believe under the new system, the levels of everything when you're level, you know, when you have 4 areas unlocked is going to be different than when you have 5. And so on and so forth as more chapters come in or whatever changes with it. I'm still curious how they're going to be handling things after Chapter 6, though. Chapter 6 is going to be like the biggest turning point. Like, Chapter 5 is going to be pretty hype when it comes out, but Chapter 6 is the real big chapter that kind of determines everything. What happens to alchemy? What happens to weapons? Do we get enchantments? Do we get, how will the combat work beyond that, since we're basically getting the max keep at 2,500? Like, what's happening after 6 and onwards? There's definitely a big turning point for what's happening. And by then, we're pretty much going to know how the rest of the game is going to go by then. At least from a how will combat keep going forward concept. Like all the things that are directly related to it. Like how will enhancements work, how will alchemy work thereafter. How will basically every system work beyond that point. Because whatever they determined by Chapter 6 is probably how it's going for like the rest of the time. We're not really learning anything particularly important in Chapter 5. Well, maybe some lore-based stuff. But like mechanically, there isn't anything new that's really coming up in Chapter 5. Compared to how big of a behemoth Chapter 6 will be. In revealing the future of how things will be done. I just realized Unbee's in 20th. For Minds of a Tubin it is, not 20 overall. Oh, we got our combat level. Okay, this will be the last one we go for now then. And next will be hard pivot into Forager Gatherer. I mean Forger. Shouldn't need to do it for that long, it's pretty much already there. I'm not even sure what my Forager route is right now if I'm not doing combat. I didn't think about that because both my two Forager routes recently have incorporated combat. What am I supposed to do if I'm not doing combat? Because both the two nodes I need to do are really, like, annoying to do if you're not offsetting it by combat. Because otherwise I'd have to do, like, 6 nettle, 3 potato or something. And we'll go back after this to see what a route might look like. I'm gonna bank this whole inventory just so we can get a fresh start. But I'm pretty sure our route is grab the further 3 nettle, then potato, then these 3 nettle, then potato, then the other 3 nettle, then oh wait, what did we take after them? Because the nettle, the initial potato would not have spawned by then. I'll figure it out. I just need some quick gather XP. We're already here for 1 level. Figure something out. So this room is empty. So we gotta take the further nettle. The problem is there's a lot of downtime with walking with this route. If I don't want to keep grabbing the bell plant, which I don't want to do at the moment. If we had an upgrade for it, we would. But at that point, our route would be completely different. It'd be more bell plant focus. But I think the way we need to do this is do 3 nettle, 3 nettle, potato. 3 nettle, 3 nettle, potato. And then figure out what on earth we're doing after that. Yeah, we're almost there, though. Like, one more inventory after this, and I think we're almost already there. We don't really need that much. Every single drop is like 5k. And our tool's barely even upgraded, too. I still only have a 10% on it. Or a level 10, I mean. I never bothered going further yet. Something we probably should do later that is not done yet. That's a later issue. We're not doing that much Forager beyond 209. Even if we are, we're doing on a resource that doesn't get boosted by it. Oh, there's an interesting play we could do here. Drop potato. Grab potato. Stop doing that, OBS. Come back. You back now, OBS? I think it's back. I'm not sure what's been up with my internet lately. Are you working now, internet? Hello, hello? We back? Check, 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 check. I think we're fine. Yeah, we're almost at the level. Honestly, I almost want to go get another alchemy level now. Because we already put so much knowledge into it. Alright, we're back. I can thank you, Isabel. I'm not sure what's been up with it. My internet went down for like a couple hours yesterday. After like a 10-20 minute outage. Like electricity for 10 or 20 minutes, the internet for longer. And today it's been a little buffery here and there. I was even saying like a couple months ago, it's been doing like so good lately. And then I jinxed it recently. Was it weather related? I don't think so. Weather's been pretty neutral right now. Yeah, almost got the level. Ideally, we get this level before we get this knowledge point, because I want to dump this into Mines of Matubin skill. Ideally, stonemason. Though it wouldn't hurt to put in the bone writer smithing. Yeah, this other guy's been grinding. I think he's just gonna permanently stay above us. Same as BT's. Feels like we're gaining levels way slower than them. But that's perfectly fine. As long as we get the levels we need. I think my biggest issue is I love training things in Mind of Matubin. And every skill there is so slow. It's a bad zone to go do if you want to get a lot of levels, that is for sure. At this point, I might just grab some pond plant or something. Oh, they're too low level. I want something to like push it over right there. Oh, they haven't spawned yet? Oh, I was supposed to take potato, wasn't I? Wait, is that enough? I think it is. Perfect. 206 Forager, 3 to go at some point, not today. Likely combined with combat, what do we do? Likely on the plant beast that we're just killing. But not today, we're done with them today. Alright, next order of business. We pivot over to Mines Matubin and start making every 199 weapon we need for every zone. There is currently 2 of them, and if we need to make a little bit more, I guess we will, because we'll get some spears for converting into cash for the new system. But the main things we want now is 2 199 weapons, both, I believe, longsword, because they kind of have to be based on what our next enemy is. For Chapter 2, and, well, I guess it doesn't have to be for that, but Chapter 2 and 3. For Chapter 3, it has to be, because it's immune to blue. For Chapter 2, it's optional, but I'm probably still going longsword. Alright, plan. I need XP pots for the mining variety. And I need the better XP pots of the mining variety. And now we head to the mines. Alright, let's go make 2 weapons. Oh yeah, one thing I should go do before we go there. Let me go clear out every piece of junk from my bank. Whatever is currently junk here, I need to get rid of. From here, from anywhere. Yeah, this is the main category right here. Oh, that was actually untuned, that item we got earlier. Interesting. Do I utilize it? I have no clue. I got a lot of, like, somewhat low-level ones. The problem is they make a really weird level. For the main weapons I want to use, I don't want to use all that stuff, but later down the line, if we're just making a 4-star for the sake of a 4-star, it's worth it. Let me just double-check my ratio. I think I have a lot less bone right. Let me just double-check my ratios real quick. What is my hammer mage to bone right ratio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hammer mage to 3 guardian. Okay, so I need 2 more guardians at some point in there, as I currently have too high of a hammer mage ratio. Though some of it I couldn't help because some of it was actual drops, but there we go. Alright, to the mines. I guess since we're already here, we'll start with a stonemason component, since we're already closer to it. I guess technically the smithing. I don't know, I just like walking through each one. Start with stone, go to the main one we need, and then end on bone right if I'm going to do all 3. Alright, we have returned. We're here earlier, but now we're back. Round 2. I need 2 more 199 swords. Hopefully we get a level for both along the way. Put in the stonemason. And do I put the other one in stonemason? I guess we don't really know what our RNG is going to be like, so maybe we should put in the bone right. Just to even them out a little. It really comes down to, do we think we will get 2 very quickly? Yeah, I'm probably just going to put in a stonemason again. It's fine if we overshoot. Just the next AFK activity we get for is kind of good, so I don't want to overshoot too hard, if we can help it. You know what? I'm putting in the bone right. Because it's fine if we overshoot on bone right. I don't quite want to overshoot as much on stonemason right now. As my next AFK activity is going to be fountain. Like literally tonight this will be our AFK activity until we get to 220. Even at 220 I think I need to do it because I need to get to 233 before I can start doing stuff again for it. Is the biggest issue we have right now. Basically the andesite that we're doing right now, we could do the higher tier one at 233. So we need 233, but our only realistic way to get there other than knowledge is to do this AFK and then do that AFK. As I have nothing banked for it till 233. Not counting these little small things here and there, but that's why we're utilizing them now. And also because we need the items later for the 199 for Hope Forest and the 199 for Mines of Matubin. Neither of which we have at the moment. Oh, so even though I did 2 201 Mine Fighters, I'm not doing, or combats, I'm not doing it for Mine Fighter today. Though we will have the weapon to do it. But I'm not going to do the whole level at the moment. At this point, any levels we need will be from our production skills, I think. Because we only got 3 left. Which likely means, honestly, all 3 of these. Smithing might be the slowest one, though. Is definitely the one we should probably dump knowledge into next. These two are actually getting somewhat half-decent EXP from what we're currently crafting. Stonemason and Bone Rate. Blacksmithing, not so much. It's actually a bit too high of a level to really gain too much from it. Like, relative to how much we need for the bar. So that would be our next target for the rest of our knowledge, then. Yep, we already got one. I do need a second one, though. 1 out of 2 completed. Also, I keep checking it for what his percent roll is. I keep forgetting. This is physical damage. I wonder what tick speed this is. These is what, the bolas? I feel like they were pretty mid. They definitely weren't the highest attack speed. I'm pretty sure they were 5 tick. They don't do hammer mage enough to know for sure. But I want to say 5 tick. Which will also make sense because mine's also 5 tick. The range throwy weapon. Range physical throwy. Oh, we're about to pass Dan's bathwater. I forgot about that. Until he eventually returns. Does anyone know? Does he actually still have the name Zan reserved? Because I feel like he's changed his name a lot. I feel like someone would have sniped his name by now. Unless he was always putting on an old account immediately. But I'm really surprised that no one's ever sniped his name. Because I felt like he always switched back to Zan. Yet was changing his name like almost every week. Back when he was doing it. Also, the poll has now 50-50'd itself after 22 votes. Are you going out of your way at all to prep for the first combat rework for Brighter Shores? 50% say yes, 50% say no. Why does it feel like every poll does that? I really need to go do a controversial poll someday. That will get like 90% in one way or something. Because I feel like every poll we've done in recent times has been almost like a perfect spread. Hey, it's Pomni. I just noticed that name. Whenever I see that name, I can't not think of the Digital Circus thing. Anytime I ever see that show, I can't not think of the Ringmaster from Mario Party 8. Because they both have the whole eye with like circus kind of thing going on. Where they're both like the Ringmaster kind of aesthetic. With 2 different colored eyes. Even animated slightly the same. Though for the animated series of Digital Circus, it's quite a bit more dynamic. Because it's actual animated series rather than a video game. Are we talking about Jamboree? No. Mario Party 8 was one back in, like, gosh, 2008 or something. But it was technically the last good Mario Party game. Before the company got reconsolidated into whatever on earth it is today. But it was the last of the OG original Mario Party games by the original developers. So it's rather notorious for that. I wouldn't say it was the best Mario Party ever, but it was definitely in the top 5-ish. It was definitely in the better half. It did still have one of my favorite maps of all time, though, where you basically bid on property, and whoever had the highest bid on the property owned the entire place. But every single one had basically a value that determined how many stars it was. So if it had like under 20 invested, it would only be 1 star. If it had like 50 or more or whatever it was, it would be like 2 star. And if it was like over 100, whatever it was like 3 stars. And whoever was the highest investor would get all the stars for it. But if someone even got like 1 coin over, they'd become the sole owner of the place. So it's just like a whole fight of who was most invested in every property. It was actually a really, really good map. And probably the main thing I remember from that Mario Party other than the Ringmaster guy. Alright, we got our 2 weapons we need now. That's good to do the other 2. I can sell these out just so we don't keep over-encumbering. But it was probably my favorite map in any Mario Party game. Even though I'd probably rank it as like my 4th favorite Mario Party. It had my favorite map of probably any Mario Party. Yeah, now that we're not doing combat for the rest of the stream, let me go back to good old Chronopolis. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I was about to grab my iron. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to go make my long swords. Okay, I see this is going to be a nightmare. To get this become a 199. Oh gosh. It's fine though. Nope, nope. No, I was about to click on the chat, but then... Oh, that's a big fail. Let's do it again! Tried playing 8 again recently, and the low amount of minigames felt pretty bad. Yeah, that was the biggest issue with it. The minigames dragged down 8 a lot, but a couple of the maps were really, really, really good. Particularly the property owning one. I guess the property bidding one? Whatever you'd call that system. But yeah, there was a few aspects that brought that one down a lot. And the minigames were definitely one of them. Honestly, I feel like that's a big issue with a lot of modern Mario Party games as well. Like after whatever merge or whatever happened with them. I feel like the biggest issue with a lot of more modern Mario Party games is sometimes they over-gimmick it, though I don't feel like Jamboree over-gimmicked. I actually like the gimmick for it that time around. But I feel like the minigame's been pretty weak on a lot of more modern Mario Parties. Because they have to be really good so you actually look forward to them. But when you have too many bad ones in a rotation, it can really hurt whatever Mario Party is. Like, you need at least, like, 80% good minigames in the rotation. And a lot of more recent Mario Party games have not been. As well as generally any Mario Party game that's, like, lower ranked in general. They also need to stop forcing motion control minigames. I feel like every Mario Party game in recent times, it's like, oh, we gotta add motion control to everything. Yeah, I forget exactly what happened to them overall. But I know something happened to the company after Mario Party 8. Where some of the original team was still there, but a lot of it wasn't. And then it was under a completely different company. Oh, so did we not get a single longsword yet? I don't even need a specific percent. I just need a longsword. Come out wherever you are. Gosh, I can't wait till the day we get make all or something for this. Having to input this every time is so annoying. Oh, anything I hate about producing a specific number of gear. I can only imagine how bad that's going to be when we have to do like 1,000 or 2,000 down the line with the new system. Imagine having to click like 20-something times to get to the number you need. As if like 10 isn't enough. But the main reason I want these two swords made now is, well, aside from them being some XP towards these levels that we need. But they're the new weapon we'll be using for Hope Forest and Mines of Batubin. Mines of Batubin pretty much immediately. And for Hope Forest, not quite immediately, but soonish. Because it's still really good to use our maxed out Fire Blade for where we are in Scout here. I'll probably do that to like 206-ish. And then we can move on to Goblin with the 199. Really comes down to how I want to split up woodcutting. And Gatherer. Please give me a sword. Show me a sword, any sword, particularly of the 3-star variety that have a purple border around them. Also, I will never call these things whatever they're actually called. I forget what a 3-star and 4-star is called in this game, but I will always call them 3-star and 4-star. Because the current naming convention makes no sense. Because I believe a 3-star is considered a rare and a 4-star is considered an epic. But it's not how colors work in games. Purple is supposed to be the epic one. Orange is supposed to be the legendary. And then you call the whatever the 5-star will be something else. Whatever you want to call it. Every game does it slightly differently. But you can't not call the purple one epic. Like, I don't even care if they call the orange one legendary. Just the fact that the purple one is considered rare just messes with my brain way too much. So we'll always call them 3-star, 4-star by their color. Also, I'm still curious what color they'll end up doing ultimately for a for the 5-star. We don't currently know. They're trying to think of what color some games do for the highest rarity. I think light blue or light pink is like the two most common highest rarity color. Watch them do like green or something. Oh no, they can't because the other one's kind of like that. It would be funny if they do a light pink and everyone complains because it's pink. I'm pretty sure that's what the default for the highest light beam is in Old School RuneScape, though, if you don't bother changing the plugin. Your highest number thing becomes pink. You can change it to anything, but I believe that's what the defaults are for that one. I know for Gems of War that we played most recently, they actually use light blue and, oddly enough, red for highest rarity. I won't say light blue. I feel like light blue is a lot more common than light pink. Like more of like a cyan color for highest rarity. It's also my favorite color. It's also Cryonite color. That's one of the reasons I feel like they might not do it though. It might be too Cryonite adjacent compared to pink or some other color. Because it's too biased towards Cryonites. Given they already used that color scheme. Oh, so I'm running low in this bar. Luckily, after one more sword, I shouldn't need more of these bars until after the rework. Unless I just want to go make some weapons for the sake of selling them. But beyond that, this should be... After we get one more sword here, this should be the last time I ever need this bar pre-rework. Yeah, what are we dumping our knowledge into next? I guess technically Stonemason. We don't know how dry we'll go on Bonewright yet. And we have some smithing XP banked, though I'm not sure if we have enough. That we can figure it out pretty quickly as we start doing it. We're like 1.2 million short. I forget how much XP each iron is. I have like a little over 1,000. We'll be doing all the Bonewright items first, though. Just so we know where all of our final XP numbers are for what we're doing right now. There's something else I need to make sure I do later as well. Probably off stream by then. But we need the 4 knowledge points too. I'll go actually do this activity tonight. There's only been one time ever where I went to an 8th key activity thinking I had it unlocked and then didn't. And it was when the smithing 8th case. I think it was for when we unlocked one of the gold ones. I ended up going there and even drinking the 1 hour XP potion. Just to realize that we didn't have the knowledge to go do the activity. Which was a bit of a mistake. Like, I had the level to be able to get it, of course. I just didn't end up having it yet. I think we're like 2 or 3 short. Or I started putting into it and then kind of forgot about it and was like, whoops. Oh, please tell me I have enough storage. I don't want to have to go there twice. Alright, good. Good old Branolf inheritance coming through. Luckily, under the new system, you'll have so much more bank storage compared to now. Since it's all just one big storage instead of untuned and each individual chapter and everything like that. Oops, not what we wanted. Come on, show me the sword. 17 points. Oh gosh. 12.7k ores. I forgot how many you have to do per hour. I know it's several hundred. I forget the exact number though. Of how many you can smith per hour. I want to say it's like 480-ish. Oh, we got a double 500 miner in here. We're still ways away. Like, honestly, if we mined for a month straight, I'm not even sure if we could have it. At 10 minutes tops. If only it was that quick. We need Blast Furnace 2.0. Put like 24 ore in there at a time and it just instantly gets done. Thank you, finally, wow. I felt like we went dry on that. I can't, it's like around a 1 in 10, 1 in 12, somewhere around there. Let's see what the damage is. And then over to bone right. Final component. That's weird. It did the potion ending thing twice. The sound for it. For a second I thought I had two different potion boosts, but no, it did the same potion boost twice. I said, hello raccoon! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, let's go get rid of all of our junk. As well as do a head count on how dry we went. Honestly, it looks like we've been went about on rate. It just felt like it'd take longer. Because of how many times you have to click. But no, we're pretty much at drop rate. We're pretty much exactly on drop rate. Alright, one to go. Alright, how am I doing this? I guess the same way we did before. We would grab 5, and then grab every bone, and rinse and repeat until we have 2 4-star, or sorry, 3-star spears in our inventory. I'm not sure how we're getting to last a little bit. We could probably smith the whole time and just put the EXP into the other two, maybe, or something like that. Better just to keep crafting stuff for the other two if we really want to. Just keep crafting a bunch of 199s. Because getting something like an 8k or so drop for something like Bone Right or Stonemason is way more useful than it is in smithing, given the level difference right now. So it's way better to be doing the other two. So I should probably be drinking the potions that we have here. And not just staring at them. I'll wait till next inventory. Ugh. Honestly, I almost want to go test drive one of these weapons. Maybe we do the Mines of Batubin. No. I know, we'll see. He's dumping into his skills wall here would actually work out pretty well. I just really want to go finish the iron ore at bank that I've been like chipping at for so long. At one point it was like a 10k stack. I keep chipping it down slightly, but never finishing it. I kind of want to finish it today. The only problem is if I deplete the whole stack, we'd only get like 4 knowledge at best. I just realized, since we have this many in our inventory, I could technically make 2 poles every time. Of the better pole. Just so we cash in a little bit more XP. It does consume slightly more bone, but it's fine. But I can make 2 bigger spears every inventory. The only problem with that is I believe the ratio per material is a bit worse. Which tends to be the case a lot with the higher number ones. Where it's slightly better XP per hour, but you're sacrificing product. And when it comes to something like this, we mostly care about the final product, not necessarily the EXP. Even though we are partially doing it for XP right now. The ratio just... You can barely justify it. Let's say it's like 1k better. Barely. You're giving up that much for 1k more? Oh no, converting 1 bone spec into 1k, that's not awful. Yeah, we're gonna do it, why not? For the same amount of time. And how much does bone spec cost from the shop? We're converting into 1k bone rate XP. For 0 time extra. Which means if you had no potions in your inventory, you can make, what, 4? No, what would it be? Because it would be 6 suave with 18. What does that ratio come out to then? Because yeah, then you would just make all the other one only. If you had no potion on you. So it'd make more sense to make the bigger 2 first while we have the bonus. And then make the smaller 3. But if you could just give me 2 3-stars, we could stop doing any of it and then just go and make the things then. We'll get it soon though. Stonemason's basically already there. It's a matter of what do we want to get 2 more levels on. Honestly, the 2 easiest at this point, or technically we need 3. It's gonna be Stonemason, Chef, and 1 other. The problem is, what on earth do we do for that 1 other? Nice, we got 1 of them. Honestly, I'm almost tempted to go upgrade our pickaxe and go do mining. Finally start making a little bit more of a mining push. The temptation is high. Oh, wow, we're done. I'll still do one more for good luck. We're already here. Yeah, we're done with bone rate. At least for what we need to do right now. Alright. We just need to find 3 more skills to get up. Stonemason's definitely locked in. Comes down to how we want to go about doing the rest. Alright, first things first, let's get rid of all the junk. Then we can go get everything upgraded. Actually, I can go do that now while we're actually in the area. Just so we don't have to teleport back there. Use a place in the middle of nowhere and there's no good teleport to get here. We're closer to it now than we will be later. I do have to say, this is something I will not miss. Needing to run all the way to a tower in the middle of nowhere to go merge stuff together. You know where you do this? What I'm doing right now after the update? You teleport right here and then walk here. To currently get there for Mines of Matubin, you would still have to teleport here. But instead of walking right here to the Enchantress, or Merger, or whatever she's called now, you go all the way over here, then 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 all the way around, then all the way around, then all the way around, and then you get here. And that's just for this chapter. So I haven't counted the other 3. Alright, there we go. How much more power does this get? We're going from a 271 to, I believe, a 286. Yeah. Oh, 287? Nice. And then the other one I need is, might as well do it now just so I don't forget. Chapter 2. So let me do that one now. And then we'll go see how our cooking bounties are doing. Because I think it might be time to go get a cooking level. Dun dun dun! That all elusive finally getting a cooking level poached 200. It only took like 3 weeks, but we got there. Really? No more storage? What am I looking at? I don't need a shield anymore. Wow, why is this chapter so stacked with 4-star gear for next thing? Is it for a helm upgrade? Everything else is what we're actually wearing. This is a perfect fire sword. Interesting. Alright, let me go sell this. Alright, 3 levels to go. Stonemason will get up simply by knowledge. I guess we'll go do a bounty run real quick, but then again, honestly, I should go back to mines. You know what I'm gonna go do? I think it's gonna be mining, stonemason, and chef. I'm gonna check our bounties after this and head right back to the mines, but before I do, I'm gonna go upgrade our pickaxe finally. I've been mentioning this for a while and I still haven't done it, but I think now is finally the time. I was originally going to do this when we maxed, but then got too distracted by there being a billion people there that I didn't actually bother maxing it or, you know, get it to level 35. But I think that's what we're going to go do. Go get our pickaxe to level 35 and go and do some mining and dump it all into stonemason, and if we have some extra, maybe into bone right or smithing. How long do you reckon until the update? What, the next combat update? Probably pretty soon. Like the next few weeks. Oh wait, I'm already capped out? I didn't even realize that. Oh, let me go do a run then. And then come back for like the 2 really easy one. Alright, let me go do everything we currently have. Can I do this all in one run? Yes. Barely. Alright, first things first, let me get rid of these mining potions. Oh, wait, but I can't. Never mind. Alright, we're just gonna have to ignore the 2 easy ones for now. As long as we can fit all that and go do it for a run, it should be fine. We got a good sentry in there and a few others like that. Let me just make sure we don't over-encumber, though. 13, 16, 17, 21, 22 are fine. That's still enough to have a potion on us. Perfect. Okay. We have way too much knowledge on this, so I need to go dump it in Chapter 3 real quick. But before we do, it is finally time. I think this is our final pickaxe upgrade that we're going to be doing. Before it is way too expensive to justify going further. We're going to 35. Do you reckon over 2 weeks? Yes. I do believe it'll be over 2 weeks before the combat rework. I believe by the 3rd week we'll have it. It could be earlier than that, though. Because there's 2 things that they're going to be doing guaranteed before then. They have the Q&A. Hey, Tell's here. They're going to do the Q&A for combat rework. And then they're going to actually do at least 1 patch to the beta, if not 2. They've currently done 0. And they're at bare minimum going to do at least 1 patch to the beta before they actually release it to the live game. And that 1 patch has not happened yet. Say goodbye to our money. We're still gonna have like 10 gold left. It's fine. Tempted to go to level 40. But after doing the math, I don't think it's worth going beyond 35. Is that for us or them? I have no clue. I can't even tell who's under us. That router. What are we doing? We're going back to chapter 2. I mean 3. I don't know numbers. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of math on it in every possible direction, and I cannot justify going above 35 for almost any reason. After all the math has been mathed. I can't see any scenario where I go higher. Unless we have, like, near infinite money. Alright, so now, moment of truth. Do we kill a tentacle or not kill a tentacle? That is the question. Temptation increasing. I'll see how it goes on the next run. The problem with the tentacle kill right now is it is way below our level. However, some EXP is better than no EXP. However, it does make it so we start mining a lot slower by the time we get back to it. The other alternative is pass actioning it. But then we're really getting like no EXP. But it'll also die like almost immediately. What's my weapon right now? Ah, they're immune to yellow, aren't they? Why are you taking like no damage? Oh, because it's my high level one. I was gonna say. How much penalty are we on? It's like 10k XP compared to whatever on Earth we'd be killing now. Actually, I want to go test when we go bank. I want to see how much a real enemy gives us right now. We're getting 10k for a quick tentacle kill. How much is the other guy giving us? So he gave us 10k. How much is a real enemy giving? We'll go test when we go over to Tongue Beast when we go bank everything. Because I'm pretty sure a real enemy is giving us like almost 25k right now, if not more. But yeah, I would say right now, if you're planning to do anything for the combat merge, you definitely still have time. You got at least one solid week, if not two. If not slightly into a third. If there's anything you want to try doing before the merge. Hey, I want to go check something. So here's the final first time bonus that we haven't taken yet. Not counting the lobster in 4 hours and 17 minutes. But this is the last active pre-200 activity we have not done. Mostly because I didn't have a weapon to kill him earlier because my weapon was blue. And they are immune to blue. Also, why on earth does this keep happening? I switched all my gear to chapter 3. Why don't I have a chapter 3 range weapon? What keeps happening to this stuff? Why don't I have any chapter 3 range weapon right now? I'm so confused. Did I just consolidate them all because it was killing the slimes? I have no clue. But yeah, he gives 23k instead of 10k. The difference is, though, he actually can kill us. He also takes slightly longer to kill. But is overall obviously better. But I mostly just want to see the XP difference. So a tentacle for 10k honestly isn't that bad. It's not great, but it's a lot less worse than it sounds. So long story short, we're killing the tentacles. I just wanted to double check. Let's see, how much mining do we need for our next level? We are currently here. And we need to get to there. Which is 900,000. Which is 180, 90 of these? Somewhere around there. What's the message? Oh, doing a bunch of contracts for cooking helps a lot. Which that reminds me, I need to go back there now that we have less knowledge. Oh, first, speaking of knowledge, let's go get our stonemason level. Oh yeah, I'm hoping that this next knowledge point gets us there. It should, I think, with 7%. About to find out. It does. Nice. We got it. Now to go get the AFK activity. But yeah, at this point, I think we do mining and chef to finish up 4,000. Seems like a good 2 to go for. Wait, this tentacle doesn't die as quick as I would hope it would, though. Oh, I do need those. Thank you. Though these might be nerfed into the ground later. I'm still not sure what the fate of these tentacle suckers are. These right now, they're really good value to pick up. But in the current state of the rework, they are nerfed into the ground. Because I keep forgetting. I should actually mine them first and then do it in the downtime of the other thing. I forget to be doing it like this. Oh, so I gotta make sure we stop mining before our next cooking contract thing, so in like 20 minutes. So we can go do our whole chef run and then take everything on the board and then take everything on the board again. In hopes that that is a cooking level. Otherwise, we might just have to make a bunch of bacon sandwich or something. Figure something out. I know, it's taken. Yeah, I'm curious to see how the penalty will work when you start killing things lower level under the new format. Because I feel like under the new system, you can kill things under your level really easily. But they're also penalized like crazy. But for a gameplay loop like this, it would actually be a benefit. A new system for combat. Because you wouldn't need to pass action your tentacle. You would simply be able to obliterate it depending on your level range. Until it gets upgraded, in which case you're in trouble. Because then you got an actual fight. Alright, 4th mining level to go. With our glorious 32% bonus. All that upgrading we did earlier, by the way, was only for a 1% bonus. But it saves more time than it costs. Which is why we went for it. It's like about as high as we can go before it's not worth it anymore. Relative to every moneymaker in the game. Unless you do like post 500 leatherworker. No, I got the wrong tile. No, I got the wrong tile again. We got double hit. Right, and next cycle we kill Tentacle. So I can't wait till we can finally get back to ore. We've been stuck without ore for so long. Because carbonese barely counts. So the last ore we had that was not horrific was at 197. So it has been a long, long time since we've been able to do normal mining. But we're almost there. I really need this material too, because this is like the next really big smithing material we need at our current level range. Technically, we have already needed it even before this level range. Yep, no, I wanted. Wrong chapter weapon. I don't know what happened with that, though. What happened to, like, every ranged weapon I had? Because I currently have, like, none. Like, at all. So I guess this somewhat makes sense, because I think the last two enemies we had to kill, we did not need a ranged weapon for. Well, what, did I just sell them or something? I'm not sure what happened with them. They're kind of just gone. I also don't know what happened to my boots for Chapter 4. Because I know for sure I never sold those. But they're just not there. Yeah, at this point we only need about 100 more. It's not that many. 5 more trips, we're good to go. Technically say less than that, like partially way through the final one. Honestly, since we're going so heavy onto everything here, I might just put in the smithing and go process our iron. Because we are getting some iron while doing this too, and I kind of want to zero out my iron finally. Because whenever we come back to andesite again, we'll probably do andesite only. Or worst comes to worst, I might even just let the daily literally just get us to max. And not max, you know, 262. Because after today, we're only going to need 6 levels more. Yeah, hopefully that person takes the middle too. This room is set up perfectly for someone to kill those two, someone to kill these two, and then someone kill this while they're doing the rocks. So hopefully no one from middle here takes this one. This one is Oz. And the room is set up perfectly for it. Oh no, we got a fountain in our way. No! It feels so weird because normally we don't have any of the AFK activities getting in our way. But now that there's one there. Because I do actually want to use it for knowledge right now, not unlocking the AFK activity. I'll be getting it later tonight, but not right now. I know, I'm on the wrong tile. No! Okay, never mind. There we go. Fixed. Oops, someone's teleporting away. I wonder if they would ever consider adding a third teleport to every region. And by third, I mean the second one to chapter 1, but, you know, a third to the other two, or other three. Because I can't think of a single chapter that wouldn't benefit from having a third. Or in the case of chapter 1, you know, any more than one would be nice. I am curious if one of the 2 new quests will be related to that. Because Hopor only having 1 is so horrible. The only problem is cooking is kind of balanced around there only being 1. Because otherwise Scrap Merchant and Sentinel would be really easy to turn in on. Hey, if you could just drop double tentacle right here, that'd be perfect. Thank you. That is rather convenient. Because now we can grab our double iron and do a perfect set. We basically need 1 to 3 tentacles to always drop a drop. I'm not sure what its drop rate is, but we need 1 to always drop for this set we're doing right now to work. So we can grab 3 sets of the andesite or whatever it's called. Double tentacle, double iron. And it works out perfectly. I'm really concerned when it comes to this resource, though. It is potentially getting nerfed into the ground after the next update, as well as a few others. But this one has the most immediacy amount of worry, because it's the one we need next for alchemy. Because under their current prices, it is costs less than 3 silver to buy this in the update. If they don't tweak it from what it currently is. Which I sure hope they will. Because if not, those things are basically free. And we've been picking up like over 1,000 of them for nothing. At least it's only 1,000 though. Imagine if we had like 5 or 10,000 already banked. Oh, the first gear drop. I'm actually surprised. All this time, this is the first time one of them actually dropped gear. Luckily, we care far more about the alchemy supply. Is the gear is way too level. Even if it's a 4-star, it doesn't even do anything. Alright, then to sell it after the update. So I guess it does technically do something. Free money! It'll sell for like 600 silver after the update. Whereas right now it'd sell for like 100 silver. At that level range. Maybe 150. Yeah, it looks like one more inventory after this one, and we should be good to go. And that way we can dump the knowledge into smithing while doing smithing. I just want to go down the bone right route. Honestly, it might just be better to do the bone right route. Didn't I say earlier we didn't have enough bone right weapons to go with our other thing? Because I can fix that just by making some bone right weapons right now. And just dump the knowledge from the other thing into bone right. Highly considering it. Still gotta run over iron later, but I just did it off stream. Which is how I've been doing most of it so far. That stack was as high as like 8k at one point. Now it's down to like 1.5k or something. Slowly but surely, we will keep chipping it down. Until it is no more. Gosh, this thing takes 1,000 years to spawn. That's why we always keep killing the tentacle. Just want to power rush the last little bit we need here. Is there any bad thing about doing stone compared to ore? Like when you're doing ore, when you need it for your actual build, it feels so much more rewarding. Compared to these stone that are basically just going to be used for upgrades, I guess, technically. Like, they're still going to be useful, but way less useful than Platinum. Like, this is our most important material as a Crown Knight. Like, this is better than some of our tier 6 material. As far as the level range that it covers, because it goes pretty far with both of them. It actually goes all the way till the update, which is pretty relevant. Until Chapter 5 comes out. Because one of them goes to over level 2000, and the other one goes to over level 2000. aka the entirety of pre-update. Or, you know, pre-Chapter 5. Because there is a time frame that we're doing a lot of combat. And is specifically the time after the second combat rework, when we have skill tree and special attacks, but before Chapter 5. We are basically a combat-only account during that duration. As I want to try to hit 2,000 combat from, like, 1,000 combat within the time of the final combat rework and chapter 5 releasing, which gives us only like 1 month probably. So we got to somehow gain 1,000 combat levels in a month. Will that be doable with skill tree plus special attacks? Who knows, but we're sure gonna try. It's probably not doable. We're gonna try to get as close as we can get though. Alright, let's go back to Bone Right. And then we'll just double dump the knowledge into Bone Right then. And Bone Right will be our 4,000th level. It's either that or smithing, but at least Bone Right has something interesting that can happen. Smithing is just gonna be like 1,000 iron ore. Let's see. At least here we can maybe get a 3-star. Hopefully a couple. Alright, so far not lucky. I believe we need 2 more of these to even out where we were. Like with all the scrap stonemason stuff we got earlier from when we were doing all the one-time bonus. Between that and some random stonemason untuned drop we got today, we currently have 2 more bone right items we need to be able to go 1-to-1 on stonemason upgrades. Because we'll be doing that a lot to make a bunch of 4-star gear. Because it doesn't matter what level it is, it just matters that it's 4-star. I wonder if it matters what kind of material I make it out of, though. Like if I make it into a bigger weapon compared to smaller. I should probably double check into beta later. Yeah, we got nothing. Gotta remember to use the 7% here, though. Grab some of you. Grab all of you. Use the 7% and don't accidentally misclick the 5%. Throw that in the bone rate. No, not that. Bone rate. And at this point, what? One more knowledge point after that? After we dump this one? It's either 1 or 2. Hard to tell. The only problem is we're actually not getting like exceedingly high right now because we're technically making a 160 bone object. Yeah, that's what the base of this bone is. Whereas currently we could technically make 2 tiers above this. because there's femur tier 4 above this, and there is goat tier 5 above this. So this is 2 tiers below our highest tier right now. But it's some of the easiest material to make for upgrades. But it is a little bit less XP. It's actually probably the lowest bone we could realistically be doing for XP right now. But they are very cheap compared to the other two as far as gathering them. How much are we getting? Like 150k when boosted. Plus that. Yeah, we should only need one more knowledge then. All the XP we get between the knowledge point and then. Perfect. Though no 3-star this entire time though. Well, not this entire time, but since we started back again. We need 2 more, but more than 2 would still be beneficial. As we will always need more. Also, since we seem to have lost some of our gear from Chapter 4, like the boots mostly, I'm considering selling every single drop we have in Chapter 4 that isn't a 3-star, and just consolidating everything from that chapter, and using it for weapon storage for next chapter, or for next update, just so we can sell for more value. Because every 4-star we put in there is an extra half a gold. So it depends how many more free half a golds we want. Assuming they don't rebalance at all by then. Which I don't think they are, just because of how the new curve works. Because they don't really need to. But they might, we don't really know. It's something hopefully it'll answer in the Q&A next week. But 1 level to go, come on, we're so close. Give us the 4,000. Then we'll go grab some dinner, and then I'm not sure what tomorrow's grind's gonna be. Because pretty much every really major goal we've wanted to do in recent time has been completed. You know what goal I really should go for, though? I'm just not sure if we'll have enough time to finish it tomorrow. But I really need to do it. 208 Gatherer grind. It needs to happen. The problem with the 208 Gatherer grind, and the reason I don't quite want to do it yet, is to do that grind, I have to do several other grinds. So what other grinds are currently attached to a 208 Gatherer grind? Well, if I want to do it while doing woodcutting and gatherer, I would need to do the woodcutting gatherer method and make sure to do that until we have 208 woodcutting. But before I can do that method, I need to go deplete my scout so that we can go and not need to do Wendigo anymore. So first, the multi-step thing we got to go do just to go get 208 gatherer is go get like 207 scout so that I can then go get let me figure out what we need for this real quick before I go through the whole set. But we need to go get a 207 scout off that while we do pine tree. So that I can then do pine tree into the little gob fruit thing, whatever that one is called. Not gob fruit, whatever it is, bitter fruit. Whatever the 189 is called. Yeah, bitter fruit. So I first need to do this while doing wood cutting. Off the Wendigos till 207. I then have to do wood cutting into gather off that one fruit until we get to 208 woodcutter. And then I can go train gather to the rest of 208. But until then, I can't actually train it. So I got to train like 2 other skills before I can actually go train the thing I want to go train. As it's pretty much everything in a game like this. You gotta do something to be able to do something to be able to do something until you can finally do something. You gotta go on like a whole goose chase of a billion different things until you finally get to the destination of the thing you were trying to do in the first place. All to gain 4 gather levels. Long story short, we're probably doing combat tomorrow then. On the Wendigo, which I feel like we've done the last few days. It just does not want to end. In all fairness, post 200 we'll do that. Hey, finally, our first one. I need one more. Well, technically we need like infinite more, but one more particularly for what we have banked right now. Hey, we get to make a T-Rex. A fine T-Rex. Hopefully its head is proportioned correctly. I'm not sure if it was just on the one I was doing that was wrong at the lower level range, or if they just fixed it for all of them. But I know for sure the head of the T-Rex was way smaller when I did it. When we got to the first T-Rex. So I'm not sure if it's like a level difference, or it's a, they finally fixed the model difference. But when we last made the T-Rex, his head wasn't like microscopic. Before it seemed like it had a head like 3 times too small. But the last time we were there, they have fixed the head ratio. I'm not sure if it's just the higher level ones that are fixed, or if it's all of them that they fixed, or what happened there, but its head was correctly proportioned. Oh, nice! There we go, we got a second one. That's technically all we need, but we still don't have our level yet, so let's keep going. We could technically stop once we're in knowledge range, but we are a good ways away from knowledge range. I think it was like 150k with the 7% potion. Which means to be in knowledge range, we need that to be, what, 180k? Which means 2 more inventory of these, probably. And then we can just get knowledge off of something quicker if we want real quick. Like a chef run! Time to go do a chef run! And then come back to go dump the knowledge into it or something, we'll figure it out. Is honestly, that's probably the plan. We can technically do it now. Based on where we're at right now. Where after this inventory, I go sell everything, which we're probably almost over encumbered anyways. Then after we sell everything, we go do our chef run. After we do our chef run, we come back here for one last inventory and use the 7% boost potion. Using the knowledge point that we have on bone rate. And it also allows us to go clear out our bank in the process. And clear out all these billion bounties that we have piling up. And in exactly 3 hours and 35 minutes off stream, we will have the first time bonus officially done for everything pre-200. Minus the current merchant bounties that are impossible to do. The bricks and tiles for the ventures. And the only reason we don't have those done is physically impossible to go do them. But every other first time bonus would be completed up to level 200 by that time then. Oh, we're finally past Zan. Though, in all fairness, he hasn't been playing, so it's kind of easy. Kind of easy to pass someone who's not playing at all. It'll be interesting the day we pass Peticio, though. That'll be a funny day. I can't tell which one of these is Peticio, but it's like one of these 3. It's hard to tell exactly which one. Woo, we passed Zan, yep. All it took was him not playing for like 3 weeks. You loved when he passed Peticio? Nice. Do you know exactly what number he is right now? By any chance? Like based on current leaderboard? Or is it impossible to tell at the moment? Because I have no clue. Hey, there we go. Nice. Okay, this should be an equal ratio of Hammer Mage and Guardian now. Let me do a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Hammer Mage. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Guardian. Love to see it. Unfortunately, they're not all high level, but that's fine. I mostly just need objects there. While them being high is nice, them being exceedingly high is not that much more of a benefit with how the conversion works. When it comes to the formula, the actual level of your gear matters very little under the new format. It's one of the reasons why they're worth so much. They scale a lot more based on your level than they do based on the level of your gear. Like, your combat level helps way more than your actual gear level. I came here for a reason, and I don't remember what that reason was. Because it can't possibly be to go do what I was going to go do. I don't know, actually, yes it is. I'm going to put all my potions away. Do we bring out the 10% though? No. We're gonna bring out the fancy 6%. Oh yeah, I've been making some 8%. Should we bring like the middle 8%? How much can I run? There's no way you make that one go. Well, you could definitely double it though. You can 100% do that in a double sweep. I'm bringing out the fancy 8%. How much do these cost? Wow, they are expensive. Anyways, hello 5%. 5% and 10% all the way. Gosh, I might just sell this back. Forgot they're that pricey. Is there any weird item I need? Might as well grab them now. So I don't have to grab them from the thing. Oh no, I gotta hit the painful button. Ow, 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 ow. Alright, it's done. Anyways, when are we getting to 8 gather again? How many steps do I still have to do until we get it done? Because we really gotta go get it done. The 2,287 one? Thank you. Oh, so he's number 6 right now. Wow, he's just still pretty high. Yeah, we're not passing that anytime soon. We could play for another month and I'm not even sure I pass him. That's some pretty hefty levelage. Alright, what are we doing? What do we need? What do we need? Yeah, let's get the rest. Just grab whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. Ideally the ones that require a billion ingredients first. Alright, what else? What else? Anything else that's multi-ingredient? Let me get all those out of the way first. I believe that is all of them, unless I'm forgetting one there. It should be every multi-ingredient one. You're also on a multi-step 2-way gatherer grind? That's the way to do it. I don't know any other way to do it. Currently killing goblins, trust you, makes sense. I don't doubt it. There's a lot of pathways to get there. Alright, let me just grab every last thing we need now. I need to go get a billion bass. Particularly to drop the bass. The best bass. Only the finest drop the bass. And I need 3 Tiger Ray, and that should be everything. Unless I'm forgetting something here. But that should be everything for the chef run. And after the chef run, we probably come back just to double check what the bounty board is. Don't take the enchantress run because that locks us out of the beta, apparently. And then go and, yeah, go get our bone rate level. Go back there for one more inventory with a 7% pot. I'll probably just grab one singular one because we'll probably head to the AFK after. Oddly enough, I'm going to be going to the bone rate AFK after this. Even though I'm using a knowledge point right now to go get it and go do the activity. The first thing I'm doing when I go grab dinner is to go back to the bone rate AFK because I don't have the knowledge to go do the stonemason one. The stonemason one is the one I need to go do now, but after I grab dinner, I need to go get the points for it. I won't be able to do it for like another hour after I eat. Because we need to go dump 4 more knowledge into it. But that's a later tonight issue. As long as I do it before bed. Because you basically have to AFK all the way to 233 stonemason now. And or knowledge. What's for dinner? I'm not sure what I'm going to do for dinner tonight. Probably just a salad with, something. Need to double check what we have in the fridge these days. Honestly, I need to go food shopping again soon. Probably just Monday. I did pretty light shopping when we ended up getting back. So we're already low on everything again. Because we basically had to clear out almost everything for when we had to move everything out of the house. So we're shopping really late beforehand. Particularly the pantry. Because we don't have like a pantry closet. We have like actual like pantry like cabinet. And every single thing in it had to be moved out when we ended up getting the floor done. Oh, I forgot. We had to do Cohen first. I'm doing this in bad order already. Cohen. I'm going to teleport back for Cohen. I can't be bothered to go back for him. Poor Cohen. We'll do him last. I was originally going to start with him, but at this point I got to do him last. I'm too deep into the Invincible. Yeah, what do we need? This is the one that wanted the billion thingies for the highway robbery price. Here we go. We barely break even on that. Might have even lost money. The only good thing about going to Cohen last is I kind of have to already teleport out of this area anyways when we go back to mines. So it kind of works out in the end. Oh yeah, what did he even want? I wasn't even paying attention. A little Lucy, a little Lucy. We wanted the only oyster we have. That's fine, here we go. Honestly, we're gonna get pretty close to a cooking level. Should've just done cooking. Could've had cooking done already. Honestly, we might accidentally do cooking at this rate. I don't think we're getting that much from Double Century. Because we're getting like, what, 100, 200k more. Yeah, that's not enough. We'd still be like 300k short. Oh, I have no clue why I need to turn into this guy. Whoops. Of course, I'll click like the one thing he doesn't want. Also, we still never finished the forager grind, so you know what that means. Time to grab some forager supplies. You gotta get the EXP every time I go buy these things. At bare minimum until 209. But honestly, even after that, we should probably still keep doing that. But definitely prior to 209. But even after 209, it's probably still worth it. At a certain level point range, it will no longer be worth it. And I can tell you that's probably the exact point where we need to start doing the bell plant instead. It's probably when we stop doing these nettles. Is when that bell plant gets upgraded. Come on, we're teasing the bar so much. 3999. Come on now. We're so close. Yeah, we got a speed run over to Cohen. Go, 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 go. Actually, I might just let the 5% go out and just buy some alchemy supplies or something. Or not alchemy, I mean food supplies. It's fine if we don't get the final one 5%ed. I don't know, we could still make it. Ah, but then I don't get to check my current bounties though. Alright, let me just grab that. Yeah, I'm just gonna just not be 5%, it's fine. Grab 10 and 10. Nope, not those. Don't need those for a while. Oh, so I should really just start getting inventory of both. It's just going to drive me so insane if those numbers aren't exactly the same, and it'll drive me crazy until they're fixed. The second I see those numbers not be the same, it'll drive me crazy. And I will do nothing but try to fix them after. Why are all these so bad? I guess maybe I'll take Ella. I really hate going in that way, but 4 lobsters pretty free. It's kind of weird too, because lobsters are actually worth a lot. Like the amount that you get paid for them. Like the supplies that make this thing is like 3 silver. If you buy everything from the shop. You're making like 10 silver each. Or, you know, being paid. It's not how much you're making, but we're making like 7 silver each. At least for that particular order. But to compare it to something like this, where we're paying 7 each. Or we're making like 1 silver from this contract right here. That's mostly for the XP, of course. Alright, speaking of XP, it's time! Let's go get our final level. We're going to be doing this off of 1 inventory of bone rate stuff. And that would officially be 4,000 then. Until the next big milestone of 5,000 sometime a year from now. No. It's not going to take us that long, though. It will take us a while. And unless we do merchant. That is like the only thing that's going to like speed run our level. Because if I decide one day, it's like, this is the month we go get 500 merchant. Though, honestly, combat could be pretty quick too after the rework. We don't exactly know how quick it's going to be. Not after the first rework. I'm talking about the second rework. First rework is going to do almost nothing. But the second rework, with all the combination of what the first rework does, is rather interesting. The first rework in isolation doesn't do too much to help combat speed, though. There's a few nice quality of life things in it that's nice, but it's not the main thing that's going to be increasing it. It's everything that it does in combination with the second update that would make it really good. Which is why I really wish they would have done them both at once. It makes sense why they're separating them, though. It's going to take a lot of work doing special attacks and skill tree and making sure everything's balanced and everything. There we go, we got it already. But while we're here, might as well use up what we have. Finish out the inventory. But that is officially level 4,000 completed. Now to go get another 4,000 levels. In about 3 years from now. No, honestly, as we get more chapters, it should become easier and easier. Because 200 all will help out a lot. So hello, Eddie, and thank you. Greatly appreciated. Now our next big milestone is, yeah, mostly just prepping for the update at this point. Prepping for the combat merge, prepping for the second combat merge. I would say we need to prep for the quest, but that's actually something I don't need to go around, out of my way for. It's also hard to prep for it because we don't know what chapter it's going to be from. Because they mentioned earlier that they're likely never going to be introducing a quest that requires a level over 200. So we already know we have every requirement for every quest that's coming in possibly forever. Definitely the upcoming too. So the only things we really need to prep for is the first combat merge, which I mostly just need to make a bunch more 199 4-star stuff for and get our combat level a little bit higher. Then the second combat merge, in which case we need to get overproduction to like 400, as well as these to like 300-ish, which allows us to make 2,000 gear, which is the highest you can do before Stonewall Hill. And then after that, we got to prep for Stonewall Hill. Though there will be about 1 month where we're combat only in between that time. So anything grind I need to do for Stonewall Hill, I actually have to do... I didn't think about that. Any grind I want to have done before Stonewall Hill, not counting combat, needs to be done before the second combat merge. Because after the second combat merge, we're literally doing nothing but combat till level 2000. Maybe a few things here and there, but it's like 95% combat pretty much until level 2000. And then it really comes down to how much longer we'll be between then and Stonewall Hill. Because the answer might be almost no time at all. Because 1,000 combat levels is not quick, even under every single new mechanic. Like, it'll be quicker, but it will not be quick. It'll definitely be quicker than it is now, but definitely not, like, speedy. Like, at absolute best, it'll be, like, merchant rate EXP. But for 2,000 levels instead of only 500. Alright, well, there we go. Let's go to our AFK. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. We will be back tomorrow, probably a little bit later than normal, as is Monday. Oh, wait, it is Monday, right? Wait, what's today? Yeah, today's Sunday. So yeah, it will be Monday. So yeah, I'm losing track of time. But yeah, I was right the first time. Yeah, tomorrow's Monday. So yeah, probably an hour or two later than we normally do. Probably 2 hours, so around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like 2 hours later than we normally do. But main goal is trying to get 208 Gather by doing everything that isn't 208 Gather. Because we have like a whole loopy-loop that we have to go through like 3 times over in order to get there. I assure you, what we are doing tomorrow and the next day is trying to do Gatherer. Even if we don't touch a single Gathering node, I assure you what we are doing the next 2 days is to try to get 208 Gatherer. Because I need it so badly so I can do Chef properly. Because it pains me so much burning 7 silver on something that is literally free the second you get 208 Gatherer that we have to get like thousands of anyways. So yeah, we're going to be working towards that. Next few days, we will be doing nothing. But things that get us 208 Gather are adjacent to 208 Gather, quite literally. They're actually the skills right next to it. Because, yeah, the way we have to do is we technically have to do combat, so we could do woodcutting, so we could do Gatherer. It'll make sense by the end. But by, like, Wednesday, we should have 208 Gather, even though if you did only Gather, you'd probably have it in, like, 6 or 7 hours. But I assure you, everything we're doing in the next 3 days is to try to get 208 Gather. We're going to have to go through like 5 different holes and go all the way around the entirety of Hope Forest, cutting like every single tree, but we will get there. I assure you it is us trying to get there as quickly as possible. It will just be trying to get every other EXP we need to get along the way just so we don't waste multi-skilling. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching. Oh, yeah, by the way, at the end of the poll, after 26 votes, which one ended up winning slightly? No ended up winning. So are you going out of your way at all to prep for the first combat rework for Brighter Shores? 53% no, 46% yes, 26 votes is where it ended at. But anyways, guys, thank you everyone for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a wonderful week, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.